A lone man battles shadowy hordes on a desolate field. He orders a hooded woman, take the two fallen to the castle, he'll buy time. Calling him Takumi-san, she protests, impossible, He turns with a smirk, light glowing in his hand. He's got the perfect skill for this. Now named Takumi Seiki, he stands in a massive throne room with three others. Still in modern clothes, they face a king who hails them as the heroes destined to save his land. At 60, he'd just retired, celebrating with a trip to Europe. What he thought was a dream is terrifyingly real. The Demon King is invading Caledonesia, and they've been summoned to stop him. Takumi panics, feeling like he's been dropped into a video game completely unprepared. Desperation, the king pleads them to save his world. Takumi scoffs, at 60 asterisk he needs saving. Two younger summons love the challenge. He struggles to cooperate, a loner with no family. Suddenly a robed man steps forward, Augusta, a court magician. He announces they'll test abilities and get names. The others start, 16-year-old Aki, 23-year-old investor Kenji, and job-hunting senior Nene. Augusta then turns to the last person. Takumi Seiki claims he's 60 and jobless for 8 years. He looks so young the others think he's joking. The king sternly warns him to stop joking, but confused, Takumi demands answers. Argus declares an immediate ability test, then raises a finger, invokes status open, and a translucent screen appears before a startled Nene Kier. Glowing panels appeared before everyone. Aki stared at his and erupted into a triumphant shout. He was a hero, and his level was a massive 42. His shout seized the court's attention. Kenji Takachi calmly declared himself a level 40 wise man, drawing murmurs of approval. Then, a trembling Nene Kurosaki revealed her level 52 saint status. The court cheered for their new hero, sage and saint. Augusta turned to the final summon, Takumi, asking for his status. Takumi nervously revealed his panel, God. Augusta froze at the title, noting God was unlike any hero or sage. He demanded to see Takumi's skills, but the panel showed only one, creation of all things. Augusta liked the name, but hope for his grand skill shattered. Takumi was level 1. He tried apologizing as the shocked crowd turned cold. Augusta saw his low level, declared only heroes proceed to the stage. Aki Tanaka shot Takumi a smug look, mocking his useless summoning. Takumi stayed behind as the others were led away. From a grand balcony, King Kale Denasia presented 3 heroes to a massive, cheering crowd, booming that the Demon King's army invades tomorrow. But these heroes guarantee mankind's victory. In the crowd, Takumi processed the king's shocking news. He asked a soldier about the invasion, but the excited man brushed him off. Takumi persisted until the soldier confirmed the grave news, the Demon Kings. Outnumbered 10-1, the soldier called the hero their only hope, reminding Takumi they were summoned specifically to kill the Demon King. Watching from the crowd, Takumi realized the selfish burden forced upon them. Worry deepened. Sending 3 amateurs against a massive army was insane. As their elder, he had to stop it. The soldier assured him only volunteers fight, then commented Takumi looked young like his son. Takumi quietly corrected him. Could people here grow younger? It sounds insane, but his chronic pain is gone. One look in the mirror confirms the shocking truth. It hits him, he's getting younger. The others are unchanged. Why only him? Summoned to fight a Demon King was weird enough, but this new twist is wilder. The 3 heroes enter a grand hall to find a massive feast. Aki and Nene stare at the spread, the delicious aroma filling the room. Mealtime begins, revealing stark treatment differences. Heroes feast. Takumi gets 1 bread loaf alone. He grimaces, a faulty summon among heroes. Shaking off his gloom, he interrupts their meal. Fight the Demon King. He insists inexperienced fighters can't face tomorrow's overwhelming foe. Aki scoffs, it's not 100 years too early. Kenji calms Takumi, they're summoned, so there. Shinji laughs, declaring it's time for his magic to shine. Nene pushes past her fear to save these naive people, but Takumi snaps that this isn't a game, cutting her off. Stop, he shouts, scolding her for talking about sacrifice so young. As an elder, he finds it disrespectful, comparing her to his own grandchild. Nene freezes at the word, and Takumi pan. Robed instructors arrive, announcing a lecture for tomorrow's battle and guiding them to separate rooms. Kenji and Aki rise, eager to test their magic. As they leave, Nene glances back at Takumi, who. She thanks him, admitting his words calmed her worry since arriving. The door closes, leaving Takumi alone. Soon, a maid informs him a guest room awaits. He's grim. Elsewhere, magician Augusta meets a knight captain who asks how to dispose of the foreigner. Augusta instantly vanishes him, fearing it would upset the heroes. He'll keep the lost guy. Takumi pulls up his status screen. Soldiers average 20 and monsters hit 70, but his stats are maxed at 999,999. Staring in shock, he wonders if the system can't understand. He gives up, lies down, planning to check tomorrow. As he drifts off, a violent tremor jolts him awake. He jolts upright, startled by the commotion. The rumbling grows as he rushes to the window. A dark mass swarms the horizon and his heart sinks. The war has begun. It's the Demon King's army. He sprints from the castle into the streets, seeing citizens rush indoors. Something feels off. The battlefield should be visible from the wall, so he races to it for a better view. At the front, Eiki Tanaka carves through the demon horde, swinging his blade and screaming he'll cut them all down. Kenji blasts fire, incinerating demons. Meanwhile, Nene stands firm, taking on the defense. From the ramparts, Takumi sees soldiers just watching the battle. He confronts one, demanding why they aren't fighting. The soldier reveals it's the king's order to leave it to the three heroes. Annoyed, he spots the royals distracted in a tower. He sneaks up a ladder and overhears a strange conversation. The king laughs, calling the ritual a waste. Augusta agrees, mocking a hero with zero power. Hiding nearby, Takumi freezes as Augusta reveals he tricked them into learning self-destruct magic. Augusta reveals his cruel plan. Half the Demon King's army dies in the blast. He tricked heroes with fake revival magic, making the king laugh at their folly. This also summons the demon army, leaving Takumi aghast at. Stepping from hiding, he cuts through their talk, yelling, "Please wait." Startled, Augusta demands his identity, but the king dismisses him as a lost outsider. Unfazed, Takumi challenges their decision, sacrificing. King scoffs, asking what's wrong with trading 3 foreigners for a whole nation. He calls it the right move for a ruler. This cold logic makes Takumi's young blood boil, but 50 years of life taught him to control his rage. Augusta coldly states heroes were summoned, not forced. Takumi bows, voice urgent, pleading the king to save their young, promising lives. The king smiles cruelly and slams his goblet down. Augusta brands Takumi a rebel, ordering his execution. The king sneers that a hero is only real when they die, demanding the outsider be erased. The king offers Takumi the final hero seat before guards instantly lunge, spears closing in from all sides. A deafening roar rips from the horizon as a massive demon horde stomps the castle. Their numbers overwhelm. A dark tide threatens to engulf the fortress. 3 warriors face the onslaught. Eiki Tanaka leads Kenji and Nene, cursing the enemy's persistence. He grits his teeth, wondering how many more. He can hold on for a time, but not forever. A monster lunges, jaws wide, and a grim realization hits him. This could be the end. Before the beast strikes, a massive rock crushes it. Kenji shouts from afar, asking what took so long and calling Eiki Kanami. Eiki snaps back, hating the name and the reckless rock throwing. Kenji. The powerful spell takes its toll. Kenji clutches his head, low on magic, but can still manage small attacks. Nene Kurosaki sees this, shouts, "Stay strong." She has magic to heal them, they must focus. She casts a sacred light barrier, a damask shield that weakens foes and buffs her team. Their mana is tanking, but as the light dims, Eiki winds up a massive hero punch. Eiki's punch lands, but he instantly collapses unconscious. Kenji and Nene scream his name. The sight reminds Kenji of Augusta's warning, no magic means unconsciousness and death. Near his limit, Kenji. He calms Nene, claiming they can respawn like a game because they're the chosen ones. Boasting as the legendary Tanji, he says he's crushed thousands of armies and tells her to leave the rest too. Drunk on arrogance, Kenji raises his hand with a manic grin. He mocks the monsters and primes his suicide bomb, vowing they'll regret ever facing him. As the spell's devastating power unleashes, a sharp impact cuts it short. Eiki, back on his feet, punches Kenji's face, yelling, "Stop!" Nene watches, stunned, whispering Kenji's nickname. Takumi Seiki wakes, scratching his head, grinning cheerfully. He spots Nene Kurosaki on the ground, relieved she's all right. Startled, Nene asks why he's there, warning him of. He's stunned, trying to process everything. He remembers the arrows and the fall, but he's unscathed, not even a hole in his clothes. Ignoring the mystery, he rushes to save the kids before they cast there. A demonic horde advances, shattering his thoughts. He's only a level 1 lemon, age slowing him down. But a youth memory surfaces. He was a star pitcher. He picks a pebble, his eyes glint with determination. He hurls the pebble, triggering a violent explosion. Stunned by the simple stone's power, Takumi eyes the massive horde and readies for the real fight. He assaults monsters with precise stones, relieved their bodies turn to dust. Stones work, but he wishes for a more efficient weapon, like a pistol. Suddenly, a gleaming pistol materializes in his hand. He fires, shots rip through demonic ranks. The pistol's devastating, but vanishes from his grasp as fast as it appeared. He stares at his empty hand in disbelief as the last monster disintegrates. He studies his power. It works like a status screen, just think of an item to summon it. He summons the pistol again, but dropping it makes it vanish. Inspired by an action movie, he gets a wild idea. His idea manifests as a rocket launcher appears. The monsters charge, he pulls the trigger, and a massive explosion erupts. The rocket obliterates the horde. He runs through the aftermath, thinking this beats throwing rocks. Through smoke, he spots 3 kids. He fixes on one, recognizing their pose. He recognizes the suicide bomb pose. Takumi ditches his launcher and sprints, screaming for him to stop as the magic surges. Horror struck him. It was a monster-killing stone. He didn't just stop Kenji, he killed him. As the thought consumed him, Nene rushed to his side, relieved he was whole. Nearby, Kenji. Shaken, he told Nene to retreat. She protested, arguing they couldn't run away with the king and castle counting on them. Reinforcements would arrive, and their lives weren't in danger, unlike this world's. Cut 2, sentence 2. He grabbed her by the shoulders, his voice urgent as he explained that she had been lied to. 18 words. He grabbed her shoulders, urgently exposing the lie. He let go and apologized for yelling. Nene stood silent, then smiled and thanked him for saving them. Her spirits lifted. She noted the irony. The saint with indomitable spirit skill needed cheering up. Takumi saw an opening, proposed a plan, regroup at the castle. He'd create a diversion, Nene begs him to stop, certain his level 1 status means death. He promises he'll be fine, then summons a massive 4-barreled weapon from thin air, leaving her stunned. He wondered if it was a summoning skill, explaining creation of all things was just a name he chose. No time, he ordered her to secure their escape, deal with the sage and hero. Determined, Nene accepted. She turned to help. He faced the grotesque horde, grinning confidently as he raised his weapon, declaring time to take out the trash. A rocket blasted from the launcher, a massive explosion tearing through enemy ranks. He called. Explosions rocked the battlefield, scattering smoke and shrapnel. He'd pushed the enemy back far enough, time to retreat to the castle. He charged the castle gates, weapons ready, but stopped short. Nene was there, pounding the wood in a panic. He shouted for answers, and she delivered the news. The gate was sealed shut. He pounds the huge gate, demanding answers from the guards. With gritted teeth, he roars, "Open up!" Furious, they deny the truth they've witnessed. Beside him, Nene watches with concern. King Kale Denasia glares from the ramparts, wondering why Takumi isn't dead. He demands the hero annihilate the Demon King's army, threatening death if he refuses. As arrows fly, Nene urges Takumi decides they must fight. He turns, aiming his rocket launcher at the castle gate, not the demons. Nene screams his name as he fires with a deafening boom. Explosion shatters the gate and wall, flinging rubble. The king stares, furious, realizing the tire kicker forced his hand. He bellows, "Dispatch the army, stop the Demon King, protect it." As King's forces flood from the breach, Nene tells Takumi to get others to safety, but he just smiles, declaring he'll fight the Demon King's army. She begs him to stay, but Takumi refuses, calling her a special saint needed to heal the broken after the war. Winking, he claims he's just a useless summon they'll be fine without. He dismisses her concerns, then dashes away, zipping past startled royal knights as Nene calls. Running, he ponders his situation. He never understood his summoning. He'd retired, planning to rest his old bones and trust. He skids before the massive monster horde. A rocket launcher won't cut it. This insane fight needs an insane solution. He remembers a high school anime he watched on repeat. He remembers spaceships defending Earth from giant enemies. Suddenly, he's in a familiar cockpit. A synth voice announces weapons initialized, charge at 120%. He stares at his hand, stunned he created this. A colossal warship materializes above the battlefield. Its engines ignite, blasting it forward to meet the demonic tide. The ship roars, blasting a massive shockwave across the land. Nene, Eiki, Kenji, and the soldiers are blown back, staring in shock at the raw power. Silence falls on a massive trench carved through the demon army. Standing at the edge, Takumi hiccups and grins. He jokes the mountain view is finally clear, even if he nuked the countryside to see it. He turns, leaving soldiers stunned. A knight asks what happened, suggesting they investigate. Another gulps, realizing an apology won't fix this. As they process the power, Takumi runs down the huge channel he created. Humming a familiar tune, a man works the fields until nearby farmers call him over for a break. He turns, smiles brightly, raises a hand. "Be right there," he calls back cheerfully. Takumi sits with the villagers, reflecting on his new life. 2 weeks after crushing the demon lord, he settled in Pennant Village, but victory cost him. He accidentally leveled a mountain range and blasted the king with. He reflects on his journey, After fleeing the capital, digging a village well convinced him to stay. An old man interrupts, asking him to fix Grandma Jen's roof. Takumi agrees to help after finishing his chores. Using his creation skill, he spawns a ladder and hammer to fix a roof. It's handy, even if he can't make raw materials. After an old woman thanks him, Takumi realizes he loves. His strolls cut short by teens on his lawn. Clearly outsiders, alarm jolts him. Are they bounty hunters? Before he can react, a villager spots him, calling out his perfect timing. On a forced path, spiky-haired Carrots, leader of Blue Wolf's Mane, introduces himself. Takumi guides them, relieved he misjudged them and vowing to stop assuming the worst. Parrots explains monsters appear in rural areas where magic stagnates. Left unchecked, they grow stronger, so the nation sends adventurers to eliminate them while weak. As he speaks, the dark-haired girl in their party winks at Takumi. Renee slaps his back, declaring she likes him and wants him to join. The others chuckle, calling her abandoned claim as serious as their hero or sage titles. Takumi spots a hooded party member, wondering why they need. Carrots introduces Furcorina, an elf. Takumi stares speechless. Flustered, Furcorina pulls her hood up, asking why humans act like this. Snapping out of it, Takumi profusely apologizes, admitting he. Karina blushes and pulls her hood low. She's heard worse excuses, but she's still embarrassed. Carrots turns to Takumi, asking if she knows about the demon army's capital attack and how it keeps adventurers from returning. Rumors say the king and 3 heroes slaughtered 100,000 demons, leaving the capital in chaos. The guild is now rushing every party into action, but Takumi just wants to know why they. His question stuns Carrots. The leader blushes, laughing he simply liked the name. Takumi jokes a maneless wolf would be chilly, making Carrots yell in embarrassment as they trek the rocky path. The climb turns brutal. Renee gasps for air and Furcorina admits even pros would struggle. Carrots praises their local guide, but Takumi reveals he's not from the village. He explains his trail knowledge. The kind mayor told him about delicious birds in the forest. Since villagers feed Takumi, the mayor asked him to fetch birds as ingredients in return. His companions seem skeptical, but note his confidence. He brags about the massive bird feast, making the party laugh, but a winded Carrots asks how he hunted them without a bow. Kumi cheerfully declares he doesn't need one, he just throws tiny rocks. This stuns Renee and Furcorina. He admits it was tough at first, but practice made it easy, miming a throw with a comical splash. He points to the nearby cave, but Renee stops him. Calling him Takumen, she invites the outsider to the party, certain his rock-hunting skills mean his level is off the charts. Takumi politely refuses, sheepishly revealing he's only level 1. The party freezes in shock, Renee instantly retracting the offer. As others whisper, Carrots demands Takumi's stats. Takumi checks his screen, finding. Grimacing, he explained level 1 stats rarely exceed 12 and apologized for not checking Takumi's status. Due to area monsters, they couldn't allow him into the cave but promised to escort him. Unfazed, Takumi stepped up as guide, having survived this place before. As the party pushed deeper, Carrots took point, ordering a battle formation and a source of life from Furcorina. Furcorina chants, summoning a spirit wisp that shatters the darkness. Takumi and Renee watch in awe, but Takumi realizes he could likely do the same. His thought instantly manifested. A bright flash erupted. Takumi suddenly held a glowing lantern, explaining it was his lead lantern skill. Startled by the light, Carrots and Renee asked what was wrong. Takumi sheepishly apologized. Furcorina joked she was a lamp and thanked Takumi, since juggling spells is exhausting. Carrots dubbed Takumi the Lightbearer, but suddenly wings flapped in the dark. Monsters swarm from the shadows. Renee identifies them as flying poison rats, warning the team about their paralyzing bite. Carrots takes charge, ordering Takumi to hide while Renee guards the right. He commands Furcorina to use wind magic, and she unleashes a massive blast. The spell blasted the swarm and the warriors lunged. Renee and Carrots moved in sync, their flashing blades slicing through the flying monsters. He watches from safety, impressed. The enemies are weak, but their numbers pressure the trio. It's like hunting birds, but easier. With a flick, he fires energy bolts, dropping rats instantly. One effortless strike decimated the swarm. Carrots paused, shocked it ended so fast. Takumi told them to stay back and let him help. With the threat gone, Carrots recorded their progress. He held up a glowing card, 33 minimum bats. Satisfied, he handed it to Furcorina. Takumi asked what it was. As he answered, Carrot clutched his chest, coughing, and explained it was. Furcorina explains the magic card logs kills to calculate their pay. Carrots adds that monsters have ranks. Tougher kills boost standing but increase risk. Parties only take quests matching their rank to track contributions, a system Takumi finds very convenient. Renee cheerfully announced the tally. For Karina 8, her 25, a new record. She then teased Takumi for his 0 kills since he didn't fight. Carrots laughed. Renee suggested Tak. The card glowed as a mechanical whirring erupted like a jackpot. Entries blurred across the screen at impossible speeds. Takumi stared in a cold sweat, thinking one thing, oops. Carrots ignored the commotion, tucking his card away. He urged them on, they'd barely fought, more monsters awaited. Takumi wasn't listening. He stared at his hand, horror dawning on his face. Oh. Screeching bat monsters surround them, so Carrots yells for Renee and for Corina to move. For Corina preps wind magic and asks for cover. Renee agrees, charging an energy orb to protect. Crying out, she thrust her hand, unleashing a huge concussive blast called Airway. The spell shreds the swarm. Renee smirks as the monsters disintegrate into nothing. Takumi praises their teamwork, secretly admitting his small help. The group reconvenes, for Corina examines her fixed monster card, now displaying 11 defeated small bats. The creatures were too tough for the weakest type. Carrots agrees, spotting a medium bat in a swarm and concluding monsters grow stronger the deeper they go. Mid-discussion, Takumi calls out, urging them to see what he. They find a deep tunnel in the rock. Renee spots fresh stones at the entrance. Dark energy pours out as Furkurena senses powerful magic and prepares to commune with the spirits. She focuses, and the others ask what she senses. Corina detects a mana cavern, but something's wrong. This much power should attract maximum bats and screaming spirits, but it's dead quiet. Carrots asks what a man of cavern is. Renee explains it's where C-rank threats like max bats become ferocious, too strong for their party. Trapped between this new danger and monsters, Carrots declares He hesitates, fearing protocol needs a research team first. Takumi interrupts. What about Pennant Village? Renee realizes a monster horde could swarm the village at any second. Carrots insists they're too weak to proceed. Karina suggests surveying the cavern. After tense silence, Renee commands retreat. She orders Carrots and Karina to run ahead. She and Takumi. As 2 members left, Carrots told Renee they were counting on her and asked Karina for light. He apologized for being too weak to scout, but Takumi brushed it off, promising to request a subjugation team at the guild. He watched them go, then eyed the narrow tunnel. It could become a massive cavern any second, and monsters would storm outside. Looking at the empty cave entrance, he suddenly realized Renee was gone. Wondering if she'd left, he crept forward to scout the cavern. Suddenly, Renee jumped out with a grin, shouting, "Let's do this!" Surprised but ready, he agreed. He asked, heart-pounding, what she was doing. Renee casually replied she couldn't let him go alone, reminding him he was their ace, volunteered to check things. She found his excessive kindness endearing, then playfully pointed out her. She claimed she wanted to explore, dumping the boring work on Carrots. Heading deeper, she promised to lead any escape. Takumi saw through her act and patted her back, calling her a good person before insisting on ladies first. They ventured deeper into darkness, bats fluttering above. Takumi saw light ahead. Renee, recalling Corina's theory, said the light was spirits throwing a fit. A passage burst into a colossal cavern. Bats swarmed above a vast underground lake. Takumi stared, stunned by the place's true nature. Renee reveals magic-infused water blocked their spells. The entire lake is now a massive mana cavern. Instead of clumping, magic spread through the water, turning the whole area into one giant power source. Takumi realized this was no ordinary beast. Renee confirmed it. This threat was too big for the guild and needed an army. She begged him to run, but suddenly her senses spiked. Her eyes widened as she screamed. Isagi shot upward at a cry. A colossal bat-like humanoid descended from the ceiling, blotting out the faint light. The massive bat monster bears its fangs. Renee apologizes for leading them into its lair and offers to stay behind so he can escape. Takumi, clutching a stone, stares in total shock. He stands, ignoring Renee. He knows a powerful weapon could defeat the beast, but risking the cavern's collapse is too great. He picks a different, familiar approach and lunges. He hurls the stone at the massive beast, striking deep in the Bat Lord's mouth. The monster recoils, wings thrashing in pain. The impact petrifies the Bat Lord and his swarm into brittle, shattering stone. Takumi pumps his fist, cheering his bowling strike. A stunned Renee demands to know the object, prompting his sheepish admission of the wrong. Victory is short-lived. The swarm charges as the walls crack with glowing energy. Renee realizes it's a mana overflow, and they triggered it. Sprinting for help, Carrots and Corina halt as a tremendous rumbling erupts from the cave. They turn just in time to see a monstrous shape emerge from the entrance, filling them with impending doom. As the cavern collapses, Takumi yells at Rene to flee from falling debris. She stumbles, falls under the onslaught. Through the chaos, they spot the exit's bright light, but hope turns to horror. Monsters already pour into. He realizes the village is wide open. With the roof gone, he scrambles to build something massive to plug the hole and trap the monsters, but the pressure makes his mind blank. Carrots warns Ferkorina to stay back, helpless against the cataclysm. They watch in shock as a massive entity rises from the cave's rubble. A massive rock dragon rises from the mountain, its single eye glaring with malice as a deadlier threat awakens. Born from the cave's ruins, the massive beast towered high, its rocky body shifting with terrifying power. It scanned the land, its single eye burned with ancient, destructive light. A low growl like grinding stone rumbled from its throat. Its maw roared silently as a massive foot shook the world. Takumi watched in shadow, whispering one word, monster. Past life images flashed, giant creatures trampling cities on screen. This was no different. Monster or man a cavern, he'd created something immense. Holding Rene close, he admitted the result wasn't entirely bad. At the Roland Guild, Carrots loudly protests their refusal to authorize his party's request to find and destroy an undiscovered monster den. The receptionist explains the guild's position. Scouts found the cave utterly destroyed, leaving only a massive crater. She knows authorized quests guarantee their rank up, but with no verifiable site, they have no choice. A massive beast crushed the cave, but the receptionist thinks he's lying and says the guild won't believe him. He recalls Rene injured and unconscious in the cave. A villager guided them to her, saving her. Takumi carried unconscious Rene, healing her with magic. The story hits the receptionist hard, melting her professional mask into a blushing mess. Saving a girl is peak cool, and she immediately asks, is he handsome and single? From her table, Ferkorina, an elf, calls him a weird young guy with an old man's relaxed vibe. The receptionist muses he sounds old, but warm and good, despite being zoned out. Rene sighs, catching Ferkorina's attention. Carrots assumes she's thinking of Takumi, sending the receptionist into a romance frenzy. Rene shuts them down, insisting her thoughts were serious, telling them to calm down. Holding a rock, she recalls a bat swarm being obliterated by a single stone. She knows it sounds impossible, but she saw it herself. They aren't buying it. Carrots calls it impossible, while Karina suggests Rene was just dreaming while out cold. The receptionist cuts in professionally. She doesn't get their debate, but the guild's decision is final, so finish the labeling and the quest. Carrot jumps, realizing he forgot something huge. She logs their F-rank hunt, scanning their cards on a glowing device to update their stats. She checks their cards, Carrots E, Rene E, Ferkorina D. Ranks unchanged, Carrots weeps in disappointment. Next, she processes the Blue Wolf May party card. She scans the card, but something's wrong. It's taking way too long, and her smile instantly turns to worry. Shock echoes through the guild. The receptionist trembles, staring at the card in disbelief. She demands if it's a joke, revealing the impossible. Their party hit SS rank, having defeated over 78,000. The party's stunned as Carrots and Ferkorina shout, SS rank. Thinking S rank was the limit, Rene reveals SS is the world's true peak, and the Blue Wolf party strikes a triumphant. Shock turns to confusion. Carrots wonders if the sensor's broken. The receptionist denies it. Ferkorina speculates about illusion magic, then suggests Takumi's responsible. Rene's eyes widen as she realizes Takumi was the last person to touch the card before Catherine. They think Carrots remembers Takumi's level 1 max stat claim. Ferkorina notes nobody saw him kill those bats. The receptionist listens, connecting the dots. The receptionist drops a bombshell. Could Takumi be one of the legendary heroes who saved the capital? The timing fits, but Ferkorina doubts it since he acts nothing like a hero. Carrots decides they're heading back to Pennant to confront Takumi. Despite the 4-day trek, the team agrees the mystery is too big to ignore. Catherine stalls the guild as the party sets out. Fists raised with her crew, Rene vowed to expose the truth about Takumi. She handed Kathy the guild papers, her mind already on the mission. Meanwhile, the person she saw was miles away in Rallant, unconcerned. A job office woman remarked he seemed busy. She mentioned her sister, Catherine, worked at the guild, and Takumi confirmed his arrival 3 days ago. She praised Tatsumi for his speed and manners, but Takumi used the alias to hide his wanted status. He recalled his unusual journey to Roland, a memory that began with a parachute's sharp snap against the sky. Desperate after leaving the Blue Wolf party, he took an unprecedented leap, parachuting from a kaiju's head. Mid-descent, he overheard a villager. The capital's conscripted youths were returning. His escape plan failed spectacularly. Grateful residents threw him a massive party, cheering him off with raised mugs. To escape the festival fast, he used his powers to spawn a bike and speed out of the village. He pedaled a dirt road, leaving the village mountains behind for the vast countryside. He admired the pristine scenery of this machine-free world. Pedaling effortlessly, he gained massive speed, shocking two travelers as he blazed past. The journey ends in Rallant, and Renee arrives at the same time. After checking the guild, she hits a job office, learning the Blue Wolf members are still away. Right then, Takumi sits in that. You notice the street bustling, many people gathered nearby. A voice calls, he turns to a familiar face. The castle soldier recognizes him as Mistake Summit. Panic surged as his cover was blown, but the soldier laughed, revealing his bounty for trying to kill the king was gone. Takumi asked for this. The soldier explained the heroes begged the king directly, refusing to take no until he was overwhelmed. He wasn't sure of details, but 2 of 3 heroes left the castle, only the sage remained. Matter settled, the soldier asked if Takumi was joining the local guild. He gave a thumbs up, noting the famous Rallant guild would give him instant credibility. The guild's fame? It housed the SS-class Blue Dragon Shield party, hence the gathered adventurers, but a ponied woman got turned away, told Blue Dragon Shield wasn't there. With the guild closed, the soldier wished Takumi luck and left. Takumi headed back to the capital to verify the bounty, hoping to thank the heroes if he saw them. He first said goodbye to Kathy. Front door locked, he tried the handle. Catherine's sister's voice told him to use the back door. Entering, he heard Catherine grumble about idiots trying to sneak in. Catherine lunges, screaming for his death, but her sister stops the strike. Explaining he's a customer, not an adventurer, she welcomes Tatsumi inside. Sister's intervention calmed things. Takumi announced he'd leave Rallant. He'd head to the capital for someone, asking Catherine to relay a message for the Blue Wolf main party. Nearby, a young woman. Takumi leaves his message, waves goodbye, then exits the guild. Back inside, his departure hit hard. Catherine's sister sniffles, sighing she'll never see Tatsumi again. Resting her head, she finds Tatsumi's calm. Old soul vibe comforting, but Renee warns the married woman to watch her mouth. She pushes, accusing her sister of spreading rumors that gave the Blue Dragon Shield a false reputation. But her sister denies everything. Her sister admits the name error but blames snitches for the leak. She reveals Tatsumi spoke about the real Blue Wolf main, confirming Renee's bad gut feeling. She adds Tatsumi's from Pennant Village. The name rocks Renee and it clicks. Tatsumi, Pennant Village, same person. Shock hits her. A young man acting old, he matches the description perfectly. Her sister gushes about Tatsumi, but Renee panics, realizing her huge mistake. She just had casual guild talk with a VIP. Far from the guild, Takumi bikes down a country road, bound for the capital, eager to reunite with Kenji and wondering what happened to the other heroes. Takumi Seiki recalls the month since he and 3 heroes were summoned to save a kingdom from a demon lord. After exposing the king's lies and crushing the demons, Takumi was framed for assassination and forced to flee as a wanted man. Escaping the capital, he hid in Pennant Village. Later, after meeting the Blue Wolf main adventure party, he headed for their base town of Ralph. His bounty lifted. Another hero from his world convinced the king to forgive him. Touched by the unknown gesture, he had to thank them. With new purpose, he left Rallant, returning to the capital. He pedals on, but checking the signs, he realizes he's totally lost. He smiles, realizing he forgot he was in another world, wishing he'd asked Roland for directions to the capital. He's not worried. Since he's on a main road, he'll just ask the next person for directions. A coach clatters near. Before he can shout, a blade presses his neck as 3 figures surround him, demanding silence. Thieves. A coach stops and a rich man leans out laughing. He explains the thugs aren't thieves, but his rank bodyguards, the night owls. Laughing, he tells Takumi his guards were careful. The highway's full of beasts, monsters, and highwaymen, making a lone man a target. He chuckles, Takumi already paid him for the fun. Takumi calls him a businessman, understanding his point, but he has nothing to give. He reveals he's a wealthy merchant with foresight, leaving Takumi stunned. He knows Takumi will be a gold mine later. Stunned, Takumi shouts he's dead broke. Takumi calls it business thinking. Kindness isn't just for others. Seizing the chance, the nobleman asks Takumi to join his trip. Takumi beams, happy to agree. They journey by horse carriage. Inside the carriage, Lamaldo asks why Takumi is visiting the capital. Takumi reveals he's meeting one of the 3 heroes. Lamaldo claims he's on secret business too, his face turning grim as he rushes. He fumes over ditching a massive trade deal, making Takumi realize how serious this is. Suddenly, the carriage slams to a halt. Takumi panics, but Lamildo calmly tells him it's fine. Takumi suspects bandits, but Lamildo isn't worried. Outside, the night owls are already shredding the attackers. Lamildo, unbothered, pours 2 wines. He explains his sudden trip meant no usual bodyguards, but the night owls are stronger than expected. He tells Takumi to let them work. While a battle rages, Lamildo calmly sips wine. Takumi watches, realizing he handles this chaos often. He's a wealthy businessman, not a king. The journey was smooth thanks to Lamildo's luxurious, spacious coach, reminding him of old-world private jets. The luxury reached his plate. This commoner had never traveled first class and stared at the feast in awe. During the journey, he pondered his status. Night owls easily dispatched all beasts and bandits, proving Lamildo's foresight. He'd gained a strange new skill, creator of all life, and his level inexplicably jumped. A jolt shattered his thoughts as the carriage screeched to a halt. He turned to his companion. Another ambush. Lamildo's face was grim. The noble confirmed this trip was unusual. Despite traveling this road often, they'd already survived 2 bandit ambushes and a monster attack. He's usually attacked every 3 trips, but Lamildo blamed the rising danger on the capital's fallen army. Takumi knew off-worlders like him were responsible, and now the world was changing too fast. Lamildo suddenly boomed with laughter, proclaiming to a tradesman, "Great change brings great opportunity. Predict it, and you'll make a fortune." Takumi watched, struck by his relentless optimism. Laughter died and unnerving quiet settled. Takumi grew concerned, wondering, aren't they done yet? As the night owl's absence stretched, the strange outside silence forced him to investigate. He exited the carriage into a clearing. The night chirped with insects, nothing else. The horses stood calmly, but bodyguards and attackers vanished. Scanning the empty woods, he wondered where the owls vanished until a sudden jolt from behind sent his eyes wide with shock. He spins toward the noise, finding his guards gone and the driver dead. Takumi panics, screaming the man's title. A man with glasses steps from the shadows, grinning cruelly. He mocks Kamai for leaving safety, raises his hand and chants. Flare bursts. The spell erupts, engulfing Takumi in fire. He cries out, surprised, bracing against the heat, but the flames leave him unharmed. Flames fade, leaving the coachman's body smoldering as Lamildo bursts from the carriage demanding answers. The night owl leader instantly appears beside him, pressing a cold sword to his throat. Lamildo freezes, staring in disbelief at the man he hired. Leader smirks at Lamildo's furious treason claims. The nobleman warns the guild will revoke his registration and punish him, but the leader scoffs, doubting it. He reveals his true betrayal. Guild records show a fake party took the quest to split the loot. To hide the evidence, they must kill Lamildo. The real prize is the nobleman's treasure box skill, making the hooded night owl. Lamildo gets it. His skill warps items into a private vault only he controls. Facing his betrayer, he stands defiant. He refuses mockery, declaring he'll never surrender his property to criminals, even if it costs his life. The owl leader chuckles at the nobleman's resolve, boasting no one refuses them. He presents Gansel, their poison doctor, who grins. "I inflict unending pain without killing, agony so profound you'll beg for death." He grimaces as the mage demands he open the portal or suffer. Suddenly, a noise echoes from the smoldering body. From the scorched earth, Takumi rises, ragged but unbroken. Fists clenched, he shouts he won't let them escape their treachery. His return shocks the night owls. The mage and leader stare in disbelief, baffled he survived. The mage screams, shocked his flames failed. As the embers fade, Takumi remembers the fire's shock, but he stands untouched. He notes the strange fact. Fire burned his clothes, yet he felt no heat, his body unharmed. A soft glow surrounds Takumi as the night owls watch. The mage points at a notification as new clothes materialize. Lamildo is baffled, but Takumi calls their fake hero act despicable. He clarifies he's not a hand of justice, but seeing earnest young adventurers rise through ranks, he feels indignant at the night owls. The night owl leader sneers, raising a glowing blade. He warns Takumi will fall to his magic sword first. Light erupts from Takumi's hands. The night owl's gasp as a notification confirms Frist's creation. He stands ready, wielding the identical magic sword. Takumi faces the night owl leader with a copied blade. Lamildo recognizes the replication skill, and the enraged leader roars, insulted that Takumi would challenge him with a cheap fake. He lunges, blade violently clashes with the commies. Younger man strains, surprised he blocked the attack. Leader dismisses the parry as a lucky shot, then with a vicious grin thrust his sword in a powerful follow-up. The warrior keeps attacking, unleashing rapid strikes. Shockingly, Takumi blocks every strike, even feints. The leader stares, incredulous, demanding what his opponent said. Shock deepens. He figured the sword was just a pathetic copy from a simple replication skill, but Takumi swung his blade forcefully, meeting his attack head-on. Panting, Takumi realizes how brutal this fight is. He's barely surviving by deflecting strikes, a trick learned from samurai movies. Real combat is no joke, and he silently thanks his team for the backup. The leader clicks his tongue, forced to draw his cursed sword against this opponent while Lamelda watches in confusion. The nobleman demands the sword's name, certain Takumi's copy still needs it to trigger. As the blade glows dark, Takumi realizes names are the key. He reflects on his power. He created a magic sword by conjuring its name, knowing nothing of it. Yet he failed to create missile launchers, lacking their exact name. Was a clear mental image the sword's true key. Weapon glowing with dark energy, the Night Owl leader lunges. He snarls that Takumi is finished, but Takumi braces, meeting the charge with his replicated blade. Attack stops cold. Leader stares shocked as a brilliant cross erupts from Takumi's chest. Lemildo shouts Takumi's name. Takumi looks down, blank and stunned, as strange power awakens. Takumi's life drains as the Night Owl leader grins, revealing his cursed blade saps its wielder's life for immense power, boosting his abilities. He never wanted this, but had no choice. He roars they'll regret crossing him and lunges with blinding speed. Carrots and Renee panic over the cursed weapon, but Takumi stays cool, vowing to build a counter. Screaming for blood, he swings his cursed sword, but Kumi stands firm, gripping a new blade to meet the strike. Night Owl leader's strike stops dead. His cursed blade clashes Takumi's creation, frozen, as he stares in disbelief while Takumi effortlessly holds him back. Eyes closed, Takumi reflects. He's once again sliced something dull. He recognizes his sword. It's no mere steel, but the legendary Tikmata Keinmitsu, war god Yusugi Kenshin's blade. Legends say it cleaves gun and armor in one stroke, even slicing thunder. The Night Owls stand frozen. Their demon blades failed, and the leader knows capturing Takumi is impossible. Takumi watches, realizing even a lethal weapon has its purpose. Gansel flashes beside Takumi, grinning as he reveals the deadly Ganserinsel poison needle. Paralysis strikes, and Takumi can't move a muscle. Takumi's paralyzed as the blonde Night Owl invokes a white storm raptor, preparing a massive lightning blast. The Night Owl leader smirks, declaring their strength lies in diverse assault styles. Suddenly, massive energy erupts from the ground, engulfing the paralyzed economy. The lightning hit, but Takumi felt no pain, only a weird tingle. Blinking away sweat, he muttered, confused. The sensation felt pleasant, like chiropractor tingling. Shoulders light, refreshed. The hooded Night Owl watched in disbelief, realizing electric magic and poison needles were useless. Night Owl was stunned. The blonde demanded analyze magic to expose his skills, while their leader wondered what monster could tank both poison and lightning. His grin turned sinister. He saw it clearly, he'd hit their weak spot and claim their skills. Her companion stared in shock at the analysis. The target had every immunity, physical, magic, elemental, and mental. She couldn't believe any world could produce such a monster. The revelation terrified the leader. He realized they fought no monster but a god. But Takumi, watching, cheerfully announced a brilliant idea to capture them unharmed. He formed an object, explaining it was a stun grenade, a non-lethal device from police dramas to subdue terrorists. A thought struck him. Would this grenade, like past creations, vanish too far from him, a limitation he knew stemmed from his core? No time to hesitate. This was the main body, so he went all in. He hurled the grenade, the blast engulfing all three Night Owl members. Light fading, an awkward Takumi told the trio he was fine and whipped up some rope match. He rattled toward the capital, three bound Night Owl members dazed beside him. At Avento's HQ, a distinguished man bowed, then thanked them, revealing Takumi saved the chairman's life. The thanks were just the start. Takumi watched in shock as a line of employees bowed in unison, shouting their gratitude. Chairman Lemildo, beaming with joy, cradled an infant. His capital mission fulfilled, he felt like holding his newborn grandchild. Seeing Takumi confused, he explained his visit was personal. His son, his apprentice, wanted to open a capital business with his eloped girlfriend. Lemildo decided to help, and Takumi realized this trumped any business deal. Nearby, a wife scolds her husband for pestering her about the due date, admitting she kept it secret to avoid her father-in-law's drama. As they leave, Takumi's friend spots the carriage overflowing with gifts. Her father's acting like a doting parent, proving even cold merchants turn into soft grandpas for their grandkids. Lamildo approached, offering thanks, but Takumi refused, insisting he expected no reward as the carriage ride to the capital was enough. Concerned, Lamildo asked if he truly refused all thanks. The old man pressed, offering a compromise. He'd help, but Takumi must call him for any asterisk problem, promising full support. Takumi, seeing his sincerity, smiled and accepted. In a grassy field, the night owl leader watched Takumi fight, sprinting as massive dark energy slashes barely missed him. Lamildo asks about Takumi's history with the guild. Takumi says he's new but mentions giving his name while turning in the Dark Knight's owl. Hearing this, a receptionist panics, realizing Tak. Holding his grandkid, he bids Takumi a warm farewell and tells him to stay safe. Business done, Takumi and Furkorina explore the capital's bustling streets and grand sights. He walks amidst the noisy crowd, quietly observing the bustling royal capital. He's admiring the beautiful art when a voice suddenly calls his name. Confused, he scans the crowded street. He swore someone called but saw no familiar face. Confusion mounts as a large man in a suit approaches, asking, "Is it him?" He recalls meeting in the capital, cheerfully asking about his friend, leaving Takumi utterly lost. The man snacks, claiming they met in the capital as Takumi stares back, stunned. 2 months ago, Takumi Seiki was summoned to Calixania as a hero. But after defying the king, he was framed for assassination and hunted by the royal army. His charges dropped after 3 heroes appealed to the king. He wonders how they convinced the arrogant monarch, smug in his throne room. Grateful, he traveled to the capital to thank a hero who stayed. A massive man in a suit looms over him, offering meat skewers. He stares back, sweating and speechless. He scratches his head and stammers, asking the stranger who they are. The chewing man looks surprised, asking if Takumi knew him, then introducing himself as Tanji, his online name. Takumi remained perplexed. He reluctantly reveals his real name is Kenji Takachi, and Takumi repeats it as realization hits. Patience snaps, his face twists, yelling, "You still don't get it." He points, roaring, "It's Kinshin, Kinshin." A name echoes through the street. Takumi freezes as the truth sinks in. "Kinshin," he mutters, stunned. Shock explodes into a shout. "Why, you're Kinshan?" Kenji throws his hands up, shouting back, "You're so slow." He stared, shocked, stammering, "What happened?" Kenji, the man before him, was utterly transformed, his old self vanished. He demanded to know where the smart, thin man went, since only his glasses looked the same. Shocked, he greeted his old friend, patting his massive back as Kenji agreed it had been a while. Kenji hadn't seen anyone from their world in ages. He invited Takumi to his royal castle, tempting him with nice snacks, but a shocked Takumi declined. Approaching the castle, armored guards snapped to attention, metal clanged. Soldiers parted as the gate groaned open. Kenji led his guest into the royal compound. Kenji's hero status gave him total castle access, and as Takumi entered, the smell of food hit him instantly. He entered a luxury room, the balcony doors revealing a stunning mountain view. Tanji slumped onto the fancy furniture, praising the decor while half apologizing for the trash and skewers on the floor. The sofa groaned under his weight. Kenji, noticing Takumi's unease, told him to relax and get comfortable. Sitting across from Takumi, he mocked how winded the man was, joking his lifestyle was catching up to him before offering grilled squid and noting it had been 2 months since they last met. Takumi declined, noting how fast Kenji settled into his new life. Grinning smugly, Kenji insisted he wasn't Kinshin. He was now the wise Tanji, pushing a plate of meatballs toward Takumi. On a balcony, Takumi saw Kenji gorging. Kenji explained, after the battle with no phone or internet, eating was his only joy, causing his weight gain. Takumi joked Kenji looked like a reverse diet ad. Kenji quickly pivoted, asking if he'd heard the rumor about a foreign army hunting him. The question stuns Takumi. Kenji explains he thought Nene Kurosaki was missing and owes her a debt. He offers Takumi yakisoba, but he refuses again. Slurping noodles, he learned Nene defeated him. The kingdom's fury raged, now hunting the church backing her. Kumi asked about the church. Kenji explained it was the Christos cult, also known as the Holy Church Order, the Caledonia Kingdom's state religion. Political turmoil exploded. Discovering Nene's a summoned saint, the church demanded her. The kingdom leveraged this, pressuring the church, threatening war against them and the entire nation. The truth hit Takumi like a blow. He jumped up, realizing Nene surrendered to the church to save him, nearly making Kenji drop his bowl. Unfazed, Kenji finished his drink. He confirmed Takumi was right, Nene was safer with the church than the kingdom. He offers Takumi food, joking that Nene will feast as a saint, but Takumi refuses, pointing out Kenji's been eating non-stop. Takumi asks Nene's location. Chewing, he confirms she's in Fultima, the royal capital and church HQ, a fact the church loudly proclaims. Takumi steals his resolve and heads for Fultima's capital. He asks about Aiki, and a stunned Kenji reveals she's hunting the demon lord. He explains hero Aiki, celebrated with parades, began his quest with a retinue after a public declaration. Downcast, Takumi listens, then quietly asks if Kenji's all right with this. Kenji dramatically shoves the last snacks in, telling Takumi he's staying put, not a shut-in, just Indo-oriented. Takumi watches, concerned for his own body. Kenji wants to taste every delicacy in the capital. Takumi stands up, getting the point. "I get it," he says, "I'm off." Shocked by the sudden exit, Kenji asks if he's leaving. He offers Takumi takoyaki, warning that the king finding him would mean trouble, but Takumi refuses. Takumi stands outside, ready to depart, when Kenji calls out from a balcony above. He shouts from the railing. Takumi's caught in this summoning chaos and struggling, but they're still comrades like always. Takumi grins, thanking Kenji and promising reliance. Kenji laughs, agrees to help as a friend, then waves goodbye, yelling Tanji. After leaving his friend, Takumi hits a busy city with a massive grin. He's satisfied, rushing to the royal capital was the right call. He reaches the Karatsinia Adventurers Guild, as a frustrated shout erupts from inside. Inside, a mustached man fumes, demanding why their target's missing despite mobilizing the whole guild. His team reassures him. A woman reports highway checkpoints and tight surveillance, certain their target is hiding in the capital. The director slams his fist on the table, shouting their assessments naive. He warns Takumi is not an opponent to take lightly. Two staff whisper. She heard he soloed the Banquet of Darkness, but her colleague scoffs Takumi just exploited their exhaustion. He mocks the mercenaries for losing to their own passenger, making the director's eye twitch in rage. The staff laugh, claiming only system abusers get punished. Enraged, the director clenches his fist and calls them blockheads. The Rarin incident report reveals his urgency. E-rank party Azure Shield subjugated over 78,000 monsters, instantly promoting them to the highest SS rank, truly abnormal. The frantic search hit a secret investigation by guild leaders. Only a select few knew the details to avoid chaos, a real headache for some. The truth was out. Takumi, their target, was the one who boosted the Azure Shield's rank. If he cleared the Den of Darkness, even an A-rank party stood no chance. The confused staff wonders why the bosses want this kid as a woman reads the file. Takumi, 18, black hair, black eyes, average build. The director hesitated, searching for words. He stroked his mustache, a troubled look as he struggled to explain. He faked excitement, calling Takumi a top-tier talent the guild had to recruit. His staff didn't buy it, wondering why scouting one kid required a massive manhunt. He knew the dire truth. Without Takumi, the guild was doomed. The problem was the Azure Shield's S-rank, and it couldn't be revoked. The guild system worked perfectly, making zero mistakes. Yet the world's highest rank went to a rookie party with a commoner. This unprecedented event baffled the public, leaving guild leaders scrambling for answers ever since. Their desperate, simple solution. Takumi had to officially join the Adventurers Guild and the Azure Shield party to legitimize their situation. Fuming in his office, the director felt the pressure. His bosses demanded results, but the target reached the royal capital. He cursed as the pressure mounted while his staff watched in silence. At the Karatsinia Guild, staff tracked their target. A woman notes his features don't match, and while black-haired Easterners exist, her colleague says they're nearly non-existent in the capital. A blonde staffer joins, admitting she saw the perfect match but ignored them. The man agrees, recalling the person fought monsters with an unnervingly placid expression, showing no tension which felt wrong. Overhearing, the guild master steps up. He confesses seeing the individual, initially thinking it was their target, but quickly dismissed it. His arrogant face, lack of gear, and simple villager clothes made him nothing like their target. The staff nods as the blonde woman admits she'd lose instantly. Her colleagues laugh in agreement, fueling the guild master's rage as he slams his desk. His patience gone, he roars that the target is escaping and orders an immediate citywide search. He sharply addresses his staff. "Listen up, our target is formidable, don't let frustration cloud judgment, disperse." They scatter to search. Alone again, the guildmaster leans against the window, sweat on his brow. Replaying their words, he wonders who is actually nervous. Just what kind of man is Takumi Seiki? Then it hits him. If the target's so skilled, fooling experienced guild staff is simple. His staff's words echo. Something was off, they didn't act like adventurers, everything clicks. His eyes widen as the truth hits. Across town, Takumi shakily strolls, cheerful and oblivious to his chaos. He asks the Azure Shield about Fultima Church HQ, eager to sightsee. A teen dozes as wooden wheels rattle down the road. He jolts awake, eyes wide with surprise. The man beside him smiles gently. He scratches his head, introduces himself as Takumi Seiki, while a hooded girl nearby giggles. A horse-drawn carriage rolls down a country road, beginning its long journey to Fultima. As the cart bumps, Takumi considers the shared carriage, slow but impossible to get lost. He offers food to his fellow travelers. He hadn't known he'd ride in wealthy merchant Lemildo's luxury carriage, but found charm in the shared ride. The coachman gratefully accepts. The ride is brutal. Constant rattling keeps Takumi and the passengers awake and miserable. To reach Fultima, they sail from Misantos along a royal patrol route. Takumi skips the express for a cheaper, slower carriage with more stops. Takumi hits a busy town and stares at a massive map, scanning the tangled routes for his next connection. An angry shout shatters his thoughts. A young female driver confronts him, calling him a brat, accusing him of a free ride. Fist clenched, she vows to throw the stowaway off. She yanks Takumi's collar, brands him a peddler, and orders him to move, screaming about repair costs and horse feed while rushing to her destination. He stares, shocked by the sudden confrontation, muttering he didn't see her. The other coachman intervenes, tells him to let go, it's no big deal. Annoyed, the driver turns to Takumi, demanding, "Who are you?" The man pays Takumi's fare to apologize. Takumi accepts, but glares at the woman and warns her to watch out. Off-panel, the driver snaps, demanding to know what the old man meant. She confronts Takumi again, refusing his money, then demands why a child is stowing away and where he's going. Takumi just apologizes for the trouble. Anger vanishes, replaced by embarrassment over her age mistake. Takumi smiles, tells her to forget it. Calmer, she agrees to help, asking his destination. Takumi explains he has urgent business in Adarasta port. Smiling, he reveals he's also heading to Adorasti and suggests they travel together, catching her off guard. He checks the map, plans changed, but Adarasta's ferry is a perfect shortcut for the journey. He smiles, admitting solo travel gets lonely and he wants company. Flustered, the driver stammers her name is Angia, so he introduces himself as Oni Ichin. He asks Angia about the Adarasta route. She confirms she's traveled it by carriage often. He proposes a deal. It's a simple trade. Angelo provides guidance for a ride, and this deal even covers her carriage fare. No debt, Anger enthusiastically agrees, thumbs up. He claps, sealing their deal. With a flash, he summons a motorcycle with sidecar, leaving GS stares stunned and shouting, "What is this?" He says a hero vehicle is perfect for two, recalling how his childhood obsession led him to secretly get a motorcycle license with help from friends and family. Engine roaring, Angia hops in, stunned by his multiple skills. He tells her to just focus on guiding. The vehicle lurches, blasts forward, kicking dust. Onji cries out, startled by the sudden motion. It soars over a rise, Angia whooping with joy. Nearby, two men watched the bazaar, one wondered what it could be. The bike tears across the plains. One onlooker asks if it's magic, and the other agrees it must be. He watches Angia, laughing in pure exhilaration. She shouts the speed's incredible, it's amazing. She glances over, smiling, seeing he enjoys it too. Racing ahead, she calls it reckless for a kid to travel alone. Ignoring his answer, she shouts they're taking off and launches the bike into the air. At the Karatsinia Guild, the investigation ends. Takumi doesn't exist in the royal capital. The guild master hears the report, his face stern as he quietly processes the info. The subordinate shares vital intel. Trackers found their target heading for Fultima, leaving the guild master stunned. Hooded informant speculates terminal sightings mean the target's on a coach. Guildmaster doubts it, but the informant calls it sheer audacity, realizing their foe's an even bigger monster. The informant snaps a command, deducing the target needs Mizen's ferry from the capital to Fultima, and orders the guildmaster to contact the Mizen's branch, gather adventurers, and apprehend them. Order sent, he knows no monster escapes the guild's network. He's dying to see what powerhouse shows up next. At the Laurent Guild, Carrots, Renee, and Furcorina get the news. Takumi is heading for Fultima. Carrots is stunned, thinking he was at the capital, but Furcorina realizes. Renee smiles, proving Takumi isn't ordinary. Carrots agrees, recalling Takumi alone crushed the Knight's Breath mercenaries. He sadly tells Furcorina Takumi hid info and powers, regretting they missed it, and Takumi became a stranger. Guild-ridden, Renee hands him a document. The guild made an exceptional request for the Blue Wolf to secure Kamai's target and recruit him into the Adventurers Guild, but they can refuse. He accepts instantly, knowing there's no other way. For Corina bolts up, vowing to thank Takumi in person once they find him. Plan set, they head out. Renee finds a land route to Fultima, betting they can outrun it. She warns that an S-class adventurer is hunting the man who single-handedly crushed the Night's Breath mercenaries. Unfazed, Carrots assures her they'll find Takumi before commotion starts. He shouts, signaling their departure as the carriage rumbles off. Far from the pursuit, Takumi and Angia screech into the bustling port of Adirasta, and Angia cheers their arrival. The engine transport's remarkable speed cut a 5-day carriage ride to just 3-4 hours, likely aided by Angia's enthusiastic cries to go faster. Journey complete, Angia warmly thanks Kamai. She has business, a meeting awaits, and his company made the trip fun. Her sudden departure stuns him. He watches her leave, wondering if she'll find her contact. Now alone in Adirasta, he has no clue where to go next. Remembering Lameldo's advice, Takumi heads straight to the Adventurers Guild to gather intel. He walks the port town streets, but it's eerily quiet, nothing like the lively place he imagined. People are scattered, idle, and drained. He shoves open the tavern doors, hinges creaking. A bespectacled bartender looks up, startled by the customer, and offers a hesitant welcome. He scans the empty room, spotting 3 thugs staring him down with suspicion. Men heckle him. One demands if he's an adventurer, another tells him to quit before he gets killed. Unfazed, Takumi smiles and agrees it's a misunderstanding. He turns away and asks the bartender if this is the guild. The man confirms it, but says it closed 2 months ago. He's just the tavern master now and offers Takumi a drink. He orders milk. The stunned bartender stares, repeating the word in disbelief. Adventurers roar, instantly mocking his milk order. The bartender admits no milk, then corrects. Only for cocktails, marveling. Takumi ignores their taunts. Drink in hand, Takumi sees the jobless men are on edge. He notes Adirasta is rusting away and asks the bartender what's happening. Bartender reveals the grim truth. The town's port is useless. No fishing, no cargo. Stunned, Takumi demands how. The bartender explained the town's troubles. Sea bandits blockaded the waters, stopping all ships. Bandits plagued the previous era, but now they're back and stronger. Out at sea, even adventurers stand no chance. Takumi asked if the ferry was shut down, and the bartender confirmed no boat could leave the port. He weighed his problem. Land was his only path. Walking quiet streets, he thought of Angia. He could take the land route, but worried for her. She was due in town. By the water, an idea hit. Using his item creation skill, he'd head out to sea and negotiate with the bandits himself. Moments later, he paddled his peculiar swan vessel onto the open water. To trap the bandits, he skipped fast motorboats and clunky sailboats, choosing this plain vessel as the perfect bait. The ship ripped through the waves. It arrived, dwarfed by the colossal dark hull of the bandit ship looming silently. A massive dark ship slices the waves, dwarfing a tiny swan boat. Takumi watches a colossal vessel loom. It only blocks their path, showing no hostile intent, then a gangplank thuds down. Gangplank settles, he looks up from his boat, questioning what their boarding means. Suddenly yanked upward, he screams they're innocent, wondering why anyone would target a guy with nothing to steal. Surrounded by thugs on deck, Takumi searches for the pirate leader, only to spot a familiar boy. Could it be his brother? Boy's face lights up, he shouts, "It's my brother Takumi!" The shocked pirates mutter Angiko. Beaming, the boy beckons Takumi to the captain's quarters, ushering him inside as the ship sails. Inside, an intimidating man with a sharp nose and beard lurks in the shadows. The boy points to the bearded giant, calling him Goro Ajizan because his real name is too hard to say. The boy tells Takumi he's known Goro since birth. Takumi scratches his head, admitting Goro seems good if a bit eccentric. He tells the captain he's more reasonable than he looks, then asks with a grin if this is a pirate ship. Before the captain answers, the boy and Cap brightly deny, insisting they're wrong. The boy's blunt answer stuns Takumi, who realizes this rejection just wrecked his entire plan. He confronts the captain about town rumors of them attacking ships and blockading routes. Galro bluntly confirms it. Takumi presses, their actions are piracy. The captain just grunts, his expression unchanged. The boy snaps at the accusation, shouting that Takumi is lying. He defends the crew, declaring they're sailing to protect their town. Wait, Rule 6, single line. Rule 1, no. Galro calms the boy and tells Takumi his story isn't enough. He warns that a disaster-ranked Kraken will attack if they get too close, leaving Takumi completely baffled. 2 months ago, a Z-rank Kraken took the sea route. It's a menace, attacking any nearby vessel, dragging prey to the depths, a perfect sea predator. That's why they blockaded the... Takumi gets it, but asks why they didn't just kill the beast. The captain snaps, yelling that Z-ranks aren't easy and doubting he's even a real adventurer. Takumi ignores the captain's outburst, calmly saying he's no adventurer. His answer stuns Captain Galro. He explained he didn't want to fight pirates. He just wanted to cross the sea, but was told to deal with them first, so here he was. Captain Galro's hand tightened on the railing, furious. The captain told Angia she was right. The guy was weird for boarding alone. Takumi grinned as Angia agreed. His mood shifted as he asked about the disaster rank. Galro explained that while ranks go G to A, Z is a special calamity class. Since defeating it is impossible, they just protect the ships. Takumi suggests telling the town. Galro considered that, but a town saw them rescuing a Kraken-sunk ship's crew. Onlookers mistook their rescue for an attack, sparking pirate rumors. His story painted a dark past, the Kraken crushing ships and drowning crews. Now anyone who challenges it gets devoured. Goro explained their predicament, even their ship's appearance part of the facade. Takumi, hearing the story, smiled and declared they were real pirates. The captain stood speechless at his conclusion. He questioned why they'd tarnished their name despite their duty to protect the sea, needing Angius to explain without surprise. The question stunned her. Before Takumi could explain, she ripped off her cap, revealing long blonde hair. He stood speechless. Disguise off, she stood firm and revealed her real name. Angelina Ulquan, a spy for the Marquis of Adarasta. Kamai stammered her name in disbelief. Angelina looked away, apologizing she never meant to hide her identity, saying it just unfolded. Instead of reacting to her spy status, Takumi flushes bright red. He stammers her hair's surprisingly long, cheerfully grinning he hadn't noticed. Captain Galro watches, utterly bewildered by his response. Galro snaps, demanding why he isn't shocked Anya's a girl and the Marquis of Adarasta's daughter. Takumi just stares as the truth hits him. He scratches his head sheepishly, admitting her long hair distracted him so much, he never realized she was a girl. His obliviousness earns him Angelina's furious, blushing glare. Out on the waves, Angelina screams, calling Kamai a total idiot. The crew steers the ship from the open sea into a massive hidden cave. Inside the hideout, Angelina tells him to follow. Takumi surveys the hidden base. Deeper in the grotto, Galro reveals their secret base, invisible from the sea. He explains that 30 years ago, these waters were a lawless zone crawling with pirates. He clarified his pirate crew had a code. No senseless killing, no harming women, but ruthless crews without principles were gaining influence. Galro explains Angelina's father offered the pirates a deal, helped tame the seas for a full pardon. Tired of the life, the captain accepted. The Marquis couldn't publicly ally with pirates, but secretly backed by the Lord, Galro's crew unified other pirate factions, restoring order to the seas. He reveals his crew guarded the ships all along despite the hate, and Takumi takes it all in. He considers it. Angelina explains their predicament. Both fathers gone, their agreement secret, the crew can't find lodging. Galro stomps his foot, frustrated. Galro reveals they're sending a massive fleet to annihilate the pirates, shocking Takumi. Angelina adds Galro panicked, rushing back to stop the deployment. Angelina admits the poor move, but the decision's final. Galro's gear clanks as he turns and walks away. He leads them to a massive chest that slams down. This is what he remembered. Nakomi expects treasure, but Gorat reveals the contracts from Angelina's grandfather. This proof lets them finally appeal the ruling. The lock is the problem. Galro shows a magic photo of his father, revealing the key on his neck is the only way in. Takumi wants to smash it, but Galro warns that forcing the magic box will destroy. Angelina suddenly gets an idea. Takumi creates a key. Can his duplication skill copy it? Galro immediately doubts it. How could he copy a magic key? He rejects her, but Angelina insists her brother is elite. Takumi weighs the magic key challenge, recalls his magic sword, and focuses his power. A flash of light summons an ornate key. I made the magic key, Takumi announces. Galro stares, stunned, admitting it's identical. Angelina and Takumi nervously watch him examine the key. He stares, stunned, as the chest clicks open. Takumi and Angelina cheer, joy lighting their faces. It's open. Angelina pulls a sealed document, proving Galro's crew aren't villains. She urges him to show the town before the fleet arrives, but Galro refuses. They have a Kraken to kill first. She fears the danger. Together they might kill the Zarank monster, but Goro's crew is at serious risk. He dismisses her concern, hardened, declaring as former pirates they must risk their lives. Miss this chance, he warns, and their next fight is their last. They'll be hunted and killed. Takumi speaks up, asking if Galro intentionally spread piracy rumors to orchestrate this. Galro seems surprised. Takumi deduced his plan. Captain admits he worried about leaving his daughter, but seeing her, he can manage. Angelina overhears, exploding she hates his self-sacrificial plan. Kumi asks how strong the Kraken is. Galro warns it snaps masts and heals instantly, with no record of anyone surviving. They have no choice. If it lives, the port stays blocked and the town starves. He asks Takumi to deliver the proof to Angia's family, but eyes shut, Takumi refuses. Captain accepts Takumi was never involved and sends him back to his own journey. Takumi still refuses. A surprised Garo asks his meaning. Takumi stands, hand on the table, and asks to step outside. He led Goro and Angelina to a hidden beach, staring out at the vast ocean. Angelina spoke firmly. No tie to this town, she couldn't watch its people suffer. To fight the colossal sea creature, she declared this was needed. Determined, she cried, "Create." Her call turned the sea violently. A colossal dark shape surfaced, waves crashing ashore. Galro stared, stunned silent, while Takumi watched with a confident smile. He shouted over the crashing waves, asking the stunned Gorot if they could finally kill the Kraken. Galro watched as Angelina sprinted to the massive structure, shouting it was a man's ultimate secret weapon. On a rocky shore, Captain Galro points across the water with Takumi and Angelina, indicating the Kraken lurks roughly there. On a map, he traces the creature's current-driven path between shallow and deep waters. The tide now flows from sea to land. The Kraken is now at its closest point to shore. Takumi smiles, impressed by the captain's expertise. He eyes the water, gauging the 1-kilometer distance. Takumi admits to Galro the creature's tougher than expected, asking to use the large object even if captured. Galro instantly agrees, entrusting everything to Takumi, whose skills blew his mind. Takumi stretches his limbs, claiming he needs a warm-up. A confused Angelina asks what he's doing. Grinning, he swings his arms, explaining Radio Taizo Daiichi, a traditional stretch from his homeland. Intrigued, Angelina joins in as Takumi leads the routine, shouting counts and deep breaths. Done, the trio stand invigorated. Takumi beams, warm-up complete, ready for a fun day. Angelina shares his cheer. He faces the sea, announcing departure. Galro thumbs up, warns him to be careful, counting on him. Smiling confidently, Takumi steps, his foot landing on the water like solid ground. Standing on the water, he shouts, "Create," while Angelina and Captain Galro watch from the ship in total shock. On command, the sea churns as a massive aircraft carrier erupts from the depths, its scale impossible. The vessel's massive bow breaks waves, ascending. Takumi identifies it, the Shinano. Colossal ship descends into the ocean, its weight pushing water as it floats. On mouths agape, Captain Galro and Angelina stare, face the impossible side of the warship that dwarfs their own. The massive object is impossible to miss. Deep below, a monstrous glowing eye snaps open, locking onto the surface. Takumi sprints across the water, using the Shinano's 266-meter deck for the ultimate running start. His chant summons a second, deadlier warship from the waves, the Yamato-class Musashi. Second warship crashes, sending a towering wave across the ocean, settling beside the first. The Kraken's eye widens, staring down the impossible fleet appearing to challenge it. Colossal tentacles surged through water, limbs of pure power. As the creature moved, Takumi sprinted across Musashi's steel deck, feet pounding. The Kraken finally spotted him. Determined, he summoned his new fleet's first ship. Surging with power, he activated his creation skill, summoning the legendary Yamato to split the sea. Colossal warship tore through waves, its armored bow carving a deep wake. He frantically dashed across the deck as his creation moved into position. Aboard the Yamato's massive turret groaned, locking onto its target. The Kraken struck before the guns could fire. Massive tentacles burst from the deep, wrapping the ship and crushing the steel giant. He watched the spectacle unfold, grinning. He marveled at the massive vessel, realizing it surpassed history's largest battleships. The beast's power was overwhelming. The steel hull buckled under the pressure. In Adirasta, no one dared fight a sea demon this massive. This fight was everything Galro's crew worked for. As the colossal beast crushed his sacred ground, Takumi needed a new strategy. He knew if this Kraken was like others, it would vanish instantly upon defeat, leaving no trace. Winning had a catch. If the monster vanished, Galro's proof for the blockade would disappear too. He had to kill it but leave a body behind. Then he had a plan. From churning waves, his colossal submersible weapon emerged. The sea monster's massive eyes instantly swiveled toward the new arrival. It swiftly lashed out brutal tentacles, striking the submersible. Takumi expected this, grinning as the beast lost its target and lunged at the new threat. Plan in motion, he activated the weapon. Scope locked onto Kraken's head, Takumi commanded fire. A brilliant beam erupted from the sub, striking the monster. Instantly, thick ice rapidly encased the colossal creature, freezing it solid in the water. Frozen solid, the behemoth stood like a silent monument in the sea. Its massive eyes trapped beneath crystalline shell, cracking sound echoing from frozen surface. The frozen beast stands as a harbor monument while Gorat and Angelina cheer. Takumi watches, realizing this worked perfectly, just like a monster movie where a secret weapon freezes the Titan solid. In an Arasta tavern, the mood is grim. The bartender slams a drink, cursing the turf events while adventurers grumble about fleeing enemies and the shop's fate. Wiping the counter, lost in thought, he realizes, with the Adventurers Guild shut, his tavern might soon close. Commotion erupts as a crowd stares at the harbor, wondering if the massive, motionless shape is dead. Confusion turns to shock. It's a Z-ranked Kraken. The crowd erupts, demanding how it reached their harbor. Takumi calmly explains it drifted in from offshore. Nearby, sailors discuss implications. One asks if this is the rumored offshore monster. Another confirms ships were attacked entering port, but clarifies pirates did it. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes it wasn't pirates, it was the Crack. Leaving the stunned crowd, Takumi rows Angelina away from the port. She asks if just dropping her on the opposite shore is enough. He remembers Takumi cheerfully dumping town explanations and lord negotiations on Galro, who just muttered at his nerve. Shaking the captain's hand, a grateful Takumi insisted they accept a favor, crediting Goro's crew with saving Adarasta, humbly admitting his own help was minor. On the deck, Captain Galro explained that slaying a Z-rank monster meant a massive reward and the title of hero, but Takumi shrugged it off as just a name. Angelina approached him, somberly asking if he was leaving. He smiled, patted her head, explaining his role was finished, then tasked her to bridge her father and Galro, urging her best. Galro called him a mystery, shocked that a Kraken slayer looked so ordinary, but Takumi just asked if he looked like an old man. Angelina cut in, shouting she knew it. They were both thinking the same thing. Takumi was her old man. Comparing him to her eccentric father, laid back but bold like Takumi, she asked if she deserved praise for being so alike. Realizing Takumi made her feel safe and happy, she wanted to stay. When he asked what was wrong, she announced her decision. Energized, Angelina pointed at stunned Takumi, proclaiming he'd be her husband in 5 years, marrying into the Ulquan family. Takumi and Goros froze in shock. He processed her proposal, realizing it was like a child promising to marry their dad. Angelina, though, seemed serious, thanking him happily. He smiled back, telling her their age gap was too big, and to save those feelings for her true love. Logic just confused her. She argued their 10-year gap was smaller than her parents'. Takumi countered that when he's 60, she'll barely be older than today. Galro overheard and found the math surprisingly convincing. He agreed one condition. If Angelina found no one important by adulthood, they'd marry. Overjoyed, she immediately promised. She privately thought this was a fleeting memory she'd forget by 20. Nearby, Captain Galro boisterously told Angelina to grow into a fine lady for him. The captain announced Takumi would marry Lady Angelina once she's of age, ordering a hand kiss to seal the engagement. Takumi dropped to one knee, and Angelina offered her hand. He took her hand, kissed it, and formally promised Lady Angelina. He smiled, admitting he went overboard, but an adult shouldn't crush a child's dreams. Angelina blushed as Captain Galro explained their simplified ritual was a noble's official engagement. His smile vanished, replaced by pure shock. Angelina giggled, calculating at 10 she'd come of age in 4 years. Takumi cried in disbelief, questioning if she'd truly be an adult at 14. Captain Garo roared with laughter. Happy Takumi joined the family and counted on him. Overwhelmed and sweating, Takumi realized he'd made a terrible mistake. Young Angelina shouted a final goodbye as he left. Standing beside Captain Galro, she beamed and promised to wait for him. Sailing through the waves, he tells himself feelings change after 4 years. He ignores the dark promise and heads for the holy city of Fultima. On a small sailboat, Takumi Seiki and Angelina Ulquin glide across open water, wind filling their sail. Takumi Saki reflects on his arrival. Just retired, he was suddenly summoned to this other world a month and a half ago. He wasn't alone. Eiki the hero, Kenji the sage, and Nene the saintess were summoned too, and they already knew this world's magic, adapting instantly. Kumi was utterly lost. Born a failure, he was swept into a summoning, became a wanted man, suspected of plotting the king's death, then driven into a monster den. To survive, he used his new body and creation skill to forge Arist, narrowly escaping death in his second life. In Adarasta, he faced the Kraken, a Z-class calamity. With former pirate Galro and his crew, he subdued the great beast. Admitting he went too far, he proposed to Angia, Byzantor's daughter, and now they're headed for Fultima. Back in the present, Takumi thinks his younger self did audacious things. Beside him, Angelina asks, huh? Galro pulls his boat alongside, interrupting Takumi's thoughts. The captain cheerfully explains dropping him on the opposite shore means a painful forest trek, suggesting it's faster to just take the boat back to Maziner's. Tak. He sighed, realizing the map only showed distance. Reaching Fultima meant crossing mountains and the deadly great forest. He wasn't in a rush, but he wondered how he'd survive the trek. At the Karatsana Guild, an elven officer froze in shock. The report was unbelievable. Takumi had soloed the sea demon Kraken. She slammed the desk, demanding answers over an urgent Adarasta report. Why did Takumi choose the arduous Great Forest route to Adarasta, bypassing Misanto's preparations? From his office, Guildmaster Karatsina suggested the man wasn't breaking in. The guild's intel hadn't even predicted the creature's arrival. His words paused her. She weighed the logic, but a new question hit her. How did Adarasta's guild know the Kraken was defeated? The staffer explains the guild. Kills logged to cards, but Takumi lacks one. The elf is stunned, without a card or body. There's no proof the monster existed. The guild master dropped a bombshell. They have the real thing. He looked shaken as she demanded an explanation. The ice shattered, leaving the massive frozen carcass floating in the port for the entire town to see. She couldn't comprehend it. She knew his skill was replication, but instantly freezing a galleon-sized creature. That power shouldn't exist, let alone from a human or elf. She told the guild master her suspicion. Takumi didn't feel human. It might be her imagination, but the doubt was planted. Her eyes locked on the guildmaster as he accused Takumi of being a demon lord's agent. Demon lord rules dark beings, but his army's power struggles and conflicts intensify. Capital's failed defense only fuels these tensions. He suspected the fallen fortress and the sea monster hunt were sparked by their internal wars. She listened, her face unreadable. Maybe the demon lord swapped direct attacks for a human-like spy. If Takumi was a plant, it was a perfect trap, but it still felt like a wild guess. Ignoring doubts, she intensely met the guild master's gaze, declaring she thought the same. He stared back, stunned by her agreement. She slams her hand on the desk. No more idleness. Strategy changes now. Stop persuading Takumi, capture him, uncover his true identity fast. She turned to the chief and ordered him to summon Shadow and the Sword Saint. Alarmed, the guild master questioned, teaming them. Protesting the escalating situation was already their strongest move. These two were legends. Shadow, an S-class master of stealth and tracking, and the Sword Saint, the ultimate SS-class warrior. The ELF officer reported their top two adventurers were gone. The master grimly agreed, ordering the staff to prioritize the others immediately. The man bowed. Elsewhere, the guild's elven officer stands by a window, a confident smirk. She wonders if the snake will finally appear, asking if her target is human or demon. This time, she vows, she'll uncover. In Karatsenia, King Cal relaxes with a drink and pipe until shocking news makes him scoff in disbelief. The king fumes at his advisors over another demon minion near Adarasta, unable to send the army as the last invasion drained the budget, and further spending would strain royal coffers. Hire the guild and force Adarasta's lord to pay. The kingdom won't spend a single coin. Court magician Augustus calmly tells the king these measures are needless. The Krakens handled. Stunned, the king asks if one person really won. Augusta confirms, so he immediately credits a legendary sword saint. Augusta corrects him. Takumi, the insubordinate otherworlder, summoned with heroes. The king, shocked, shouts Takumi's name, then laughs dismissively, certain it's a mistake, a Kraken sub. He reports the Adventurers Guild is mobilizing all forces to find Takumi, so Augusta concludes the Kraken report must be credible. The king's face darkens. He reminds Augusta his assessment claimed Takumi was level 1. Augusta admits it, but no one ever confirmed Takumi's status. After the Demon Lord battle Saintess, he crushes his wine glass into shards, declaring that withholding this power from the kingdom is pure rebellion. Seething, he ordered Augusta to eliminate the enemy, declaring any threat to his rule must be purged. The king revealed Takumi was meeting Saintess Nene in Fulsha. Suspecting the Divine Order's secret plot, he ordered Augusta to unleash the calamity. He warned neither the Divine Order nor the Guild could seize Takumi's power. They decided to act before it escalated. Deep in the World Tree Forest, Takumi Seiki crosses a massive log, lost in thought. 2 days passed, yet he feels both moving and stuck. He needs to reach Fultima, but identical trees surround him, leaving him completely lost. He sighs, lost and possibly stranded. He tries his custom directional magnet. He opens the metal case, but the crystal needle spins wildly, refusing to point the way. The magnet's useless. It doesn't work in this world. The forest is empty until he spots a bleached skeleton, the remains of someone who never escaped. He eyes the towering trees, an idea sparks. From the top, he'd find his way. He climbs, a first since childhood, finding it surprisingly easy. One final push, he bursts through the dense canopy. From his new perch, he silently gazes at the view. Endless green treetops stretch to distant mountains under a vast sky. He admires the view. Those mountains match the ones from before the forest, proving he's still on the right track. A strong tailwind hits him as he spots the flat canopy. A plan forms. He'll sprint across the treetops in a straight line, ready for the daring leap. Plan in motion, he manifests a paraglider and leaps from the trees with a shout. Glider catches air, soaring above endless trees. Less flying, more wind-borne, but exhilarating. His flight stops cold as a shimmering wall blocks his path, rippling from the impact. He smashes through the phenomenon before reacting, feeling he broke something but can't see what. He stares in shock as a colossal tree instantly appears out of nowhere. He slams into the trunk, tumbling through the leaves. Hitting a thick branch, he's relieved the foliage cushioned his fall, leaving him uninjured. Standing up, he gapes at the massive tree, shocked he missed this ancient giant. A noise snaps him back. He spins around, demanding to know who's there. The answer surrounds him. From surrounding branches, archers stand, bows drawn, arrows aimed right at him. A light-haired elf steps forth, an arrow piercing Takumi's feet. She demands his identity, asking why he trespassed. He grills Takumi, accusing him of breaking the barrier to enter the forest. Flustered, Takumi explains he just sought Fultima. The elf leader stares, stunned, repeating barrier in disbelief. The elf leader listens, as Takumi explains the strange feeling before crashing, wondering if he broke through a barrier. They don't believe him. Hades, the elf leader, scoffs that no human could break their barrier. He leaves Takumi's fate to the elder and orders him to follow. To keep the elder safe, he decides to put the intruder under. He weaves a sign and casts Sleep Cloud, sending a sprite to force the man into a deep slumber. Magic smoke covers Takumi's head. The elf archer orders comrades to escort the elder, confident she'll handle the sleeping human. But Takumi stands wide awake, just puzzled. The leader stares, shocked. Suspecting he's immune to sleep magic, she chants a darker curse and unleashes Nightmare, dragging him into a terrifying abyss. Another spell fails. The female archer cries, frustrated her spirit magic is useless. As vines from another spell bind Takumi, he cheekily asks what's next, warning the forest father won't forgive binding his arms. The magical vines snap and shatter as Takumi lets out a comical sneeze, as if he's allergic to the magic. Resistance infuriates the elf leader. He roars the intruder is hostile to their village, demanding elimination. He orders his archers to attack. Arrows fly, catching him off guard. Takumi dodges the volley, screaming that they told him not to run, but the leader shouts for him to move. On defense, he leaps, unleashing airblade and icicle spear back at his attackers. He unleashes a gravel bullet, sending earth and rock flying as he dodges the elves' attacks. Defending only enrages the LS. The leader screams he's attacking their home, and Takumi realizes dodging is making things worse. Evading, he spots an upstairs window where two small elf kids peek out, alarmed before shutters slam shut. He realizes he looks like a terrifying invader. Running only makes it worse. They aren't evil, they're just terrified. He stops dead, catching the elven archers off guard. He throws his hands up in the air, loudly declaring surrender. His words stun the elves. The archer eyes her leader, waiting for orders. The leader considers, then orders to proceed, reasoning it's better to face this unknown power than continue the chase. Bound by ropes, Takumi can only wait. He leads him to a sprawling village built into massive forest trees. The leader tells Takumi he'll meet their elder, warning him to show respect. At the ornate door, the archer presents the intruder. Bound and humiliated, Takumi grimaces, awaiting his judgment. Brought before the elder, she found a young elf instead of an old man. She looked Takumi Dano in the eye, claiming she'd been waiting for him. Her youth bewildered him. Sweat beaded as he struggled to comprehend she was the elder. An elf with pale hair and a circlet offers a small bowl, welcoming Takumi into the elf village. Still webbed up, the Kami asks if this is an elf village. The girl confirms it's her clan's home. It hits him, for Corina of the Blue Wolf's Fang is an elf. She blushes, looks away, and tells him not to stare. He finally senses their shared aura, admitting he missed it before. The young elder confirms they're all from Hades' elven clan. The idiot orders the elder to free Takumi, and the old man simply obeys. She apologizes to Takumi for the rough welcome, explaining recent unsettling events made the village extremely vigilant. Stage 1, the elder bows, apologizing for rambling. She tells him to call her Sieve since her real elven name is too hard for humans to say. Wait, apologizing for the... Kumi asks if she's an elder elf. Smiling, Sieve confirms she's a high elf over 2,000 years old. Takumi's stunned, shouting in disbelief. She notes Takumi's unfamiliarity, realizing long-lived elves, isolated from younger cultures, struggle to act their age. She admits even asterisk she struggles with proper elder behavior. Her words spark a question. How did this elder know his name without an introduction? Elder Sieve confirmed his suspicions, knowing all about the hero summoning, his otherworlder status, and his fake age. She revealed the world tree told her about him. Takumi stared in disbelief, questioning the world tree. Sieve explained the colossal tree he crashed into was the world tree. It invited him to their village. She told how a god arrived and grew the world tree from nothing. Since childhood, she'd watched him plant and nurture the sapling. Mention of a god startled him. He asked, shocked, if one existed here. The word triggered a memory of his status. God, he wondered what that could mean. Sieve clearly knew a lot, so he asked her straight out. She cut him off, sensing his question, and told him to find the truth with his own power. She explained he knew nothing, couldn't tell if she lied. Better he process the info himself, draw his own conclusions. He smiled at her wise guidance, realizing he needed first-hand experience to learn at his own pace. Sieve summoned Hadade. The elven archer instantly appeared, kneeling. She ordered him to guide Takumi through the village, honoring the world tree's invitation. This is 3 sentences, but on a single. After turmoil, construction fills the elven village. Takumi watches residents hammer, saw, rebuilding damaged buildings. Elf leader Hades fumes as his repair crew is diverted, and their lumber runs dry. The elf glares at Takumi, blaming him for their ruined plans. Takumi fakes a smile, feeling the sting even if he's innocent. Wanting to atone, he offers Hades help. Hades asks Sieve, who replies the elder lets Takumi choose. Hades considers it, then consents. Permitted, Takumi strides toward the large log pile as elves watch, curious. Villagers whisper that chainsaws are too flashy for the logs. With kids watching, Takumi sticks to the basics. He summons a sword and a shimmering blade materializes. He grips the new weapon, but it shatters in his grasp. He grimaces at another worthless item, vowing to hide his failure. He swings the broken hilt, instantly slicing the logs into a mountain of perfect planks. The elves and kids explode with cheers, screaming for more. Hyped up, Takumi raises a fist and vows to do it again. Wiping sweat, he admits getting carried away, processing all logs. Behind him, a massive, neat stack of lumber stands ready for construction. He stands over the perfect lumber while Hadade stares in shock, asking if a legendary skill did this. Elf demands why he hadn't used that powerful skill. She reasons they wouldn't have fled, the village spared. Takumi just offers a sheepish apology. Hades hears the apology and realizes Takumi's claim he couldn't fight wasn't refusal, but fact. From the start, this man never intended to fight. He shifts to the next task, hauling materials, a job he knows well from his day labor in Lyring. Frustrated, Katie asks why Takumi won't just use magic on the lumber. The elf snaps that spirit magic is a sacred power, not meant for manual labor. He weighs the elf's words, but his mind drifts to a strange sensation from the earlier chase, wondering what it was. He eyes the massive lumber stacks. He jolts, realizing moving this lumber will be time-consuming. He activates his creation skill again, knowing kids love moving toys. As the elf, elder, and Hydate watch, his hand glows. Power erupts from his hand. The ground shakes as a massive object materializes, leaving the elves in total shock. Takumi remembers his childhood craving for absolute power, as his vision of ultimate strength takes form. His power manifests his dream, creating a super robot as its metallic body solidifies. The finished metal giant looms, dominating the landscape. In the cockpit, Takumi's awestruck. He recognizes his childhood hero, thrilled to pilot it, but he's clueless about the controls. He presses a console button, experimenting. Thrusters roar, the robot lurches. The metal head snaps around, glowing eyes locking onto the stunned Takumi. Losing control, the massive machine tips and crashes backward with a metallic groan. Inside, the pilot shouts an alarm, knowing the fall means immense damage. He frantically searches to brace the machine, hands flying over controls. Frantic button mashing triggers an unexpected weapon. A powerful hiss, the robot's right fist launches forward. The rocket fist soars, leaving Takumi stunned by the unexpected result. The creation's fist sword slices through the air, gleams, then slams the ground with sickening crunches as horrified onlookers watch. The massive pilotless robot plummeted, slamming into the earth with a ground-shaking crash. Dust rose above the forest, marking the giant machine's final grave. Takumi collapsed, drained, as a female elf warrior stood over him, adjusting her armor, wishing he'd landed sooner. Hadade showed zero sympathy, ear twitching as he glared down and spat Takumi's name with cold fury. Looming over the apologetic youth in the wreckage, he raged the incident doubled village damage. In a vast forest, an elven village rebuilds. Villagers hammer planks, clear debris from damaged homes, restoring what broke. Elf leader Idiot scowls, fuming that your grace wasted their time and resources again. Takumi keeps hammering, admitting he can't complain after the giant robot crushed the village. Smiling elf kids crowd around, cheering his name. He sees the destruction needed long repairs, notices children love Takumi, then asks if he wants more than the elder shared. Kamai affirms, but as he speaks, children swarm him, climbing his shoulders, shouting gleefully. Haiti watches, puzzled, asking if they're a bother. He knows villagers mourn their destroyed homes, but sensed a darker truth. Adding Hades is too sharp for someone just relaxing. Idiot turns serious, revealing a massive threat to everyone. He holds nothing back and tells Takumi everything. Years ago, monsters flooded the forest. Shadowy beasts smashed buildings, forcing the elves to hunt them down. They were trekking to the world tree to prey when invaders stopped them, and Hadade warns these monsters will soon overrun the forest. The Kumi stares, shocked. Monsters? In his force too. Hadia confirms it's unprecedented. The world tree always protected the forest. He adds villagers whisper the world tree weakens, blaming outsiders. The elf elder explained these monsters were unusually tough. She hoped for peace, but Takumi doubted it. Hades interjected, calling the whole mess a minor incident. Idiot explained the challenge, the canopy sword making ground magic useless. Flying spirits could fight monsters, but it was difficult and inefficient. Takumi stared up, awestruck by the tree's sheer height. He realized this was no simple monster den. To repay the elves, he stepped up and offered his help. He turned, face softening. He appreciated it, but declared the forest their ancestral duty. They had to handle that responsibility alone. Her firm rejection stunned him. He looked down, accepting his place. As Haiti walked away, an idea struck him. He called the elf leader, proposing an alternative. The idiot paused, intrigued by the suggestion. He called it a bold, preposterous idea, classic Takumi, one even elves wouldn't consider. The plan was crazy, but it might work, so he agreed to try it. First, they had to discuss and agree. He knew an outsider joining would face opposition, but Takumi had shown great care for their plight. Sieve, the youthful elder, approached with a grin, settling the matter instantly and joining the monster hunt herself. She leads them silently through the thick forest while the other elves glide behind. Takumi watches, stunned by their speed. They blur through trees. Sieve explains their skill. Forest people easily navigate its depths. She glances back, stunned Takumi is keeping up. Her people grew up in these woods, so his speed is a total shock. He agrees but considers his condition. Since arriving, his body feels surprisingly light, moving with more ease. He wonders if this magic world altered his body. Sensing a threat, her face alarms, stopping her dead. The idiot calls to her, then signals Takumi for silence. Below, dark figures with white eyes rise from the shadows. The elves recognize them instantly. The monsters are here. The creature lunges with a burst of speed, snapping a thick branch before vanishing into the dense leaves. He stares, shocked. Vibrant green trees instantly wither and die. He wonders how monsters drain the forest's life just by passing. He realizes he only fought monsters in desolate lands, never noticing this effect. Haiti grimly confirms, explaining these creatures drain life from everything around them, lamenting their sacred forest's ruin. A shimmering rift sparks to life nearby. Takumi whips around, eyes locked on the strange sight. He watched as the shimmering rift, a portal, began to spew shadowy, bestial figures with glowing white eyes. They landed with unsettling agility, and he realized these were the warned monsters. He eyed the 50-meter height as Hadiat, the elven leader, grimly asked if he was ready to fight. He stomped the ground and commanded the forest spirits to bless their children. At his call, an elven warrior shot a light arrow. It streaked, hit a shadow monster, and exploded in a brilliant flash. Hades roared the charge, leading Takumi and the elves straight into the fray. Running, elven archers in back drew bows, firing a volley at the monsters. The vanguard, led by Hadiat and Takumi, charged forward, grimly determined, arrows flying overhead. Their volley peppered a shadow creature, and Hadiat leaped in to deliver a finishing blow. He landed smoothly, but the wounded beast stayed up, shifting its glowing eyes from the elf to a stunned Takumi. Creature shifted focus. Hades launched forward, fearful to intercept the threat. He tells Takumi they've reached the demon's hall, entrusting the next step to him. With a determined look, Takumi tells the elves he's going, then shouts a word of power. Create. At his command, a massive triumphal arch grinds into existence. The arch forms, a mint stone body solidifying in the clearing, dwarfing trees. Hades stares at the massive structure, then orders his warriors to blast the demon's hall with all their magic. On command, magic explodes in a blinding blast as the elves' combined power hits the target. Blast fades, Hades incants again, calling the raging Wind King to unleash immense power and wrath on their foe. The elf warrior warns the group to brace for the storm of divine punishment. He thrust his hand skyward, roaring, unleashing the spell's full force. Ruined tornado. A colossal wind vortex erupts from the spell, violently swirling around the forming triumphal arch as others struggle against the gale. The winds die down as Hades stands with arms raised, the vortex vanishing. Takumi watches in awe, grinning. The spell worked. Glaring, the elf leader Hadade extends his hand, finishing his move. A triumphant cry erupts. The demon beast annihilated, the grand archway stands. Threat neutralized, he turns to the aftermath. Satisfied, he issues orders. Ground troops get support hunting remaining monsters, recovery mages treat wounded. Corina obeys. She chants, summoning a water spirit to heal the wounded as light glows in her hands. Light flares as she channels healing magic. She heals a wounded elf as Takumi recognizes the spirit magic. Recalling Corina's blue wolf talisman, he'll use her recovery skills if he runs out of energy. Peace shatters as a massive glowing sigil slams down, cracking the ancient stone archway. Structure groans, then collapses to rubble. Takumi and Corina stare, shocked at the destruction. Kamai screams in shock, asking what happened. An elf points to the dust, yelling for the captain. In the debris, a figure twists and grows into a monster. Dust reveals a lion beastman, crouching with bulging muscles and a flaring aura. The lion beastman crouched, grinning. He mused he just hit something small he sensed, surprised to find El hiding there. Kamai stared, stunned. This monster could actually talk. The beastman casually confirmed his intelligence, mocking Kamai's shock. He exposed their plan. The monster was just a decoy to bait him. He mocked their pitiful effort, but admitted they finally had his attention. His words revealed the grim truth. He held Corina and another limp elf, making Takumi's blood run cold. Kumi reeled, realizing ground troops annihilated. The beast man sneered, promising their suffering wasn't over. He'd make them all scream at the world tree's roots for his entertainment. The monster mocked him, asking if the interrogation was over. He bragged about his high-level elven captives, claiming they'd become food once broken by despair, then sneered at Takumi, calling him Ur. Taunts cut short as Hades and elven warriors emerged from above. The elf leader roared defiantly, proclaiming pride, vowing comrades wouldn't be defiled. The beast man smirked, pleased they finally left their hiding. He thrust his hand, roaring as energy blasted the elves. Takumi screamed a warning as the warriors froze in shock. The beam smashed the archway, sending elves flying as Takumi and the beast man watched the carnage. Dust settled. Elven warriors, Hadade among them, lay scattered, motionless, utterly defeated. With the elves defeated, Takumi leaped from the shadows, checking the leader and begging them to stay alive. He assessed them, breathing but fading. If this kept up, they'd all be lost. He snapped back to the beast man, who spoke cruelly. The creature called him human, not elf, and mused Takumi's building vanished, wondering if it was a skill. Takumi told the beast man to shut up. The creature twitched, clawing the ground and growling, questioning who Takumi thought he was. He barked his demand, shouting that talk was over before Lord Sargenius. Amused by his nerve, the beast man decided Takumi had to die. Vowing no human would witness this offering for Gearskagal's black coffin, the creature lunged, swinging a massive claw and roaring for Takumi to die. The blow descended fast. Takumi raised a hand, shushing the beast man, but his words failed as the massive claw struck. Instead of flesh, the beastman's claw hit a blinding explosion, erupting with a deafening roar. The creature recoiled, eyes wide in disbelief at the blast. Smoke cleared to reveal the carnage. Takumi knelt grimly among the fallen elven warriors. He cursed his weakness. It was time for all creation, but his mind went blank and he couldn't find a way to heal them. He desperately tried to remember the elves' healing magic, but he had no clue how to use it. He snapped back to the elf leader, shaking Hades, urging him to hold on, but the elf stayed limp, unresponsive. He threw his head back, screaming to the spirits in pure desperation. He sat cross-legged amidst the fallen, pleading for their power. He pleaded, elves are dying, he needs the spirit's power to save them. Silence followed. He sat among the fallen elves as a light flashed and vanished. Suddenly, energy exploded from his body, engulfing him in a massive column of light. He looked up in utter shock, unaware how he caused this phenomenon. Takumi's eyes widen in shock at the battle's aftermath. He stammers, struggling to grasp the scene. Before he can think, a blinding light explodes with a deafening roar. Fades to a desolate wasteland. Ground trembles, debris rains from withered trees, a stark reminder of monster destruction. He calls to Hades and the elves, but Hades stays silent, staring up in pure shock. A radiant figure appears. Hades whispers in awe, identifying the founding queen's spirit. Eyes closed, she speaks with serene authority, full recovery. Life surges through the forest. Dead trees mend, branches stretching with impossible speed. The restoration continues, the once barren ground now lush green. Kumi and elves gaze in awe as the canopy reforms. The forest is whole again. He stares at the restored woods, wondering if the spirit queen healed the elves and forest because he called. The elf archer leader Hades stared into the distance, sweat dripping down his temple. He broke the silence, asking about the monster, but Hades looked confused. The beast man stood right there, yet the elf remembered no talk. Elves furtively glanced as he walked. An awkward silence settled, making him uneasy. He faced the great tree, their gazes not avoiding him, but seeing him as fragile, needing care. The memory shocked him, but then he realized the spirit had answered his desperate cry. Hades struggled to recall the spirit's name until he remembered the founding queen, a total legend in the spirit world. A roar from the village cut them off, as relieved elves cheered a massive welcome. Warriors met tearful hugs. Cheers erupted when everyone returned safely. Takumi watched the reunions, smiling gently. Seeing such genuine care, he realized race didn't matter. He turned to Hades, suggesting they see Sieve. The elf leader agreed, saying he had no other place. Far off, Elder Sieve already walked towards the great tree. He faces a colossal tree, roots sprawling the land, its immense scale dwarfing him as he stares at ancient bark. Sieve reveals the world tree as why they came and the heart of their village. With a smile, she adds that the child he needs to meet is finally here. Takumi wonders who she means. He touches the world tree's rough bark. Closing his eyes, a sense of belonging hits as he whispers, "I'm home." He's yanked elsewhere. His double stands alone in a vast field, wind blowing. The young man looks down, confusion crossing his face as he questions. He wakes in a vast meadow, confused by the hazy, dreamlike scenery that feels strangely familiar. Nearby, he hears a kid's happy babbling. He spins around to find a toddler in the grass, reaching out and babbling. He kneels with a smile to apologize, but the kid beams back, "I'm not Papa." Surprised, he lifts the child high as the toddler shouts, "Papa." The toddler beamed, reaching for him with a joyful cry. He noted the child's blonde hair, but it glowed, making him unsure of its true color. He lovingly lifted the laughing child high. A woman's voice noted it was an elf child, and his face always softened with love for the boy. The moment fades as the child sleeps. Suddenly, the vision shatters, jolting him back to reality. Looking up, the world tree pulsed with brilliant light as he realized its true name, the Golden Tree. Realizing this, he saw the elves. Hades and all warriors knelt, heads bowed. Confused, he asked Sieve why they knelt, wondering if it was for the world tree. Sieve corrected him. They knelt for him, Kamai, to show gratitude and reverence. He stares at Sieve, that name echoing in his mind as he struggles to process her words. He pointed at the tree, protesting, "Why here? The spirits saved us, not me. I deserve no gratitude or worship." She listened thoughtfully, calling his response classic but warning that his extreme modesty is a real problem. She told the stunned Takumi he restored the world tree, but he couldn't believe she meant him. She confirmed his involvement, then revealed 1,500 difficult years passed since the world tree died. Softening with gratitude, she clasped her hands and thanked Lord Takumi for saving her people and the forest. Her thanks only confused him. He stared blankly, utterly bewildered by her words and the Lord title. Under the great tree's glowing boughs, a young man and elven woman face kneeling figures. As luminous spores drift, the woman notes the night has deepened. Smiling, she announces a party for the restored world tree, shocking him by suggesting a feast using customs from the world below. Confused, he watches the elf smile gently, warning him that time is running out. Her aggression spikes as she warns, world trees power back, the forest seals off in days. Takumi won't escape. Stunned, she knows other lands need him, but wishes he'd stay in their village forever. He starts to protest, but stops, her words sinking in as he weighs his choice. She explains the forest is now a sacred realm blessed by the world tree, so deadly abysses won't appear anymore. Elf worries Takumi might leave, but the woman assures him, in this sacred realm, no scoundrel will ever harm him again. A glowing, gnarled piece of wood materializes in his hands. Smiling, she calls it a gift from the world tree, just for him. With the glowing staff, Takumi's mind called out to his father. Behind him, the elves smiled, wishing Takumi a safe journey. His path led him from a vibrant forest to skeletal remains of a forgotten settlement on a desolate hillside. A woman sat alone in the ruins, sensing a presence. She rose, spoke into the shadows. "Have you returned?" A hunched figure emerged from the shadows, mocking her for finally noticing him. Mocking its own stealth, the shadow wondered if the sword saint deserved praise. Shadow chided her uptightness, but a sword strike cut the talk short. She named him, no time for idle talk. She cut straight to the point, demanding to know what he discovered. Trap sprung, he reported, curious the sword saint's forest should be empty. This was it. The target finally emerged from the wild. Shadow caught her reaction and teased she liked the news. The sword saint turned, asking if she really looked that way. Standing in the ruins, Shadow mocks her grumpy face, but he knows she's secretly enjoying the chaos. He wondered if she pitied him, noting the new target stole the spotlight just like her, and the sword saint quietly agreed. She agreed but drew a line. Guild ordered mission cooperation, not commitment. For now, that sufficed. Shadow craved the challenge, bored of easy quests. Their target was special, catching a legendary sword saint's eye. She confirmed he was human but sensed a monster nearby. Her certainty made him ask if her convictions came from swordsman instinct or a special skill. He dismissed the question, human or monster, it didn't matter. Then he asked if she knew their target had an astonishing nullification skill. Leaving now, Shadow notes that rare adventurers often carry ancient relics, picturing a powerful orb artifact. As he turned to leave, she stopped him. Energy flared as she sensed a mysterious presence. Shadow questioned her pause, asking if she meant rules for bad shortcuts. He conceded she lacked detection, but tracking was a talent. The sword saint agreed, yet her expression sensed more. Dread intensified as a dark aura erupted around her. Hand on katana, she questioned its source. She sensed him. The hidden figure marveled at her instinct, detecting his perfect stealth. He wondered if they'd caught on, but the opportunity was too perfect. This was his chance to meet the legendary SS-rank sword saint. With luck, he might even defeat them. Before he could move, the air ripped apart as a storm of blades shredded the hidden presence. The blades stopped, leaving her still in the shadows. His attack failed, so the figure retreats. Nearby, a long-haired warrior readies his sword, handing a token of thanks to an unseen ally. She ignored the retreating shadow, sensing a much more brutal fight nearby. The disturbance's source became clear, as earth buckled and split with a deafening crack. The long-haired man ended the battle with a thunderous stomp, pulverizing the ground beneath him. The sword saint smiled, then, threats neutralized, told her companion to leave. Elsewhere, the long-haired warrior walked from his foe's bloody remains as the guild's strongest assassin approached. Takumi finds a glowing branch. It shines brighter when pointed correctly, a perfect guide. With this, he's confident they'll navigate the vast forest to Fultima. He soon hits a wall of bureaucracy. In a packed town, an official announces only specific ticket holders can board the carriage to Fultima today. He groans, joining the frustrated crowd complaining about missing another carriage and being stuck. Mediska is the bottleneck, a town just outside Fultima's sacred capital. All roads to Fultima and Caledonia's royal capital converge here, creating a mandatory checkpoint. Because the sacred capital strictly regulates entry, Mediska teams with hopeful travelers. Carriages run only thrice daily, each holding just 20. He rubs his chin. He's been stuck for 3 days, and another delay will ruin his progress through the forest. He approaches the registration desk. An official explains passengers aren't chosen by registration order, but a daily lottery decides, adding he saw someone register and board that same day. Another traveler slides a massive pile of coins across the desk, offering it with a grin. The clerk prays for a blessing, and Takumi realizes Fultima is a city of faith. Offerings are the custom in Mediska, so he follows suit. He lays a silver coin on the counter, deeming it generous, but as the clerk prays, Takumi senses his small offering is judged, found wanting. No point in rushing. He grabs a room and waits for the lottery results. With a day free, he decides it's a good chance to explore the town. He steps onto Mediska's streets, sees the bustling town, everyone waiting for the carriage. Walking through the crowd, something brushes his neck, making him stop in confusion. A sharp, sudden jolt hit him through the packed crowd. Scans the area, wondering what it was, spots two hooded figures fleeing. Elsewhere, hooded assassins regroup. Their leader rages, demanding answers, certain the dart hit. It carried deadly poison, even a graze should have killed. A subordinate reports the knife failed. It should have pierced his heart, but he shrugged it off. The assassin stunned by his insane nullification skills. Failing to assassinate a spineless fool in the leader seats deeply wounds an elite crow's pride. He initially thought the king overreacted, sending the crows to hunt a man who seemed totally harmless. From the shadows, a commander warns his men that Takumi is tougher than expected. He orders them to focus, declaring no more failures will be tolerated while the crow leader smirks. From a city rooftop, a black-suited, white-masked observer watches, musing Kalidasania's crows are finally moving. He suspects his targets have tricks, like an ancient nullification skill. Could that power really beat the legendary Takumi? Sharp pain jolts him. He clutches his side, confused his recovery items aren't fully healing him. A recent battle flashes back. He recalls the Sword Saint's formidable power, her title no joke. A dark grin spreads across his mask. He'll handle the guild's request personally, snatching the target from the shadows. Takumi walks through the empty tavern district. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierces the air as two thugs corner her. She pleads for help, but they're undeterred. One sneers he won't go easy on a woman, another accuses her of messing with them. Takumi watches, processing. He confronts the two men. They turn on him, one demanding answers, the other angrily telling him to move. Safe behind him, the woman recognizes and calls his name. Takumi looks back, confused, scratching his head, trying to place her. He smiled at the thugs and told them to chill, warning that fighting wouldn't solve anything. Her calm unnerved them. The big thug stammered as his partner warned of trouble. "Mark my words, witch," they barked, bolting down the alley. They vanished, and the woman Takumi saved grabbed his arm. He sighed in relief, knowing they'd barely escaped. He turned as she thanked him, explaining she'd gotten into a mess with those men and he'd saved her. Alicia introduced herself with a smile, and Takumi shared his name, relieved she was safe. At the fountain, Alicia shared her story. She served in a tavern, earning money for her sick father's medicine back home. Many men like those from earlier often approached her, trying to get too familiar. He listened thoughtfully, nodding, recognizing her struggle working alone. In a town full of cold strangers, she was just thankful he came to raid. Blushing, Alicia asked to thank him, and Takumi beamed, happy to help. His earnest reply surprised her. He quickly added, "No thanks needed, I did nothing special," prompting a flustered, "No way," from Militia. Her plea stuns him. Alicia insists her heart won't settle until she repays him. She offers to cook, warning he might hate her food, but it's her only way to feel settled. A proper meal makes him reflect, recalling simple nuts and veggies from the elf village, realizing he hasn't eaten well since leaving Adarasta to save money. Before he can answer, Alicia shouts she'll visit later and bolts, leaving him stunned. Walking through the crowd, he rethinks the encounter. Rejecting her kindness is rude, so he decides to accept. From the shadows, the crow leader watches Takumi return to the inn and apologizes to his men. Apology meets confusion. Inside, the leader grows furious as his man reports losing a woman he tailed. The leader questions his subordinate's competence. Is a novice worthy of being a crow? Refocusing the crew, the leader confirms the woman isn't a threat. Takumi is the only target. They'll strike while he's asleep. It'll get messy, but for the pride of. Assassin's plot. A visitor arrives at the inn. A door creaks open, a woman steps in. Through the doorway, Alicia whispers his name, her gentle look questioning. Blushing, she enters with a food basket, wondering if he's already asleep. Heart racing, she enters Takumi's room. Overjoyed and speechless, she begins to undress. Blushing, she continues, her resolve hardening, anything for Takumi's happiness. With that thought, she plants her hand on his bed. She settles into sheets, dagger in hand, only to find the room empty. The presence isn't Takumi's. Her face hardens. Thinking Takumi's back, she signals her hidden allies to charge all at once. Far away, a wagon rattles down a dirt road. Takumi boards the wagon as the driver grins, calling him lucky. He explains an evening flight passenger got sudden back pain. Fate, he says, picked Takumi from the crowd as the next number, a blue moon's luck. The driver explains they post emergency numbers everywhere, and Takumi was shocked to find his own number in the lobby. Impressed, the driver smiles, wondering if Takumi's lucky charm brought this travel fortune. He sits in a rattling wagon, smiling at his good fortune. Maybe the world tree guides his luck. As the wagon rumbles, he reaches the holy city of Fultima, where Nene waits. Guilty for ditching Alicia, he hopes his message is enough. but his absence triggers a bloodbath as a sharp blade guts a crow assassin, ending the fight. Amidst dead crows and rubble, Ilishan kneels, victorious yet heavily wounded, blood streaking her face as she grits her teeth, pained and frustrated. She curses Takumi's luck for missing the attack, her mind shifting to the battle she just survived, realizing if not for the Sword Saint's debilitating wounds, these crows would be effortless. 2 months after being summoned as a level 1 victim, Takumi reflects. Framed for regicide and exiled, he's now thriving by mastering his creation of all things skill. He recalls Saint Nene, summoned alongside him, cleared his bounty amidst the chaos. Grateful, he set off for Fultima's holy city, gathering friends from the elf village, adventurers' guild, and beyond. As the wagon rolls toward Fultima, the massive city leaves Takumi and his crew speechless. This isn't the mountain temple he imagined. It's a massive, sprawling city. He sees his companions equally moved, some even weeping at the scenery's majesty, overcome with gratitude. Humanity's power and faith stun him, but a translucent panel suddenly cuts him off. A panel asks, "Approve NBS 09784434. 2 options appear below, IS and O thank you." He closes his weary eyes, recognizing this familiar prompt. This message has been popping up for a while, so he shrugs and hits yes. Deep in the holy city's alleys, things look grim. Poor citizens huddle in shadows, far from the entrance's wealth. A dark-haired woman comforts a crying child. The wagon rattles into a sprawling camp of tents and crude buildings, a stark contrast to the magnificent fortress city they just left. Takumi observes the scene, wondering if this is a castle town or just a settlement. He's stunned by the sight. Alicia notes many people are gathered, but the atmosphere feels unnatural, unlike Madiska. Takumi silently agrees, unease mounts. Takumi spots something and halts the wagon. In a crowd of beggars, a glowing woman in white robes stands as the needy reach out. Woman turns, her solemn expression shifts to shock, calling out his name, Yurukumi-san. He grins in relief, confirming it's Nene-san and shouting that it's been forever. She's stunned. Takumi apologizes, telling her it's time to head back to the castle. He compliments her outfit, admitting her gaze flusters him, but says it suits her perfectly. Nene explains it's a uniform she's worn since arriving, then laughs, embarrassed, and thanks him. She's glad he looks relaxed, recalling his tense face from their last battle against the Demon Lord's army. Words spark a memory. Takumi bows low, shouting emotional thanks for rescuing him while wanted, startling Nene with his sudden intensity. She waves him off, insisting it's nothing, but her blushing face shows she's shocked by his thanks. Takumi, formal, bowed low to the crowd, ignoring the fluster. He insisted this wasn't how things worked. Even among friends, manners matter, especially with life-or-death stakes. Blushing, she clasped her hands and yelled she already accepted his thanks, begging him to stop. She sighed he was always so dramatic, always too much. Takumi smiled, thanking her for saving him again. Her expression softened, she owed him gratitude. He saved her life in battle, so she'd stand up to the king for him. He's why she's here, and she found it comforting he hadn't changed. Alicia heard, laughed, questioning, human sacrifice. So Takumi explained Nene was the sacrifice, forcing their move from the capital to the church. Conspiracies gripped the capital. One noble confessed he wanted to flee the king's true nature, and his friend agreed the king was a total creep. In Shantytown, Nene read Takumi's worries and winked, thanking him for giving her a purpose. Walking the settlement, he reflected on her words. He knew she was kind, but realized no one dared challenge the powerful. Nene changed the subject, asking why he was in Fultima and joking that he hadn't converted. He smiled earnestly, denying it, saying he'd come to thank her. Nene stood stunned, asking if he really came all this way for that. Alicia stifled a laugh while a confused Takumi confirmed it. He looked on, puzzled, as Nene burst out laughing, calling him charmingly ridiculous as ever. Her laughter faded to a warm smile as she thanked him, so glad he came. He smiled, hooked by the city view. Nene offered a tour, he agreed, and they set off to explore despite the slums nearby. Stretching, she admitted she'd been faking it like a cat hiding its claws. Takumi asked if this was her duty as a holy maiden, and Nene confessed the pressure kept her on edge until his arrival. She admits putting on a show was tough. Takumi crosses arms, agreeing the holy maiden title creates a stiff, serious image. She reflected on her life since they met, concluding despite hiccups, it was mostly peaceful. She quickly refuted, insisting he was more impressive than her. Nene mused she needed to learn from him, believing his charm reflected his true character. She explained that even another world has human problems. At the gate, 2 guards saluted, welcoming the holy maiden home. The guards hesitated, but Nene smiled and vouched for Takumi. They instantly let them pass. She winks at Takumi and leads him past the guard, catching him off guard. He smiled as it clicked. This was what Nene Sin meant by acting like a cat. Nene snapped him back to reality, gesturing toward the massive city. Welcome to Fultima, the heart of the world. She pointed to a towering structure. Explaining God's own gospel bell has rung from this sacred ground for 2,000 years, making Takumi marvel at its impressive size up close. The church bell, legends say, is sacred, announcing God's arrival. Takumi marveled a 2,000-year-old relic still existed, holding a romantic charm. A deep boom shook the city, making them both look up in shock. The gospel bell tolled from high above. Takumi laughed, loving the perfect timing. Nene stood shocked, stammering it hadn't rung in 2,000 years. This was its first chime. Citywide, citizens froze, faces snapping up to the impossible sound, bewilderment gripping the crowd. Her shock turned to laughter. Grinning, Takumi called it their 2,000-year lucky day, a total jackpot. Fultima's adoring crowds greet Holy Maiden Nene. Citizens murmur in awe, her divine presence cleansing their souls. One man wonders how he's blessed to witness her. Takumi trails behind her with closed eyes as the crowd bows in respect. He's noticed instantly. The crowd whispers, and while one woman finds him familiar, a man scoffs that next to the saintess, Takumi is a total nobody. He feels their strange, suspicious gazes. He's no believer, yet walks with the holy maiden. Nene senses his unease and apologizes for the attention, sighing that a saintess can't escape the spotlight. He smiles, reassuring her he's fine. He adds that saintess or not, she shines brighter than anyone in the city, so she naturally draws attention. His words thrill her. Nene admits she's adjusted, but initially felt nervous, and an empty room often overwhelmed her. Takumi listens, acknowledging her hardship. They enter a new district. Takumi notes the residential vibe, and Nene confirms it. She gazes at Fultima in wonder, shocked that nearly everyone is a believer or tied to the church. He's shocked an entire vast city so tied to religion. Then Nene informs him their next stop, the Central District, home to the church's main facilities. Reaching the Central District, Nene was swarmed by officials and citizens, pleading cases and thrusting documents, leaving her flustered. She showed Takumi a line of robed figures, explaining that strict security forces even the most devout to wait. He resented Nene's free pass, but she, a holy maiden summoned by chance, saw the believer's earnestness and decided to take her role seriously. She flashed a smile, telling him to just relax and soak in the sights. Following her advice, they enter a massive hall, staring in awe at the arched ceilings and the central star monument. Takumi gasped in awe at the magnificent buildings, but found it odd how familiar elements from his original world popped up. Nene chuckled, realizing that even in another world, some things never change. Winking, she offered a unique spot, nothing like his home. They walked the wide avenue. He faced her, confessing he never grasped a saint's church role. The high priest is president, but the saintess is his independent equal. Realizing Nene's power was massive, she shushed Takumi as they entered the grand corridor. Watching their intense prayers, he asks if it's a special ritual. Nene explains it the oath ceremony. She corrects him, no prayer, then asks ever heard of divine magic. Before he answers, she cups her hands, praying to her god for holy light to banish shadows, and a glowing orb forms between her palms. She shows him a holy light orb, and he's stunned. It looks exactly like the magic from Elphys. She smiles, confirming names and methods differ, but effects are similar. Her light fades. Watching the priests and an elf, she explains that elves use spirit magic while priests use holy magic. It's just terminology. Their prayers are actually spells. Spirit magic borrows power through pacts, while holy magic relies on vows to God. This oath ritual is a divine binding, a promise to the gods. Practitioners pledge unwavering faith and worship, gaining divine strength in return. The ceremony peaks. Takumi asks if the gods really answer, and Nene hears them, admitting she's never done this ritual since she was always a saintess. He watches, struck by the supplicant's intense prayer. Its palpable intensity is felt without words. Sweat beads on his brow as he clenches his fist, caught in the moment's tension. A familiar interface startles him. Nene sees his distress, asks what's wrong, but he just yells, frustrated, "Why again? Why now?" He sighs and hits yes like always, while Nene calls it another strange twist. A buff man throws his arms wide, roaring that he heard the divine voice. He celebrates the safe finish, shocking Takumi and Nene. Priests congratulate Nene, proud of her divine contract and saintly blessing. Takumi blushes intensely, wishing he'd felt that awe even a little. Nene reveals a divine pact, lets her wield sacred magic. She feels guilty. Others earn virtue for the ceremony, but she had magic instantly. Turns back to flustered Takumi. He laments wishing he'd met a real god to feel that. He points out the approval plaque just appeared. Concerned Nene asks him what's wrong. He asks about the other summoned heroes, but Nene stares back baffled, asking what plate he means. She's never experienced this, but isn't sure about Aki or Kenjan. Takumi asks what happens if they choose. Nene warns that picking yes makes you vanish instantly. She asks what happens if you refuse. Nene turns serious, admitting she doesn't know the process, but says yes is the only way forward. He ponders. Nene worries. Is saying no dangerous, especially when they don't understand. Takumi admits he'd be too scared to say anything but no. He stared at the glowing prompt. It felt like a computer update, and so far he'd always just clicked yes. Nene's voice cut through his thoughts. She apologized, urging him to hurry. The status bar felt strange, but they had to move. Before he could reply, she dashed past two watching priests. She faced the priest with a calm smile, shifting to pure grace as Takumi watched from behind. She asked if she was working, and Nene smiled, declaring it her duty as a saint. Soon she was back at his side, laughing. She apologized for the trouble, grinning she loved showing people around. She leaned in, finger to lips. Whispering no one could see her like this, she begged him to keep it their little secret. He smiled, promising silence. Their conversation ended in a quiet corridor, stopping before massive double doors. She flashed a determined smile, agreed, and shoved the heavy doors open. The path opened, and she said her task takes an hour, so he should kill some time. He promised to wait, so Nene gave an apologetic smile and shut the door. Alone in the hallway, he paused, wondering what to do next. Nene resumes her duties as holy maiden, channeling divine energy into a kneeling follower. Curiosity drove Takumi to a window. He watched the ritual, realizing divine magic blessed the faithful. In the middle of the rite, Nene's focus wavered instantly, glancing at the window, sensing she was watched. Startled, he ducked away to avoid intruding. Inside, Nene flashed a knowing smile. Giving her space, he looked away. Inside, a muscular man knelt at a glowing font as priests prayed. The recipient of the blessing strained, face taut, slick with sweat. Takumi wandered a corridor, his gaze drawn to a large mural of a deity watching followers. While studying the art, a massive shadow with glowing eyes loomed behind him, making him flinch. Takumi stands in a grand building before a vast, arched mural, depicting a powerful, bearded figure shielding humanity from a monstrous dragon. He strokes his chin, realizing since this isn't a church, the central figure must be a guy. He eyes the grotesque beast, realizing that despite God's protection, it's a total monster. An old man in ornate robes speaks beside him, startling him, explaining the mural depicts a holy verse of a kind deity who descended from another world to save imperiled children. The priest prays, eyes shut. He explains how God saved humanity from extinction, gifting them skills and salvation. Takumi listens, wondering who this person really is. Hands clasped, the cleric declares fragile humans thrive only by the Almighty's will, so always thank the divine. Takumi forces a strained smile, then a familiar voice calls his name. He turns to find a relieved Nene, who's been searching everywhere and apologizes for his constant wandering. The reunion snaps as Nene gasps, recognizing the man with Takumi. He stares back, confused by her shock. Nene's mind reels. She stares at the old cleric. Is this really the high priest? Mortified by her outburst, Nene shuts her eyes, deeply apologizing. Apology trails off as Takumi, shocked, realizes he's before the high priest. Nene quickly clarifies, he's the church's top authority. The cleric realizes Takumi knows the holy maiden. Takumi nervously admits it and apologizes for the late intro. He repeats the name Takumi, realization hitting. He knows exactly who this is. His face softens. The high priest says he only granted the maiden's wish, then thanks Takumi for clearing his bounty. His tone turns sharp. He demands what an outsider is doing in their forbidden zone, asking if he plans to convert. Takumi flinches at the sudden hostility, but reasons it's natural given his past as a king's. Before he can react, Nene steps up and takes the blame, insisting she brought Takumi there herself. The high priest can't blame the saint. Her will is God's, a divine command, so Takumi can stay. Permission granted, Nene bows deeply, thanking him profusely. The high priest calmly reassures her all's well. He scratches his head sheepishly, apologizing for the trouble. Sweating under their gaze, he realized his treatment compared to Nene was night and day, so he tried to make a good impression. Stunning surroundings shattered his thoughts. He called the architecture breathtaking, wondering if it was a divine gift. The high priest agreed, feeling profoundly blessed despite the deity's distant radiance. Enjoying the pleasant atmosphere, he smiled, asking the high priest the god's name, certain it was majestic. Priest's face tightened. He said divine names aren't mundane, the great deity is simply God. Takumi's enthusiasm waned, realizing distinguishing this god would be tough. His voice sharpened as the high priest declared their god the only true one, mocking other nations for daring to worship pathetic imitations. The priest's sermon hit Takumi like a physical blow. Sweating, he realized the disaster. He'd dug his own grave. Nene bowed deep, shouting Takumi's name as she apologized to the high priest. She explained he was still learning this world's customs and begged for forgiveness. High priest raised a hand, stopping her, insisting a saintly figure never bows. He dismissed Takumi's words as foolish prattle from an ignorant fool. Takumi grimaced at the harsh label. Matter settled, he turned to Nene, revealing the guards saw her sneaking outside the gates. Nene looked up, stunned by the sudden shift. She looked down, asking if her actions were wrong. The high priest's stern face broke into a wide smile, reassuring her, "Of course not. Even the lowliest souls feel your compassion." But Nene's face. The high priest spoke with pious warning, suggesting the faithful feel her mercy, then bid her take care. Eyes downcast, she quietly promised her best. With the priest gone, she and Takumi head deeper into the city as massive domes tower ahead. He apologized instantly, face full of regret. He said too much and made things worse. Noticing Nene's downcast look, she asked if she was okay. Nene forced a smile, reassuring her, explaining the high priest's intense devotion makes him sensitive to faith. She got serious, changing the subject to ask Takumi about the village outside the city. He answered honestly, noting despite being near the elegant capital, the settlement felt shabby, everything there lacked a spark of light. Walking the path, Nene explains the high priest runs this settlement, a refuge feeding the nation's orphans, homeless, and bankrupt. Takumi liked the idea, but questioned the need for a separate settlement when the city had plenty of room. Nene somberly revealed the truth. The capital is only for the faithful. Thinking anyone could join regardless of their morals, Nene corrected them. Citizenship costs a 10 gold coin donation. Takumi realized 10 gold coins meant 100,000 yen, a massive fortune. Villagers had to work in the capital to afford residency, but Nene revealed a catch. Only the faithful can get. It clicked for him. To escape, you must believe and pay 10 gold. But only believers can work to earn it. He saw it. The system was a strange, unsolvable paradox. Nene prepped a room for him at the church, then sadly asked him to follow her. She led him into the settlement huddled against the city walls. Streets teemed with people in worn clothes, living in squalor. Then a child spotted Nene and a cry erupted from the crowd. The holy maiden arrived. Hopeful residents gathered as Nene moved gracefully, blessing them with gentle touches. A young girl beamed as the holy maiden touched her head. She and Takumi handed out food as Nene served stew to the grateful crowd. Leaving the crowd, Nene asked if he felt any sympathy for their miserable lives. He understood her. Nene pressed. Was he thankful he didn't live like that? He trailed off, admitting he hadn't considered it. They walked on in silence. Nene shared her dark thoughts, fearing her fate. Without her saint-upon title, she'd be tossed aside like trash and forced to live that same miserable life. She cynically mused on her saintly luck, as if she'd won the jackpot. The cynical remarks shook him, then Nene dropped a bombshell. The whole village was a staged lie. The truth hit hard. The poor were just props for the faithful, and the grand priest was pulling every string. Stunned, he heard Nene speak bitterly, mocking herself. A pampered saintess, she laughed at falling into their schemes. She'd tried to atone by visiting the lowly, only to realize she was a church pawn. His gaze softened, knowing the church trapped her as a saintess, yet she still fought for change. He finally saw her effort. He smiled as one thought clicked. Nene-san was magnificent. His words struck a chord. She clenched her fist, face contorting, fighting back tears before regaining composure. She beamed and waved, thanking him while laughing off her earlier breakdown. She covered her mouth, face flushing red from her sudden outburst. Winking and giving a thumbs up, she apologized, admitting he distracted her but assured him she was fine. Her resolve returned. She refused the status quo, vowing to shake things up from within. Takumi laughed, absolutely confident she'd succeed. He turned serious. Toppling the high priest wouldn't be easy, so they needed intel to surgically dismantle the city's corruption. Takumi strides through the towering domed city, blending into the crowd with his satchel in tow. He plans his next move, realizing wandering town for intel won't be effective. A loud voice shouts his name, yelling they finally found him. Takumi spins around, startled. It's the Sword Saint, pointing at him from a nearby table. She's with the elf guardian and a spiky-haired warrior, eating in a bustling courtyard. Kamai walks up smiling, greets the Blue Wolf crew, and asks how they've been after their lucky run-in. The furious Sword Saint grabs the warrior's face, demanding, "Where have you been?" She rages, shaking the warrior, his head spinning from her rough hand, yelling Takumi ruined everything. The warrior lunges at Takumi in tears, shouting they've finally met, but the Sword Saint blocks him, demanding answers about Lalin and carrots. To stop the chaos, the elf guardian summons spirits and unleashes a sleep cloud. Spell instantly hits. Emotional warrior collapses, asleep. Takumi stares, stunned, flanked by the composed Sword Saint and elf guardian. The weary elf apologized for their sudden reunion. She asked him to help with the others as she explained. Moments later, they sat at a nearby table. The conscious, spiky-haired warrior bowed in shame, apologizing for his embarrassing display. Shocked, he learned the Sword Saint was hunting him, knowing he was headed straight for Fultima. She leaned against him, blushing as she explained. As non-believers, today was their last day in the holy city, and she confessed she just got caught up in the moment when they met. She steadied herself as the warrior leaned in, looking grave, and told Takumi to accept his offer. He slammed a heavy sack on the table. Confused, Takumi stared as the warrior begged him to take it. The bag burst open, revealing a mountain of gold. It was Takumi's 1,000 coin share, and he stared in pure disbelief. His frantic refusal erupted. He waved his hands, but the warrior shoved the bag at him, demanding he take it. The elf interjected, calming the situation. She explained their leader was overexcited and anxious. Still flustered, he argued he couldn't accept a mountain of gold without explanation. She eyed the blushing Sword Saint, who looked away. Sipping her drink, the elf told Renat to stop acting grumpy, knowing the sudden reunion was a shock. The flustered saint stammered her denial. She's flustered as Takumi thanks her for the help. He apologizes for vanishing, but she admits she wanted to thank him too, her mind going blank the moment he appeared. Their moment breaks as the leader pulls out the gold sack again, insisting it's Takumi's guild reward for impressive monster hunting. He eyes the bag, then his comrades, bewildered. He wonders aloud why the guild would involve him. It hits him, everything started the moment he carelessly touched that card. Reno explains the consequences. His impressive hunts shot their party, Blue Wolf's mane, from E to SS overnight. Now the guild fears an external evaluator granting such a high rank could undermine their entire system. Frowning, the elf explains the guild's fix. Make him an official member to end the bureaucracy. The leader mentions the guild sent elite adventurers to find him. But Takumi sips his drink and casually claims he never saw anyone. Takumi's casual dismissal stuns the warrior. He recounts rumors of Takumi smashing a guild blockade, even fighting InfoWars to escape. Takumi just smiles, claiming a smooth, laid-back journey. Takumi's expression proves his journey beat the rumors. He confirms he met great people and had a blast. The warrior feels the crushing weight. He bows, apologizing for the trouble, then desperately begs Takumi to join the Blue Wolf. Moved by her plea, Takumi smiles and gladly accepts. The news shocks the party. The Blue Wolf warrior stammers while Aline questions him, even though she knows better. The warrior bows deeply in thanks, but an awkward Takumi clarifies. He's no adventurer, but he'll still lend his name. He clarifies his position. Renat thanks him, then quickly asks who he is, demanding secrets. Takumi flusters at her forwardness, but she just says she's curious. He thinks it over, admitting he can't grant everyone's wishes. He smiles, claiming he's just a normal guy summoned by accident, but no one buys it. The Blue Wolf freezes at the mention of a fourth hero, while Renat and the warrior insist he's the. Everything clicks for the Blue Wolf warrior. He finally knows where Takumi was while slaying the Demon King's monsters during the capital raid. He deflects credit, saying his skills pulled him through. Renat thinks Takumi is indeed very strong. Lalin praises his handy-create skill, while the Blue Wolf warrior asks if his long trip from the capital involved ferry trouble in the Misanto's port. He reviews his mental map, realizing he detoured through Adarast from the capital. He asked if the forest held the world tree. Lalin confirmed it, tracing his journey from Adarasta across the strait and through those woods. Her composure shattered instantly. She jolted forward, shocked, demanding how he knew about the world tree. Unfazed, Takumi explained the elves he visited told him their stories. She froze, village elves, then reality hit. That barrier should have kept humans out. He shrugged, admitting he just stumbled into the village. Lost after the woods, something guided him. To prove it, he revealed a leafy branch given by an elder's sap. Lalin gasped and blushed, instantly recognizing a branch from the world tree. Overwhelmed by shock, Laline collapsed backward as Renee and Carrots screamed her name. Fairlina sounded the alarm. She recovered, apologizing for getting flustered. Carrots stressed the world tree forest was sacred to high elves. An ordinary human setting foot there was shocking, let alone meeting the legendary elf queen. Rena remarked Takumi. Outlining their plan, she declared they'd make him an official party member by registering him at the guild's branch office. He looked away, hesitant. He had loose ends to tie up and couldn't move just yet. Parrots overheard and questioned the word hassle. He reminded Takumi their stay was short but offered his full support. He smiles, calling them all comrades. The elf guardian agrees, insisting they share the details. Takumi thanks them all, overwhelmed. While planning their next move, Renee mentions guild rumors about the high priest, but the details are still a mystery. She swaps into a frilled dress and apron, then with a flourish, declares herself ready, asking Carrots if he's ready, surprising him. She explains to wide-eyed Takumi her thief skill gathers intel, best dressed this way. Plan ready, Carrots shakes Takumi's hand and wishes him luck. At the wagon, Takumi thanks Carrots for the intel and vows to use it well. He apologizes for not helping, but Renee reassures him, arranging to meet later in Lawland. The elf guardian adds she'll wait for his good news. Parting ways, Carrots offers Takumi a money pouch, insisting he take his share. It's their rule to split all earnings since Takumi's one of them. The elf agrees to take the gold to avoid drama, as money splits kill parties. Their wagon rolls out. Alone in his room, arms crossed, he reviewed his party's intel. The cult paid a bounty for bringing in the less fortunate. The problem grew clear as they dug deeper. The party saw the system supported the cult. The poor's settlement only reminded the faithful of blessings or let them satisfy pride by giving. Facing the grim truth, he eyed the heavy sack, the cash he needed to fight this injustice. Takumi stands, hand to chin, deep in thought, remembering Nene's words. Her words echoed, only the faithful enter the holy city and faith costs 10 gold coins. He eyes a heavy sack on the table, the guild's 1,000 gold coins. A smile spreads as a plan forms. It won't fully resolve things, but he knows this spark can break the deadlock. He heads to the central church. He arrives, a voice inside shouts in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? First, he confronts the church, demanding why they take money but ignore the villagers' faith as the stunned cleric begs him to be quiet. He won't be silenced, slams his fist on the counter, and calls the situation ridiculous. The commotion draws attention from others in the hall who quietly ask him to step aside. Outburst leads to a private meeting. Across from a cleric, he hears the church's view. Gathering 100 souls is madness, he states, reminding Takumi it costs 10 gold to become. He counters, knowing people are trapped outside, unsaved. The cleric sips tea, acknowledging it, then reveals their national origin and Takumi's saintess connection, musing saving the poor sounds noble, but harms the church. The cleric explained that suffering lets the faithful show compassion. Without the poor, how could anyone give alms? She noted Takumi's wealth but warned him to curb his charity. If he saved everyone alone, the other faithful couldn't donate, which would be a massive inconvenience. Disgust hit him as the truth became clear. They didn't care about the poor, they were just using the faithful as tools for their own greed. He snatched back the bag of coins, saying he'd return the money himself, no need for her. The cleric looked surprised, asking if he was serious and noting his generosity. She flashed a huge grin, claiming the gold as a donation while Takumi walked away. She blessed him goodbye, wishing him divine grace. Without turning, Takumi shouted he'd pass on blessings, adding a curt thank you. He left the grand church, grimly determined, moving through the city's populace. Past anger, he felt profound incredulity at a guiding priest's brazen cynicism. He realized this evil was standard for the clergy. The church was rotten to the core, and fixing it would be a nightmare. In a sunlit hall, the high priest began his day with a sacred, silent ritual of communion with the divine, untouched by mortals. He knelt in prayer, rose, adjusted his mitre, and began. An aide reports today's sermon is starting at the Grand Cathedral's massive dome. Calmly, he asks how many guests are coming. A cleric reports 300 souls expected. The high priest beams, declaring it splendid news, certain the divine will be pleased. His smile turns sharp as he grills the cleric for updates on the Gospel Bell investigation. The cleric's confidence breaks. He checks his notes and admits the results are all wrong. He reports no divine intervention, cautiously suggesting a natural phenomenon like a gust of wind. The high priest's expression darkens. The cleric's eyes widen in terror as his words sink in. The high priest erupts, calling it blasphemy. He bellows scriptures say Bell heralds the divine, so a miracle must have occurred. Terrified, the cleric hits the floor, begging and vowing to keep searching. The high priest towers over him, declaring failure proves his faith is weak and shameful. The high priest's anger fades into exhaustion. Rubbing his head, he tells the cleric to just handle the situation. His subordinate reports that Lord Coraldo needs 20 male laborers and 10 young women. He recalls villagers clamoring for help just days ago. Knowing Lord Coraldo's a devoted, rich donor, he can't dismiss the request, so they'll bring people from Herodix. He grins, detailing his plan. Send thieves to raid the village, enslave the youth, and slaughter the rest as a warning that heresy leads to doom. Sweating, the cleric agrees. The high priest declares even despised heathens, if they serve the faithful, please God. With that settled, the cleric reports on the saint's activities. A cleric tracks the saintess's every move. She woke at 3 a.m., prepped, and met Takumi. After an hour in a village, she hit the chapel at 10. The report details her baths, restroom visits, even sleep. The high priest smiles, blessed their saint passed the day safely. From his throne, he orders the cleric to protect the saint and report her every move. High priest reflects on scriptures. God descended from another realm. He connects this to the woman summoned from beyond, blessed as a saint. Nene, listening, thinks God sending a saint can't be coincidence. Later, Nene's private prayers reveal a deep conflict. Serving the saintess is her ultimate joy, but she doubts the timing. Of all the high priests, why must she witness this now? At the gospel bell, she questions, why send a saintess, not a saint? She believes God's every move holds a hidden purpose. In sacred halls, the high priest prays, questioning God if this tests his faith, what he desires, and pleading for guidance, calling himself a wretched soul unworthy of the burden. Kneeling in the empty chamber, he prays for divine light to guide his path. His head snaps up, eyes wide as the realization hits him like a physical blow. With a manic grin and sweat beading his temple, he triumphantly declares his grand, divine revelation. Arms outstretched, he faces the heavens, realizing God's will and vowing to submit his heart tonight. The holy city sits silent, oblivious to the massive decision made inside. Elsewhere, Takumi stares out his window, lost in thought. He flops onto his bed, sighing, realizing their actions only worsen the situation, yet they still lack a solution. He rolls back, eyes fixed on the ceiling. A grim thought hits, this is truly beyond his control. A sharp knock snaps him back. Startled, he sits up, wondering who's visiting this late, and tells them to wait. Before he moves, the door bursts open. Nene in the doorway, terrified. She shouts his name, crying something terrible happened. Kamai's eyes widened at her arrival, his voice cracking as he stammered her name. She reeled from his reaction, asking what's wrong. He fell silent, eyes distant, perched on the bed's edge, considering her proposal. An interesting point, he admitted. She worried the plan would add too much pressure, but Nene pushed back, insisting this was their only shot to break the deadlock. She revealed her true goal, smiling as she asked him to join. Her directness stunned him. Leaning in, she clasped her hands and shut her eyes tight, begging him to agree. Her plea stunned him. Chin in hand, he weighed her desperate request. Under night's cloak, a grand domed city stands, its streets aglow with scattered lights. One tall building stands out, its windows glowing against the dark sky. Inside a bare room, Holy Maiden Nene writes by the window light. Elsewhere, Takumi hides in a closet, flinching at his own noise, realizing the moment's close. Sweat beads on his face, stunned to be stuck waiting in a closet. A query set the plan in motion. Did the high priest need to discuss with Nene? Nene tells Takumi she's appealing directly to the high priest and invited his men over tonight. She beams, thrilled if he joins. Takumi considers this a challenging chance to break their deadlock. If they see him, they'll run, so Nene winks with a better plan. Takumi hides and enters at the story's peak. He decided helping Nene wasn't so bad. He couldn't just flee mid-chat. Nene declared it settled, pulling him to her room to plan. Hiding in the closet, he felt less like an ally and more like a secret lover. Suddenly, a sound from the main door startled them both, making them instantly alert. Nene stared at the door, watching from his narrow hiding spot. Her final look reassured him as she opened the door. From the closet, he nodded just as the latch clicked open. The door opened, revealing the high priest, his face beaming a joyous smile. "What a delight, Saintess," he began. Nene recognized the high priest as he bowed low, apologizing for the late visit. She invited him in as he peeked from the closet, noticing the high priest arrived alone. The solo visit surprised him. He figured if it was too urgent for others, he shouldn't listen in. Nene asked why he came, and the high priest revealed a divine prophecy. With a saintly expression, he makes a startling proposal to Nene: unite to bring forth the divine child. His words hit instantly. as Takumi and Nene, hidden in the closet, stare wide-eyed, mouths agape in silent disbelief. The high priest admits he's been grilling God, demanding to know why their saint was born a woman instead of a man. He reveals God's prophecy. The holy maiden was sent so they can have children together. Nene, appalled, objects. She reminds him clergy marriages follow church guidelines and unmarried relationships are forbidden fornication. He brushes her off, claiming sins only apply to commoners. As God's top apostle, he's above the rules with the maiden, leaving Nene stunned. She rejects his twisted logic and declines his offer, as Takumi, from hiding, sees the man's outrageous, selfish theory. He laughs off her refusal unfazed. She finds it strange, but insists the divine has already decided their fate. He clatters up, proclaiming they're meeting a heaven-sent fate, insisting she descended for this purpose. Cupping his ears, he screams, asking if she hears the divine echoes. Their God demands it. She commands Nene to bear God's child. But Nene, distressed, cries she hears no divine voice, insisting it's an illusion and refusing his demand. Refusal hangs heavy. Alone in her room, a door creak startles her and she snaps her head toward it. She watches the door, breath held tense. It swings open, and she shuts her eyes with a defeated sigh. But the high priest doesn't enter. Takumi bursts in, shouting for everyone to stop. She blocks the door. Nene screams his name in relief as the priest seethes with rage. You dare. Enraged priests struggle to grasp this. Who dared lurk in the holy maiden's chamber and obstruct him, a man with divine insight? His fury builds as he declares that to defy him is to defy the gods. Clutching Nene, Takumi snaps, accusing the priest of using holy visions to hide his selfish greed. He accuses them of hypocrisy extending to villagers beyond the walls, oppressed and exploited under their divine banner, then confronts the high priest. What god wants such cruelty? The high priest fired back, claiming to be God's messenger. He declared his actions followed a divine plan mortals couldn't grasp, insisting his will was one with the Almighty. He shouted that no true God would abandon humanity, accusing the priest of betraying his own faith to hide his corruption. Defiance enraged the high priest. How dare you, he bellowed, then a chilling realization hit him. He understood, regretting his mistake, trying to reason with those who couldn't grasp divine teachings. Takumi. Narrowing his eyes, he exposed Takumi as an otherworlder like the hero, claiming God just revealed his true identity, a devil's disciple sent to defy him. He publicly denounced Takumi, branding him a devil sent to seduce the saintess. The accusation stunned both Takumi and Nene. Takumi stood speechless at the absurd claim as the high priest accused him of plotting to stop his, and the saintess's holy child. The high priest's face twisted with malice, declaring Takumi's doom. Hands glowing, he begged his god for a sacred cage to vanquish evil. The cleric channels divine power as Nene begs Takumi to stop, but Takumi stands his ground, determined. Warning came too late. Oppressive energy descended, engulfing the young man and holy maiden in its ominous light. Crackling light ensnares Takumi. He recoils from a powerful, high-voltage shock. Nene screams his name, recognizing the high priest's sacred magic. He nears the shimmering wall, confirming it's a binding energy prison. Determined to escape, he summons a sledgehammer and slams the barrier, but it recoils, shocking his whole body. The weapons pierce the barrier but shatter into energy. Nene clasps her hands, begging the gods for aid. She takes control, gathering divine power into an orb and casting holy dispel to shatter the restraints. Her spell fizzles out. She stares at her hands in shock, confused why her magic failed. The high priest breaks the silence, telling the saint her magic is useless since they share the same divine attribute. She pleads with him to end this madness, questioning if he'd defy the sacred teaching of preserving life, arguing such destructive power against a human is excessive. He glares past her, dismissing her plea. Don't be fooled, saint, he warns. This creature's a demon in disguise. From his cage, Takumi shouts back, confused, the spell. Ignoring the boy, the priest raises hands, gathering immense power, calling his god to obliterate this presence and turn Takumi to dust for defying the divine with sacred magic. Nene screamed as the spell closed in, while Takumi froze, staring at the lethal energy. A glowing panel suddenly materialized, startling him. Beeping it displayed. Backdoor activity detected, lift restriction. The strange alert stops him cold. Why now? The tone and wording are off. Is this a betrayal? Normally, he'd just say yes, but with his life on the line, he couldn't ponder the implications. He hesitated. Nene's voice echoed. She'd only say no if scared. Her words guided his hand. He moved his finger to no. As he reached out, his gut screamed this choice was vital. While the priest unleashed Saint Nova, Takumi slammed yes. At his touch, the sacred cage dissolved. The high priest finished his spell, but his target was free. The high priest stared, wide-eyed, unable to grasp what happened. Takumi, equally stunned, stood unharmed. Nene pulled him into a relieved hug, shouting that he was amazing. She pulled back, demanding how he dispelled the high priest's sacred magic. He was still processing it. Takumi explained a strange, yes, no plate suddenly appeared before him. He tells Nene the prompt was about approving a forbidden act, but the wording was weird. Stunned, she asks what happened next and what he means by the play. He grins and says he just hit yes like usual to break the spell. His words stun Nene. Backdoor action and revoke approval click, revealing the truth. Meanwhile, the high priest panics. His sacred arts Saint Nova and Cage of Purging aren't activating, and he just heard a divine's voice. The horror hits him as he realizes the price of breaking his divine vow. He grabs his gut in shock. He calls for holy light, but his power won't answer. Desperate, he screams at the heavens, asking why God abandoned him after years of service. He begs for an answer in pure anguish. Suddenly, the high priest collapses with a thud, stunning Takumi and Nene into silence. The fallen priest's hand twitches as Takumi asks about the vow. Nene grimly reveals his sacred pact is severed. Takumi wonders if the high priest lost his sacred magic. Nene confirms it, explaining holy light is a basic spell from the vow ceremony Takumi witnessed. For the priest to lose even this power is beyond her comprehension. Breaking a divine vow was unthinkable, but the high priest faced a crushing reality. His god had abandoned him, leaving him lower than a commoner. Takumi watched the man crumble, baffled how his devotion strayed. Nene saw him, claiming only he could grasp it, his deep piety making every thought divine. The scandal broke the high priest, forcing him to resign as a rival rises to take his spot. The power shift didn't stop the chaos. The high priest's fall exposed massive corruption, pushing the church to the brink of collapse. In the chaos, Saint Nene emerged as a beacon of hope for the struggling church and its followers. She faced the crowd, voice clear, announcing the high priest strayed. Her sermon gripped the crowd. She preached, "Divine teachings are great, but never use God to justify yourself. No divine path strays from humanity." She firmly declared these weren't her words, but direct revelations from the Almighty guiding humanity to live rightly. Walking the streets after her speech, Takumi praised her bold sermon. Nene smirked, admitting she stole a line he'd told a high priest. Her face serious, she looked at him. Crisis handled, she asked what he'd do next. Nene asked him to stay and support her. With church reforms coming, things were getting crazy, and she needed a familiar face. His presence alone was enough. Grateful for the invite, he declined, explaining prior commitments required his return to Lawland. He laughed off the rejection, promising they'd meet again. Once things settle, he'll give her a heads up and swing by. Nene accepted, saying it's fine. She knew with no phones, his letter would arrive after him. She smiled over the holy city, certain she'd sense him the moment he arrived. She waved as he left for Nene, ending her first big adventure in this new world. Komi looked back on his journey. It was worth more than just time. He only meant to thank Nene, but it turned into so much more. Journeying back to Lalit, his mind drifted, recalling fascinating people, experiences, and wondering how Kashuri and Kathy were as memories of them and companions flashed. As his carriage cleared the gates, he couldn't wait to see them again, unaware his next visit would lead to a fated encounter. A carriage rumbles down a dusty road, starting a new chapter. God's gate shrouded in fog. In the crowded carriage, Takumi's out cold with his mouth wide open. A violent carriage lurch throws him forward, jolting him awake. He wakes up to smirks from the group. A man in a cap grins while a girl nearby hides a laugh. Takumi reflects on his purpose, leaving Altima to fulfill a promise to the Blue Wolf's mane, an adventuring party from Pennant. He's Saki Takumi at their service. The carriage rolls steadily toward the town of Laren. At Noret's Way station, Takumi checks his map, learning he needs a Terminal 3 carriage for Laurent. They wait, sighing, his departure still distant. A hooded figure approaches, points out a good seat. Takumi thanks them. As the figure leaves, they murmur a quiet prayer. "Oh, divine spirit of this world." Figure's words barely reach him, puzzling him. He asks what they said, missing the words. He turns, watching in confusion, as the hooded figure vanishes into the terminal. He sits on a bench in Norrid's Park, lost in thought, when a nearby voice makes him turn, eyes wide, wondering if he heard sword. A cloaked, hooded figure, face obscured, asks his next move. Takumi notes the peaceful spot, rarely visited. He's heading to Lariat to keep a promise to his fellow adventurers. The hooded figure pegs him as an adventurer. Takumi confirms he's joining Lawrence Guild, even if it's not his usual style. Asked if he's official, he says not yet. He asked about his job. The figure murmurs they understand. Task complete. They rise from the bench, cloth rustles. The hood drops, revealing the legendary sword Saint Isriat. Sent by the guild, she's here to bring him in. She smiles, her work done as his guild trip makes her request disappear. Takumi's jaw drops, stunned. He bows low, apologizing for the trouble, as the sword Saint reveals Blue Wolf searched as far as Fultima. Ernest's apology receives no acceptance, just a sudden, hearty laugh from the sword Saint, confusing him further. She smirks, calling him interesting and telling him to relax, since the guild is just overreacting. She told Takumi Izurat wasn't her real name, and moved to satisfy her curiosity. Smiling, she revealed her name, Yudo Isari, the real shocker. She was Japanese, just like him. He reeled, stammering, "Are you a summoner too?" She calmly corrected him, similar origins, but her situation differed. She'd been summoned to this world 50 years ago. The timing clicked. He realized she was the Yudoku from the infamous disappearance. She confirmed it, revealing she's over 60 despite her young looks. His eyes widened, the memory clicked. Back then, a boy's disappearance was everywhere. He lived nearby, same grade. They shared the same age and hometown. She expected it, but was still shocked it happened there. He introduced himself as Seiki Takumi. She noted her youth for over 60, confirming it for him too. Her Sword Saint class activated her nullification skill, completely rejuvenating her body. It finally clicked. She explained that in this world, aging is just another status ailment you can nullify. She explained nullifying aging reverts the body to its prime, making her look 18. She liked the youth but sighed. Being treated like a child isn't always a blessing. The power's true scale hit him, his face twisting in pure awe. Confused, he stammers, demanding her meaning. Isiri explains he dodged her fastest sword technique, a feat only the Sword Saint achieved. Her skill eye perceives opponent abilities. She suspected his strength, but now believes his body reacted on instinct. Takumi remains bewildered, insisting he did nothing. A knowing smile crosses her face. His ignorance of his own power amuses her. She won't leave him clueless and suggests checking his status, but he's shocked. Only the owner should see that screen. She corrects him, explaining a world rule. Body contact lets strangers view status. Touching his shoulder, she tells him to look at hers first. She summons her status screen. Stats materialize. Class Sword Saint, level 298 with massive attributes. She asks, "Understand now?" He grasps the idea, happily thinking higher is better. She asks, he agrees to show his status and calls it. A status screen pops up. He's only level 2, but his class is God, and every stat is maxed at 999,999. He grins sheepishly at the screen, his level 2 looking pathetic next to a series. It's still a baffling jumble of nines. Stunned, she watches Isari grab him, demanding he's joking. She explains levels just a benchmark. Low levels hide high abilities based on job, and he's the perfect example. Level doesn't matter, only stats do. If those numbers are wrong, the whole assessment is worthless. He laughs off her theory, claiming no such powers. Isari refutes him. The numbers are accurate. She theorizes his stats exceed display limits, appearing as nines. Frustrated by his doubt, she smacks his head, calling him a fool. He yelps, surprised her sword hit him. But Isari, unfazed, asks where he's hurt, warning a real injury is dangerous. He touches his head, feeling nothing. Isari used the sharp edge, yet he's completely unharmed without a single scratch. Puzzled, she claims he lacks awareness, but his scores prove his true power. He's skeptical, thinking his status is wrong. Why would a god even have a job? They explain the job category on status screens is just a remnant of an old spell for career suitability. He sees god as a job title like CO, and Isari agrees it's just a label. Role or status, the meaning stays the same. Her expression turns deadly serious. Name or not, she declares with conviction, he is this world's supreme god. Her words hit hard. Takumi froze, staring ahead as he processed her claim. She was the god of this world. Sudden pressure hit him from behind as Isari leaned in, her wide stare and massive presence crushing the room. Before he processed her intensity, her hands clamped his shoulders. The sudden contact jolted him, a strangled sound escaping as he stared, utterly shocked. Izurat declares that no matter the name, Takumi is this world's supreme being. Takumi loudly rejects her idea, finding it impossible. Exasperated, Izurat grabs him, demanding quiet, questioning who'd believe a random person from nowhere is a guy. Anger turns to confusion as she questions their summoning, wondering if this was simply Seiki's destiny. Her words hang. A heavy silence falls as Takumi stares down, processing her theory's immense weight. He looks up, realizing she's right. He can't ignore the clues anymore. He explains the god idea is wild, not convinced, but he's starting to process it, recalling spells bouncing off him and realizing it's all connected. Issarat stops and turns to him with a serious look, ready to ask a major question. With an immortal body and the world at his command, she asks him directly, what's his next move? The question stuns Takumi. He looks away, sweating as he weighs the possibilities while Issarat watches closely. He stares off, weighing Issarat's question about the future, before answering with total silence. His words hang heavy as he clarifies. He's dead serious about living free, just like always. Smiling, he admits his younger self chased ambition, but age brought wisdom. He knows his limits, preferring shared joy to pretentious solitude. He'll still help the weak and punish evil, but he follows his own judgment, not a god's. He declares firmly, being a god doesn't mean acting godly. He'll live joyfully as Takumi Saki. Izurut considers his declaration, a thoughtful look on her face as she murmurs. She understands and offers a new token. Her hand glows, warning him to brace himself. No master avoids it. Stunned by the cryptic warning, she stammers and begs her to wait. Before you can speak, Izurut moves with blinding speed, drops to one knee and draws her katana. Instead of attacking, Izurut kneels before a stunned Takumi, holding up a lock of hair she just cut with her blade. Kneeling, Issarat revealed her secret God Slayer blade, warning that even his invincible body would feel the sting. She named it God Slayer V, an unavoidable strike with invisible blades that ignored distance. But the name was a lie. She stared at Takumi, impressed he chose a simple life despite his insane power, but knew human hearts always change. She turned to leave, hair whipping in the wind, and warned Seiki, don't force her to take down a classmate from their hometown. Elsewhere, a spiky-haired young man sighed in massive relief. He stumbles back, clutching his chest and gasping. That hurt like crazy. He struggled to grasp it. He hadn't died, yet he felt it. The technique hit hard, revealing the legendary Sword Saint's God Slayer power. Even gods have limits, a lesson he'd never forget. He knew he'd meet Sword Saint Izur Yudo and Yudo Asiri again, but his carriage was already leaving. His plan failed when an iron door slammed shut, trapping him behind bars in total shock. Trapped in a dark cell, he stared into the gloom, wondering how his talent led to this disaster. He stands in a dark dungeon, grips his cell bars. Down the bleak corridor, he calls out, anyone there? A guard slams a gauntlet on the bars, silencing his plea with aggression. Startled, he demands answers, swearing he recalls no crime to warrant imprisonment. Guards scoff, asking if he's faking ignorance after his grave sin. The young man presses, asking his crime. The chilling answer, high treason. He reels, shouting in disbelief, treason against the state. The guard notes his audacious claim of innocence, remarking the prisoner shows no hint of guilt. He thinks silently, wondering if this charge links to his past as a would-be king's assassin, but he's used to facing false accusations. The guards leave, announcing he's bound for the royal capital. For now, he rots in this cell as they mockingly hope he stays in one piece. It watches them leave, puzzled by the warning. Footsteps fade, a new voice from his cell's shadows welcomes a fresh face. He turns to find a massive shadow looming over him. The giant cracks his knuckles, chains clinking, and growls that the rookie has some nerve not saying hello. A new inmate arrives. Takumi enters his cell, expressionless, met by a massive, sharp-toothed prisoner's grin. The man leans from his enclosure, demanding to know who Takumi thinks he is, Walt. The large man rises, towering over Takumi, cracks his knuckles and smirks, taunting the newcomer's nerve. Unfazed, Takumi bows and introduces himself, but the massive inmate roars and swings a fist at his head. The blow never lands. Takumi effortlessly catches the massive armored fist, stopping it dead inches from his face. His attacker screams, recoiling, clutching his hand. His armored gauntlet cracks and crumbles from the impact. Takumi watches his confused face. The Sword Saint watches, telling Riley, throwing punches hurts more. Takumi realizes, casually slashing with an unsheathed sword makes this feel like nothing. Clutching his sore hand, the giant changes his tone, admits he was a bully, and asks Takumi what crime put him in prison. He smirks, guessing Kamai's scrawny frame means something boring, petty theft or skipping a meal bill. Takumi casually admits to treason, leaving the other prisoner stunned by his blunt confession. Shock turns serious as the giant warns Takumi. Here, the hierarchy must be crystal clear. He lays out cell rules. First, he demands money for his turf. Hierarchy's simple. Newcomer Takumi is below him, lower ranks obey. Any cell food must be offered to him first. He's the self-proclaimed Supreme Lord. Takumi stays unfazed, rejecting the stranger's absurd demands. The big man sputters, shocked by the blatant defiance. Shock ignites rage, face twisting, growling at the young man. Instead of cowering, Takumi sways on his feet, unable to shake off an overwhelming drowsiness, wondering if it's just a bad day. Already late for the Blue Wolf reunion, he decides to nap. He drops to the floor and sleeps, ignoring the fuming inmates. He drifts off, desperately hoping he can contact his allies against all odds. Akari won't bear the disrespect. Roaring for the boy to wake, he lifts his heavy boot, poised to stomp. He screams, slamming his foot down again and again on the prone figure. The assault has a strange effect. Asleep, Takumi feels the pounding like a lullaby, pulling him deeper. He sleeps with a faint smile, pushing the future out of his mind. High in the castle tower, a shocked cry rings out. In the hall, a furious noble screams at his subordinate, demanding how the crows were slaughtered and why the news leaked. Subordinate apologizes, only 30 Mediska members perished. Other crows remain active. His superior furiously retorts casualties are irrelevant. He slams his fists, roaring that their secret unit left tracks for everyone to see. Facing the rage, the subordinate kneels silently as a small, fiery spirit crackles beside him. He accepts reprimands, explaining a powerful church controls Mediska, making their cover-up useless. The subordinate confirms the dead are scrubbed from all records, killing any trail as the noble listens thoughtfully. The noble grabs a bottle and starts chugging. He smirks smugly, dismissing the crows as overhyped, ragtag criminals despite their loyalty. A subordinate interrupts, clarifying, the sole survivor says the crows plan to ambush Takumi in his sleep. Instead, they got ambushed. The noble's smug vanishes, turning to surprise. His associate reported, their target fought alone with unfathomable strength, and there was another detail. The old noble narrowed his eyes, wondering if this guy was another trained assassin. His master-level skills are no surprise. The crows were elite killers, but 30 were just ambushed and slaughtered. The noble panicked, screaming that Takumi was coming for his head. Fearing a grudge, he tripled his guards and ignored everyone's pleas to calm down. The older noble clarified the crow's report. The figure was petite, easily mistaken for a woman, meaning the ambusher was different from. The noble suspected Takumi sensed the ambush and hired a pro to trap them instead. Noble stammered agreement, but his associate warned, stay alert. Takumi was the legend who repelled the Demon King and defeated the Kraken. He worried if unchecked, this person would soon raise banners in rebellion. Then his associates announced a brilliant plan. The old noble smirked, vowing to turn this situation to their advantage. The plan, declare the crows the king's official unit, turning Takumi's victory into high treason against the state. Augusta, his co-conspirator, smugly stroked his chin, confirming the assessment. Elder and noble revealed their advantage. Before, church pressure forced them to drop Kamai's assassination charges. But the high priest's resignation plunged the church into chaos. Its power crumbled. The church couldn't meddle. He revealed the Adventurers Guild hunted the rascal, a great deterrent. Augusta's eyes widened, declaring it splendid. From his throne, Augusta cursed the church for meddling in politics using divine authority. Their power grew every year, and now they demanded special perks for adventurers. His partner praised the plan to keep the church and guild in check. Augusta gleefully ordered wanted posters spread nationwide, clenching his fist and vowing to finally finish Takumi. Far from the royal court, a dark stone hallway of prison cells sits silent. In one cell, Takumi stretched with a wide smile, finally waking from deep sleep. Rubbing his neck, he realized he'd slept for 45 hours. Across from him sat his cellmate, a massive, muscular man. He cheerfully greeted the man, apologizing for his long sleep, his large, scarred hands on his knees. The large prisoner bowed, sweating. He apologized for his rudeness, begging forgiveness. He laughs it off, but Takumi spots his bruised hands and asks what happened. He wonders if he's to blame. It might be karma, but he'd hate if his presence caused the man's injuries. He eyes his cellmate, suggesting he at least treat his wounds. His cellmate's size complicates things. They're stuck with no medicine or tools. This problem sparks a thought in Kamai. If only he could wield magic, things would be different. He remembers a cleric's lesson. Divine magic heals wounds through a sacred pact with the gods. The memory sparks a question. Can he also wield the gods' divine magic? He tells Akari the prayers feel wrong. He suspects he's the god they're praying to, so why ask himself for a favor? He should just heal them directly. With nothing to lose, he reaches out and whispers a single word, heal. Instantly, a blinding white light erupts from his hands, startling him. Light explodes from Takumi's hands over Akari's broken fist. They stare in shock as Akari's eyes widen at the massive power surge. He gasps in disbelief, sweat beating, seeing the impossible. Light flares on his hand. Deep, bloody gashes seal and vanish as if never there. Takumi sweats, realizing his true power as Akari shouts that the wound is vanishing before his eyes. He flexes his restored hand with a massive grin, fully healed. Takumi admits he winged it, but it worked perfectly. Akari's excitement sours to suspicion, clutching cell bars and questioning the fast recovery. Powerful healing. Was Takumi a high priest all along? Takumi turns away, quietly denying it. The man presses on, marveling at holy magic without priesthood or prayer. Takumi pauses, wondering if his divine profession suffices, even if he's no god. Akari doesn't look devout, but her power doesn't shock him, so Takumi decides to keep his divinity secret. Akari immediately tests his decision, grinning and loudly asking how he did it. The commotion draws unwanted attention, so Takumi quickly silences him, explaining they don't need prying eyes. 2 wardens arrive at the cell. Takumi grabs his soup and bread, figuring he can't complain about free food. He and Akari eat in silence, flanked by 2 guards. He finishes his meal, offers polite thanks. Guard collects bowls, the door clangs shut, leaving Takumi to his thoughts. Takumi startles Akari, asking if this town has an adventurer's guild. Takari confirms a guild just a stone's throw west of town, perfect for Takumi. Mind on escape, he asks about guard patrols. Akari explains dinner's over, no patrols until breakfast. The jail's so sturdy, no one believes escape. Takumi smirks at the advantage and tells Abu he's stepping out. Before Kari can blink, Takumi grabs the iron bars and bends them wide, leaving her stunned. He shoves the warped bars back for safety, stunning Akari. He realizes his power. The world always felt soft and fragile. His strength isn't just muscle. Akari clutches his head in pain, mind reeling from the display. Elsewhere, cloaked figures prowl the streets. Out of prison, Takumi hits the busy streets at sunset, needing to finish his business fast to stay out of trouble. He weaves through the crowd, scanning the strange city. He's a wanted criminal, so he hides his face. A clanking knight passes by, reminding him to stay low. He considers disguises. A balaclava looks too suspicious, so a simple mask is safer. He envisions a secure, full-coverage style, picturing a costumed hero squadron. Smiling, he confidently gets an idea. A simple, sleek, universally familiar design. A clear image forms. He reaches the Nordbranch Adventurers Guild. Hands up, he conjures his envisioned mask. He materializes in a flash. Seeing veterans swarm the guild, he knows he's in the right spot and heads inside. The guild door rattles open. 4 adventurers go silent, snapping their heads toward the entrance. They stare at the newcomer, wearing a white mask. They wonder aloud who he is, an adventurer they've never seen. Whispers followed the masked man to the reception desk. He noted Norid's guild was livelier than Atarasta's. The clerk offered a welcome, and he excused himself to get her attention. She apologized and cheerfully asked why he was there, catching him off guard. He composed himself, stating his purpose, message a party in another town. He realized his mask muffled his voice, sounding menacing. The clerk, momentarily flustered, confirmed guild branches could communicate. She asked for his adventure card, making him freeze since he hadn't registered yet. She asks if the card is required. The stressed clerk panics and apologizes, explaining that the guild's comms are for adventurers only. Grasping the situation, he instantly registered. The clerk explained he could register immediately, but a physical letter cost extra and took longer than magic. He agreed. She thanked him and pointed to a table for his letter. Turning, he remembered his promise to the Blue Wolf Party, register as an adventurer in Laring. He sat, a glowing butterfly familiar materialized to carry his message, startling the tavern's adventurers as they jolted in surprise. His pen moved, writing he was guilty of 200 counts of treason. The onlookers gasped. He paused, realizing this was too direct. To avoid panic, he kept it brief, but the room stayed tense. An adventurer leaped up, shouting that only a B rank or higher could handle this and demanding action. The guild hall chaos annoyed the patrons. An orc grumbled over his drink while a hooded figure watched in silence. He focused on the disturbance, a pesky bee or fly buzzing erratically around the panicked adventurers. He sighed, finding it ridiculous grown men fought over one little book. As the insect flew past 2 terrified adventurers, he strode forward, announcing his newspaper magic as a rolled-up paper materialized. He slammed the newspaper down, swatting the insect midair. The buzzing died, leaving a crushed bug and a newspaper on the stone floor. He sighed in relief as the adventurers watched in shock, the panic finally over. Distraction handled, he returned to the counter. The flustered clerk nervously agreed to use law ent as he prepared to write. She warned him, Takumi is on the wanted list, so his name is off limits. Hood dropped, revealing a bare skull. A bony finger pointed. "I'll take skull mask, please." His calm couldn't stop the shock rocking the guild hall. Adventurers stared, pale, jaws agape, unable to process what happened. They're frozen in shock as he turns to the clerk, telling her to sign the letter as Takumi to hide his identity. He was right to be shocked. That bug was a legendary killing bee. With steel skin and magic resistance, its sting kills anything. Legends say just a few can wipe out entire towns. This swift victory recalled an adventurer's legend, the Golden Skull Mask, who once shattered a fearsome beast with one swing. Golden Skull's name spread through adventurers' whispers. Elsewhere, a helmeted adventurer told his companion, "Time to return to the dungeon." Inside the cell, Takumi faces the massive figure and drops a bombshell. "Welcome back, my dear husband." He hits the floor, stuttering in desperation as he begs Akari to teach him the secrets of holy magic. Takumi knows the topic well. He's broke now but once dreamed of being a priest. The truth forces Akari to reveal his past, recalling how he slaved away in poverty to support his sister after their parents died. His expression darkens, memory shifts. 3 years prior, his sister fell terribly ill, needing constant divine magic and costly medicine to stay alive. He worked his heart out, but the cost of potions and spells drained his gold faster than he could make it. A revelation hit him. Become a priest, no more healing costs. He could even cure his sister's illness. Desperate hope drove his training. He finished 3 years of priestly studies in one, now ready to take the oath as an apprentice priest. He admits his motives were selfish, not faithful. He thinks God saw through him because on the ceremony day, his sister's health plummeted. Out of second thought, he abandoned the ritual and rushed to be by her side. He ditched the ritual and raced to her side. Wait, without a second thought, instantly. He finishes his story. His sister survived, but the high priest caught and excommunicated him. Excommunication hit hard in a deeply faithful country. Rumors cost him every job, trapping him in a vicious cycle. Takumi's moved by the tale, admits he loves such stories, never imagined a caring brother beneath that tough exterior. Akari sighs his life went downhill, now a mess causing trouble for his next fix. Takumi changes subject. Pained by the tragedy, he notes the massive age gap between the siblings. Takari smiles, admitting his antics put his sister through hell despite their 10-year gap. Takumi looks up, confused by the number. He does the math. If his sister is 9, Akari is 19. Akari glares as Takumi calls him a world-class nuisance for his age. Kumi sheepishly admits he thought Akari was mid-30s. He muses Akari gives off a rugged vibe, but doesn't look like a teenager. Shocked, Akari listens as Takumi explains that excommunication isn't his only hiring hurdle. He warns that looks matter and tells Akari to start by shaving and cleaning up. The man briefly considers the advice, then refocuses, asking again for holy magic tips, realizing his appearance wasn't so strange after Takumi's reaction. Akumi snaps back, admitting the story made him forget. He clarifies he wants tips on Akari's unique magic quirks and personal style. He had a plan. If divine magic was the key, they'd finish the ritual right in the cell. But Akari just smiled wearily. Life is never that easy. Takari warned the ritual needs rare sacraments and a high priest at the head temple, the closest place to God, but apologized since it's impossible right now. Takumi mused, chin in hand. Without sacred tools or priests, perhaps their cell was their closest link to the divine. Grinned cheerfully, suggesting they just try. Trying cost him nothing. Akari looked taken aback, then flustered by his companion's simple, unwavering confidence. Takumi told him, "Close your eyes, make a wish." Akari clasped his hands, focusing intently. Kari squeezed his eyes shut, hands trembling to summon his magic. He muttered at the delay, sweat pouring from the strain. Struggling, Takumi pictured formal priestly ceremonies, wondering if the ritual actually needed all that drama. He wondered if he should just dive in without waiting for official permission. Takumi asked Akari to try, then thrust his hands, declaring he'd bestow spirit power. Akari's eyes shot open in shock. Takumi demanded answers, while a stunned Akari screamed at the sudden chaos. He feels refreshed, a beautiful chime in his mind he can't explain. Takumi, watching, wonders with a smile if his ritual succeeded. Takari, reeling, questions the shining light, wondering if it was holy. He doubts it'll go smoothly, but he's ready to try. Takumi agrees, try the magical world. He prays for divine light to pierce the abyss. Energy swirls between his hands as he chants, leaving Takumi stunned. The energy sphere erupts in a blinding flash, catching Takumi off guard. Light fades, Akari erupts with joy. He tearfully celebrates, wielding powerful holy magic. He and Takumi dance around the cell in shared triumph. Quietly, Akari turns to Takumi, hoping this new power helps his sister. He starts to call Takumi boss, then corrects, asking for big brother instead. Takumi smiles, genuinely glad. Their heartfelt moment shatters as two guards burst in, angrily demanding the ruckus at this hour and yelling, "Quiet rascals." Guards stare into the cell, shocked by the glowing sphere. They freeze, realizing the newcomer Takumi actually has magic. Akari steps up to take the blame, but the guards ignore him, dragging Takumi to solitary until his transfer to the Imperial City. The guard scoffs and tells Akari to shut up. He knows Akari is magicless and dismisses his story as a lie, leaving him stunned. Watched guards lead Takumi away. Smiling cheerfully, Takumi called back, telling his big bro not to worry. He urged Akari to take his work seriously and cheekily requested he shave his beard properly. With Takumi imprisoned, Akari wept for his sacrifice, hailing him as the god Akrates. He vowed to honor the debt by using his sacred magic to save the world. He pictured a glorious future. Akrates would cure Akari's sister with his powers. The siblings would then save those in need, and Akrates would be a mighty frontier saint, his name etched in history. But meanwhile, Takumi's life wasn't glamorous, confined in state facilities. Metal snaps as another set of restraints shatter. The reason for the chaos was simple. Takumi grinned, clenching his fists like it was nothing, while Augusta watched in a cold sweat. The director, just as frustrated, finally snapped, roaring at Takumi, demanding how many restraints he'd smash. He explained the snug restraints would snap with any movement. Kamai listened calmly, flanked by two nervous guards. The director ranted that Takumi's magic was trash, whining that the custom carriage and restraints for the capital trip were useless since Takumi could just break them. As Takumi's restraints shattered again, an assistant entered with a small chest, announcing the awaited item had arrived, relieving the director. Takumi is slapped with silver steel cuffs, 10 times harder than steel and magic-proof. The director smirks, declaring there's no escape this time. He eyes the new restraints, realizing the director suspects magic. Most people can't shatter iron with their bare hands. The director shoves him, ordering him into the carriage. Chains snap tight, and Takumi yelps, begging the director to stop the strain. He glances at his hands, shocked. The unbreakable chain snapped, cuffs on his wrists, hands free. The director and guards freeze, pure shock masking their faces as they stare at the broken chain. His hand shakes with frustration as Takumi laughs nervously. Gritting his teeth, he calls it a win since the shackles held firm. Walking away, he thinks it achieves nothing, but it's enough if the boss is satisfied. His gaze hardens, planning his next move. Too bad they're near Laurent, but he must quietly reach the capital and clear his name of the tree accusations. He strolled between two confused guards, smiling because his message to Blue Wolf's mane was already sent. Now, he'd just enjoy the ride to the capital while the guards watched his carefree attitude in disbelief. A young woman stares down a man behind bars, her face a mask of exasperation. She demands if he's responsible, crying out in disbelief after all their trouble. His frustration grew, others already knew. Earlier, a young wizard complained to him that binding magic and spells bounced off. Two punished senior students sat by with smug expressions. Trapped in a rattling cage, she finally understood the fear. She was alone with a prisoner who could shatter mithril, making her mission impossible. She pondered her predicament when her prisoner chirped from behind her. "Quiet the whole trip, huh? Let's chat. I don't even know your name." She snapped away, voice firm. She wouldn't play nice with a criminal. Her response triggered a memory, surprising him. He murmured, "Renat," and she shot an annoyed glance back. Flustered, she realized she'd already asked his name, so Takumi smiled and thanked her while introducing himself. She grinned, asking him to call her A, then huffed and turned away as the wagon rolled on. The wagon rattled as he kept talking, claiming fate brought them together and that journeys are better with friends. His persistence worked. Renat sighed, acknowledging him. Takumi complimented her, impressed she handled a solo mission so young. She hears the wagon rattle. Renat, his escort, complains about her assignment. She insists she's blameless. As the youngest, they dump the responsibility on her. Others just wanted to avoid blame. She states gravely, if he escapes, it'd question their transport management and she'd be responsible. She shuts her eyes in frustration, admitting she hates this mission too, certain it's doomed from the start. Ignoring her despair, he cheerfully phases through the cage bars to help, but she explodes, demanding how he just walked through solid iron. His casual attitude fuels her rage. As he complains about the heat, she screams that his recklessness is the problem and she's done. The wagon rattles through desolate, rocky land under open sky. Takumi sits by Renault and asks how skilled she is with her sword. He argues he's a person of interest, so he deserves to know his safety. Flustered, Renault looks away, retorting he doesn't need to know. He presses, asking about Ireji Senpai's strength. After a pause, Rena quietly admits in practice matches against Ireji, she only wins 1 in 3 bouts. Against Karinsen Senpai, her odds drop to 1 in 4. Takumi smiles, wondering who this scout really is. As the carriage rumbles, he memorizes the seniors, Rapando, Zack, Shorin, and Mandu, before asking with a strained smile if Renault is the weakest Naruto official. She puffed her chest, assuring him the carriage bore the royal emblem, and her seniors promised no one dared oppose the kingdom. His smile faded, he wasn't reassured. Kingdom authority sways humans, but what about beasts and monsters? The senior's confidence seemed wishful. Suddenly, a harsh voice outside bellowed for Rena. A large mohawk man with a jagged grin leaned in, demanding the bounty and silence. Her bravado vanished instantly. She stammered she was fine, but her panicked face gave her away. Takumi sighed dismissively from his cage, realizing he'd have to step in and handle this himself. They were trapped. Bandits on horseback surrounded the carriage, led by the mohawk man as the horses shrieked in terror. Their momentum stopped dead. Inside the cage, Takumi and Rana stared, shocked. Their journey halted on the rocky plains. He confronted the leader, pointing at the royal crest and warning that attacking a state vehicle is a death sentence. The bandit leader sneered, ignoring the threat. What did the kingdom's emblem matter? Takumi committed treason. Grinning, he declared it decided. Takumi, his 300 gold bounty, comes quietly. His sharp-toothed grin widened, laying out their plan, staged Takumi's escape during transport. He warned them if officials took Takumi, bandits lost their bounty. Takumi stayed silent, face tense. He glanced at a terrified, sweating Rena, wondering if she'd help if he ran her way. The leader chuckled smugly, telling Takumi he was their only target as his crew grinned behind him. His words confirmed Takumi's fears. He understood they'd silence Rena forever. He turned to her, apologizing he'd break his promise a little. Resolved, he clenched his fists. On the carriage wall, amidst the spray, he raised a hand to the sky. He called out to Rena, urging her to close her eyes. The bandit leader stared bewildered. Holy light erupted from his hand, blinding the shocked bandits. The bandit leader screamed, shielding his eyes. Ignoring the light, Takumi shouted and hurled a net forward. The net dropped, trapping the bandits. Takumi cheered at the massive haul. They caught everyone. Bandit caged behind the carriage, Takumi turned to Rena, smiling. "Time to go?" he asked. Rena, still processing, just stared back, stunned. She sat in the rattling carriage, looking grim, while Takumi enjoyed the ride. She reminded him they were just being handed to the next town's officials. He laughed, claiming to understand. Annoyed, she snapped, "It's an escort, not a pleasure ride, get that straight." Transport rumbled on. Takumi mused it was noisy, but still a peaceful journey. Renault's frustration grew. He again misread their situation. At the checkpoint, a mustached official met them. The errant division director thanked them, then eyed the prisoners, asking if they were the notorious bandits. The netted bandits were hauled before the director, looking defeated. He faced Takumi, still caged, asking if he caught the bandits. Confused, the director questioned why the prisoner was involved. Rena quickly explained the prisoner transport was the mission. The director's suspicion hardened. Transporting a major criminal screams security risk, yet Takumi moved freely despite his supposed bindings. Stammering, she nervously smiled to salvage it, claiming Takumi only asterisk seemed free, but magic bound him, no issue, as he fidgeted anxiously behind her. Skeptical, he eyed her suspiciously. This wasn't a basic bind, it was something deadlier. He summoned mithril chains. Rena confirmed his thoughts while Takumi, bound in mithril cuffs, grinned and played along, claiming he was totally trapped. He tells the director it was an emergency. His life was at risk, forcing him to cooperate. He adds bandits demanded his capture, then bursts out. Too bad the director missed Renault's magnificent battle. The director asks Rena if she really soloed all 6 bandits. Takumi smirks and confirms it, hyping her as the legendary demon swordsman of Norid. His declaration stuns soldiers, murmuring the legendary title in disbelief. Mortified, she pleads him to stop, fearing they'll believe his wild story. But it's too late. The soldiers buzz, one noting her extraordinary prowess, another marveling such a childlike appearance carries a fears. Renaz panics while Takumi hides a laugh, celebrating their trick. The director smiles and forgives her, impressed by her skills during that solo escort mission. Inside the division office, a mohawked bandit thrashes against his ropes, screaming at his captors for freedom. Off the wagon, an officer snaps, "Stop squirming!" The bandit glares past him at Takumi, mocking his earlier courage and their capture. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he proudly declares they're the legendary Red Hair Brigade. Bound before the errant officials, he laughs like a maniac, revealing he's Captain Ball's brother. He boasts his big bro is coming to save them, leaving the director and Ranara stunned at the mention of the. Asking Takumi who they are, he's unfazed, thinking the Crimson Hair Brigade sounds like a classic novel. Renault warns these marauders leave only chaos. They're named for their hair, forever soaked in the blood of their enemies. The director realizes they have hidden allies. Errant can't win alone, especially with Val the Berserker rumored to be B-rank level. Captured bandit scoffs at their concern, calling the village office pathetic. He boasts his brother could turn it to dust in one night. Locked in a cell, the bandit rattles the bars as the crowd laughs. He screams at Takumi, who stays calm while Rano flinches. He glares through bars, face twisted in rage. Snarling Takumi dared humiliate him and vows agonizing payback. He leaned in, growling low, promising slow suffering and madness, not quick death. Takumi raised a hand, silencing the rant, and declared it was time for a lesson. He wouldn't let those insults against the youth slide. Renad demanded to know what he was doing, but he just smiled and told her it was a minor hit. The effect immediately horrified. Bound bandits foamed, eyes rolled back, as Takumi Kyuli considered a broken neck. He held out a hand, light bloomed in his palm. Apologizing, he cast healing. The spell was bizarre. A dying bandit suddenly laughed, sprinting through a sea of flowers as the others watched in shock. Actually, the spell was bizarre is a bit weak. Shock turned to terror as the leader grasped Takumi's true threat. He could kill and resurrect victims at will, subjecting them to endless death and healing each time they resisted. The Errand Division director told Takumi the bandits were bold enough to kill in front of officials, a crime equal to high treason. Rena and the bandits tried to flee, but Takumi sensed a terrifying pressure that even the officials feared. A serious realization hit him, filling him with foreboding in the transport carriage. While he's processed, guards stay alert. One warns his team that even with the red-haired brigade coming, the office security feels weak, just like a captured thief claimed. He was trapped in a cell. Meant as a deity, he knew ignoring his worries was a grave mistake. He decisively pulled on his gloves. Night fell. The town slept under a starry sky as sentinels watched the quiet streets. Inside the stable, a cage wagon and horse stood ready. Takumi's eyes snap open as he's jolted around inside the moving caged wagon. Slipped free from confinement, he crouched on a roof, surveying the dark town. He launched into the air, silently bounding roof to roof. Below, a lone guard stayed oblivious as Takumi flew past, smiling, feeling like a crafty thief from childhood tales. He scanned the windows for Rena's room. Spotting her through an open window, he locked onto his target. Renault sleeps soundly, oblivious to the visitor outside her window. He slipped inside. As a prisoner, this wasn't his fight, but Renault was being way too reckless. He leaned over to wake her. He signaled for silence, but Renault snapped, sick of him calling all the shots. Her voice rose in alarm, demanding if he expected an attack tonight. He calmly explained it was a hunch, but better prepared than caught off guard. Sitting up with arms crossed, she ignored the danger and demanded why he was in her room. He smiled, explaining it was too risky for her to go alone, so he needed her permission first. She scoffed at his concern since he'd already snuck out. He just laughed sheepishly. Sighing, she swung out of bed, understanding. Her face hardened as she vowed to join him. Her move stunned him. She stood firm, explaining she couldn't let a prisoner roam free. Smiling, she knew he wouldn't listen, so she'd supervise him for her own peace. He agreed. Matter settled, he declared it was time to leave, grabbing her hand to lead. She paused, then followed. Ready to leave, he turned, asking a critical question. Could Rena actually sneak away unnoticed? The question stopped her. Her face flushed as the crucial oversight dawned. Takumi settled her escape fears, announced his exit, and vaulted from the second-story window. He landed silently, Renaz on his back, and leaped to the next building. They blurred through the starry sky, invisible to the oblivious guards below. He urged her to hold tight, bounding roof to roof, speeding towards the distant tower. He soared over the city and slammed onto a high rooftop with a thud. He arrived, looked at Rena, confirming it was time to proceed. Setting her down, the high-speed journey was too much. Rena cried out dizzy, then collapsed. Takumi watched, embarrassed he'd gotten carried away. Leaving her to recover, he stepped to the roof's edge, face turning grim. His heart raced with dread, not exhaustion, as an ominous chill crept from the nearby church steeple. No more overthinking. He had to head out and see for himself. He glanced back at Rena, still reeling from dizziness, and knew she had to rest. He realized he must conceal his identity to investigate safely. A disguise was needed. A stark white skull materialized, his self-crafted mission disguise, covering his right face as he readied to depart. Takumi stumbles through the woods, laughing and celebrating with a drink. He's happy even if he's a bit unsteady. His drunken fun ends as he stops between two massive trees. On a distant hill of standing stones, he spots a lone figure. A skeleton faces a raging warrior, ordering him to surrender for mercy, but the man just roars back, telling him to shut up. He grins savagely, ignoring the warning, declaring he'll make his opponent a bloody spectacle. Instantly, the tables turn. The warrior slams down, his axe clattering as the skeleton looms over him, unmoved. He scrambles up, enraged, gritting sharp teeth, grabs his axe, roaring for the skeleton to die. He swings the massive axe to cleave his opponent in two. The attack stops cold. The warrior watches in shock as the skeleton catches the blade barehanded. Before the warrior can react, the skeleton slams a palm into his side, making him scream. Warmth spreads from the impact. The skeleton casts a healing spell, murmuring as light orbs envelop the wound. The healed warrior looks up, dazed and blissful, murmuring in astonishment at the sensation. He suddenly collapses from the tree line. Takumi watches as the warriors scream in panic. Shock turns to fury. The three companions roar, shouting to attack the rascal. The skeleton moves like lightning, darting through warriors and hitting pressure points with healing magic to drop them instantly. Standing over the unconscious companions, he gestures, satisfied his non-lethal strike was just right. Takumi's stunned by the sight. Spell or not, he recognizes the immense skill to drop so many ruffians instantly. Skeleton turns, his skull gleaming. Takumi's mind races. Who are they? Elsewhere, the rhythmic rattling of wheels echoes through a hilly landscape as a horse-drawn prison wagon rolls down a dusty road. Inside, a cheerful, spiky-haired young man comments on the beautiful day. His bobbed-haired companion looks annoyed, asking why he's so carefree. She points up, but he mocks her skepticism, telling her a frown only wastes the glorious sun. She snapped when Takumi told her to relax, gritting her teeth and blaming him for everything. He seemed confused, asking if she was mad he stopped the thieves and office raid. Flustered, she backtracked, insisting that was fine and even thanking him. Her complaint, he dumped her on the pile of sleeping thieves. He defended his actions, pointing towards a distant tower and explaining he couldn't leave her alone up there. He explained that leaving the beaten thieves would spark a riot and unwanted questions about who did it. He grinned and gave her all the credit to build on her success. She gripped the bars between them, calling him a liar, but he calmly reminded her he's still a public servant, even as an apprentice, and wondered what happens if the truth leaks. He flashed a peace sign, saying not to worry. He wore a mask the whole time. His nonchalance made her facepalm in exasperation. Furious, she grinned and drew her blade, revealing his actions made her the sword demon of Nora. From behind bars, she argued she could have denied the credit publicly. Blushing, she looked away, admitting waking up like that, she had a reason. Her fate sealed. Zoned out, she barely saw the director give a thumbs up, then instinctively mirrored it. She told Takumi the hero story spread so fast, it was already too late to deny it. Their barred wagon rattled along. She accepted her fate. It was tragic, but she refused to dwell on it and pushed forward. Days later, an errant tavern buzzed with a man's tale of a mysterious golden skeleton mask who dropped thieves while chanting bizarre incantations. He told the crowd, wide-eyed, he couldn't believe the figure was human. It embodied a wrathful spirit, a god or demon. The audience was captivated. One patron called it a rare event for Errant, a story he'd listened to 100 times. Another leaned in, pleading for more. Two adventurers enter the tavern. One has short, dark hair, while his partner's long, light hair hides one eye. The light-haired adventurer scanned the room and shouted to the barkeep, buying a round for everyone as the crowd roared. His companion leaned in, whispering that Spersiker Val and his red-haired brigade were wiped out here. The blond man coolly confirmed it. A storyteller confirms Golden Skull Mask did it. The dark-haired adventurer asked his companion about the name, but the light-haired man smiled, claiming curiosity, though he admitted he was itching to know who could do such a thing. The adventurer asks if he's the government's sword demon of Norid, but he was too drunk to remember and didn't even have a blade. Tavern patrons gather around, thanking him for the tale and pleading for more stories, noting rare visitors. He prepares to leave. He quickly apologizes to the master, tossing a coin for another round of drinks. The crowd roars for his generosity, begging the brothers to visit again. Walking the quiet streets, the dark-haired adventurer doubts the plan. Is scouting him smart? Their intel is messy and they need to dig deeper. Companion confirms it, eyes sharp. He reveals he'd eyed that bounty for ages, but it was snatched, calling this a fair trade. If their target refuses, he coolly suggests an alternative, recruit him into their legion. She laughs, agreeing it's fair. Walking off, the adventurer adds it's simple. A skilled ally not on their side is a nuisance. On a desolate hill, snarling shadowy beasts charge as Rena, determined, lunges, sword drawn, to intercept the attack. Beasts growl and circle her. Takumi offers help from a window, but Rena shuts him down, eyes locked on the enemy. She warns Takumi to keep his hands off, blushing as she insists it's her duty. A shadow beast lunges, cutting her off. She's wide open, but her blade flashes to parry. She pivots, sword slicing one creature as another closes, a light glinting on its shadowy form before impact. Watching from the window, Takumi ignores his orders and charges a spark of energy for secret backup. A subtle flick sends energy forward. The two charging beasts trip and fall, surprising Renault. Capitalizing on the unexpected opening, he spins, delivering a powerful slash against the off-balance creatures. Battle over, Rena reports back. She chugs her flask as Takumi offers healing to recharge her batteries, leaving her baffled by his weird phrasing. Trapped in a cage between two guards, he knew monsters made this place a death trap, and two other prisoners were already inside. Wagon rattled. He watched Rena ride alongside, constant danger forging her strength. He watched the young one blossom, warmed by their progress, until Rena interrupted with a question. He remembered his own joy leveling to 2, how combat boosts abilities, yet his level remained stubbornly stuck. She stared him down and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" She continued, his background and status a mystery, calling him a treacherous villain, a notorious criminal. Takumi stared, confused, as she wondered who he was and what he'd done. He processed the insane truth. He was a Japanese summon with broken stats and the job title of God. Explaining this was impossible, so he stayed silent. Breaking his silence, he confronted her, calling the treason charges a lie and claiming every accusation was fake. She listened, unreadable, then said she understood. As an apprentice official, she couldn't refute state charges. He smiled, leaned in, and whispered that he might finally reveal his secret identity. Sabrina recoiled, deciding to pass. She felt asking would lead to disaster. As Takumi urged her to listen, Sabrina yelled she didn't want to hear it, her voice echoing as the wagon rumbled away. The scene shifts to a camp within a town, its streets bustling with people. The spiky-haired boy sighs, hiding his face. Bandits turned in, the group is free until tomorrow while Takumi sits silently in a cage. He flashes his new skull mask and calls for an adventure. Masked, he leaps rooftops. He needs to update Blue Wolf HQ, remembering this town has an adventurer's guild. He walks the streets, his mask surprisingly effective. Outsiders always draw attention in small towns. A girl points him out, but her mother shushes her, warning her to look away. Despite the stares, his mask makes him feel invisible. He walks, hearing men whisper about him, wondering if a skull mask is a common accessory here. He pushes into the adventurer's guild, and the room falls silent as everyone stares. He hits the counter to mail a letter. The flustered clerk agrees, telling him to signal when he's done. He thanks her warmly. Holding the parchment, he knows the mask lets him blend into the guild, avoiding chatter. He writes, wondering what news to share. He bragged to the guild about his latest quest, finding a lost kid and tracking down their parents. He remembered saving an adventurer from a forest monster. His story concludes with him tackling a new dungeon deep in the forest, joining a party of adventurers on a quest. Finishing his story, he admitted he'd only shared the basics. He handed a letter to the clerk, and she eagerly agreed to help. 2 eavesdropping adventurers watched him leave, one doubting it was really him. His companion confirmed it was the enigmatic golden skull mask everyone buzzed about. He marveled someone so elusive appeared here, the mask's mystery hiding its gaze. Masked adventurer walked town streets, unaware of whispers. A guard watched him pass, but his attention was drawn to a figure leaping rooftops. He looked up, spotting Renan training with dual blades on a nearby rooftop. She stretched, shouted, "Here we go." He watched from below, musing she was a hard worker. Exhausted as driver, guard, warrior, she still trained daily. He told Isrit that Rena envied Swordmaster Iserlight. He wanted to spar with the saint, but knew his skills weren't a match yet. Renault trains with a steady blade. If they keep pushing, the legend of Norad's sword demon will soon spread everywhere. Scene shifts to quiet town rooftops. A journey begins. A wagon rattles down the dusty road, leaving town behind. Caged in the wagon, Renate watches the landscape, her expression searching. Her spiky-haired companion stares astonished at halted wagons clogging the narrow mountain road. Spotting the jam, Renaa decides to investigate. She returns and he demands an update. Renaa reports the road is blocked by rock slides. She warns that if this path is blocked, they're stuck and must detour at the next fork. A man in a top hat approaches their cage, politely thanking the officer. Inside, the young man realizes a criminal shouldn't look friendly with his escort. Top Hat Man confirms Renault. They must detour around Count Ethel's territory. He asks if she knew about the Count's heavy tolls. These natural disasters happen way too often on this road, sparking serious suspicion. She's frustrated, asking why the government can't fix this recurring problem. The Top Hat Man smirks, remarking incidents seem timed for peak travel seasons. Her face hardens. She apologizes, but as a Nallard official, she's powerless to help. He dramatically apologizes, mocking the government. He's heading back to the last town to try again tomorrow, telling her to keep working as he leaves. As he leaves, Takumi calls Renaa from the barred wagon, asking what the man meant and suspecting intentional rock slides. She looks down, troubled, and admits she's heard these stories before. He speculates, no proof, someone's orchestrating rock slides to extort tolls. His hand clenches the wagon bars. Takumi asks if reporting this to authorities is futile. Grimly, Renaa confirms his fears. Without evidence, it's hopeless, especially if a powerful figure is behind it. With no choice, the wagons take the side road, starting a long, costly detour. Inside the rattling wagon, Takumi realizes these travelers aren't rich. They're just commoners trying to survive. He taps his foot, face hardening. He vows payback if they're behind these accidents. He turned back, firm-faced, telling Renaa he was stepping out. His sudden words shocked her. "What?" she stammered, wondering what he planned with that stern look. Renault panics inside the carriage, begging him not to reveal himself on the busy street. Kumi winks, promising to catch her at the next checkpoint. He rips the carriage bars open and escapes while Renaa begs him to wait. Escaping, he agilely bounds from treetop to treetop alongside the road. He lands with a smirk, certain no one saw him leave. Leyland shows Takumi his craft. He made a skull mask for their safety. Masked, he leaps forward, shouting they can't keep the carriage waiting. Lands, sprints with astonishing speed. His movement startles nearby carriage horses. The driver looks back confused. Lalant blurs through the landscape in awe, wondering if he's finally hit subsonic speed. He and Takumi blurred through the trees, but the skeleton froze, sensing something ahead. Their rapid advance halted. A mountain pass was blocked by colossal rocks, where adventurers already stood contemplating. Kumi saw mountains of dirt and rock piled high. Mysterious, no recent collapse from nearby cliffs. He moved to investigate as an adventurer shouted a warning. Lawland appeared behind him, noting this wasn't a landslide. It was a mountain of man-made rubble. The adventurer recoiled, shocked by Lull's sudden appearance and golden skull. Recovering, the men asked if they were hired for the rubble. He explained his party failed. The task was impossible for normal adventurers. The danger was clear. Moving any rocks triggered more slides, making it too deadly to start. His teammate agreed. Destroying something so massive instantly was impossible with normal skills or magic, so they needed massive civil engineering. Ignoring her, I know the task needs massive effort. She sighs in defeat. He asks who pays, the government or the locals. Either way, citizens pay. Removing the obstacle needs heavy equipment or explosives. Leyland contemplated. Takumi's face hardened. If intentional, it's pure malice. Lalant, his skeletal companion, voiced their predicament, seeing only one path-clearing option, but feared it'd wreck the landscape. He steps forward and tells everyone to back up, leaving the other adventurers completely confused. Silently, he thrusts his open palm skyward. A massive dark sphere coalesced above his hand, his singular effort holding it. The sphere rapidly compressed, reshaping into a giant metal fist. He shouted, "Robot punch." The adventurers stared in disbelief as he readied the construct, muttering its name. Heaved the giant fist forward. The black blade blurs past, launched by an unseen force. The robot's punch smashed the rockslide, carving a path through the stone as the crowd watched in shock. Dust settled, a wide path cut through the obstruction. He declared the job done. Shocked adventurers stared as their leaders demanded the skeleton's name, but he stayed calm, claiming he was just a passerby they should ignore. They replayed the event. Takumi lifted the massive slab, but the skeleton raised a bony fist, manifesting a colossal mechanical gauntlet that smashed the slab. The mysterious skeleton waved casually, then quickly left, abandoning the stunned adventurers. He vanished, and the adventurers' eyes widened. She recognized the legendary golden skull mask, realizing his power was far more sinister than any rumor. A prison wagon rattles up the mountain path as Renaa stares out from her cage. She glared at Takumi, a hint of accusation in her eyes. He was late. Did he know something would happen again? He flashed a bright, disarming smile, saying he cleared a small roadblock. Renaz sighed at his casual attitude, wondering why he was being so flashy when things were already a mess. He was just supposed to be passing through. Takumi knew times were tough. Renault explained the detour drastically altered their timeline and route, forcing adjustments despite the escort wagon's fixed path. He urged them to push forward while the sun was up, but night travel was strictly forbidden. Listening from the wagon, he realized they were ditching the escort plan and camping was out of the question. Renad decided it's unavoidable. They'd go straight to Saran Hill and await central office orders. The wagon reached the town checkpoint, where Renault flashed their papers. The guard thanked them for the escort and waved them through as Takumi watched another traveler pay the toll. Officials ransacked their bags. Takumi told Renaa this was excessive. She watched stoically, realizing everyone paid the toll. She explained local politics. Count Ethel governed Saran Hill, free to impose any tolls or checkpoints. Takumi peered through the wagon bars, unconvinced. He argued the Count's authority didn't matter since blocked roads forced everyone into town. An authoritative man with a sharp mustache interrupted, smiling as he introduced himself as Hazel, the Saran Hill director. Ranaf introduced herself as Ranaf Norid, ready to get to work. Hazel's smile widened. Lord Renaz's renowned name was impressive for someone so young. Hand on his heart, she declared it an honor, warmly welcoming him. Flustered by the praise, Renak stammered a response as Takumi watched. Takumi smirked, realizing the name Sword Demon of Nord had reached even this remote land. Hazel suddenly turned to his subordinate, shouting Crankhuan. Hazel admonished him, questioning his problem and reminding him he was still a child. Crank scoffed, retorting such talk disrespected Lord Renat. Crank glared at Takumi, smugly outing him as a traitorous mass murderer, but the boy's calm vibe secretly rattled him. Crank looms over the cage, smugly taunting Takumi, who just stares back with a calm smile. He watches from a distance, eyeing the caged wagon as onlookers gather. A thoughtful sigh escapes him. At the bars, he mocks Takumi's innocent face, wondering how many dozens he's killed. Are looks really that deceiving? His predatory grin widens as he presses, asking Takumi what it's like to take so many lives if it's fun. Before Takumi answers, Renaz's sharp voice cuts in, warning Crank, "Don't approach the prisoner." Unfazed, he asks what the big deal is. Kamai calmly dismisses the false accusation, stunning Crank while Hazel glares. The director snaps, exploding as he screams, "Crank coin." Crank waves off his superior, saying he gets it, no need to shout, then turns to Takumi. Time for the grind. Director Hazel apologizes to Renaa for Crank's behavior, explaining his complicated past and admitting they're at their wits' end. Renaa just smiles, assuring him she's not bothered. The director reports Ranau's morning visit to Saran Hill to the capital, warning instructions will take days, so she should rest. She spoke through Takumi's bars, firmly telling him to stay calm. He flashed a thumbs up, promising Renaa he'd behave as they led him from the cell. At the Croissant Manor, a gloved hand meticulously searched for flaws. Butler Celestin focused intently, his cleanliness standards absolute. He warned the nervous maids that his lord was patient, but he wouldn't tolerate a single smudge. The butler roared, no shoddy work under his watch, true servants perform precisely. The maids stammered terrified agreement. He pondered service, loyalty elevates status, master or not. He remembered late Earl Ethel, ordinary but shrewd. A knock, time to introduce Lord Shreston. Earl Ethel looked up from his drink, bored and bitter at the interruption. Celestin saw the Count as a lazy pig, lounging around and doing nothing. Despite his thoughts, he calmly told the Earl the valley's debris was just removed, startling the nobleman, who demanded to know what his butler meant. He slammed his fist, demanding answers. Celestin explained the public road was passable, enraging the Earl, who screamed they'd lose their tolls. The butler adjusted his glasses, instantly grasping the situation and planning the mess. He sighed, knowing his master's limited intellect meant a solution was impossible. His master panicked, wailing about the fortune spent to block the path. Now he'd never break even. The Earl trembled, clutching his drink and muttering about the disaster if this keeps up. Celestin knew his master was right. The Count faced total ruin, barely surviving on a loan from a shady marquis who relished their desperation. But the Earl, a pig, squandered that money on booze and women, ignoring the looming debt. The marquis saw this coming. He only lent the money to steal the Earl's land, believing fools who fall for traps deserve to die broke. But the real problem was far worse. Celestin knew his duty. His family served Earl Ethel for generations. He couldn't abandon their house in its time of need. Even if glory was impossible, they'd stand vigil over his lord's legacy. Resolved, he faced the sweating Earl. He mused that even fitting actions needed a twist of fate to stir the pot, then revealed a curious, unplanned event. A prison carriage rolled into town today. Confused, the Earl questioned the point, but Celestin revealed that government officials arrived the moment the road opened, suggesting a link. The Earl panics, fearing the nation found their scheme, but Celestin stays calm. He argues a public landslide is too flashy for the crows, who never work in the open, though it's just. He asks Celestin if the prisoner is real. The butler presents a document he can't fully grasp, but it seems legitimate. Charges are severe: treason and mass murder. He recites the prisoner's name to Kamai. The name lingers until a door slams open, startling both men. Tense, Alicia appears in the doorway, urgently asking if she heard Takumi's name. The Earl's alarm melts to doting fondness. He turns. What's wrong? He says it's just the prisoner's name, but she panics and demands to know why it matters. She quickly lies, claiming the name was just an old pet. The Earl laughs in relief, while Celestin watches with a blank stare. Behind the door, Alicia's facade shatters. Her body rigid with fury, clenched hands reveal bandages on her arms and legs. Her face twists in fury, teeth gritted and cheeks burning red. Celestin adjusts his glasses in his study, a thought forming, the door's fortress thick. Hearing a normal conversation through it should be impossible, yet she did. Celestin pondered Alicia's abilities, but his master, Earl Ethel, also had doubts. Beside the woman, he sensed something was off. Their strange meeting raised red flags. It started when the Count found a dying woman near Mediska, but even a playboy like him wouldn't normally risk this much for a stranger. The Count obsessed over her, but watching from the shadows, Celestin saw nothing special. Suspicious, he vowed to track her every move. Later in the city's slums, Akari confronted Alicia on a desolate street. His face shadowed as he demanded answers, complaining events moved too fast and she hadn't contacted him. He grinned sharply, revealing he learned the situation only after a group stormed into town. She scoffed at local bureaucrats being behind it, calling it ridiculous, impossible even for them. Veiled Alicia conceded his point, quickly changing the subject to a more important favor. She demanded to speak with the prisoner. Mikari looked skeptical but quickly clarified. She didn't need a formal room, she'd talk to the prisoner right through the cell bars. Her voice turned suggestive. Flashing a sly smile, she promised Akari a special reward. The offer worked. Akari grinned, pumped his fist, and promised to make it happen. Deal struck, he left, needing her final word. Alicia watched him leave, calmly saying she'd inform him when ready. Under her veil, a confident smile spread. She recalls kneeling bruised over a fallen enemy. Barely surviving, she used her ultimate skill just to be rescued by a man she calls a pig. But Takumi outsmarting her in Mediska hurts worse. As memory fuels her sinister transformation. A predatory grin spreads as she chuckles. She thought Takumi escaped, but he's delivered right to her. She relishes this divine opportunity. In a busy tavern, a woman in a dark veil activates stealth, suppressing her presence. 3 nearby men subtly react, their senses twitching at the sudden change. She smiles knowingly. In the crowded room, only 3 sense the shift. Focus hits the first group. One guy senses nearby oars but looks rattled, and she's unimpressed by his nerves. She assesses another skilled man. He flickered, then quickly hit it with a poker face. Her eyes land on the third, who stared like a hawk since she appeared. This guy is interesting. Her suppression didn't faze him. He's radiating pure confidence. Her choice made, she strides across the tavern, her high heels faintly click. 16 words, cut, having purposefully the clicks of echoing on the floor. 5 words, this fits the criteria. She walks up and points to a chair. Is this spot okay? She asks, smiling as she joins him. The man wears a white skull mask. He sits calmly in the chaos and gestures for her to sit. She analyzes her companion. His golden skull masks a perfect misdirection that draws all attention, masking his true identity. The skull evokes death, leading her to one conclusion. He's an assassin far more than he seems. The veiled woman smiled, explaining a wild boar was trashing her fields and she needed help catching a lie. She clarified her true request: kidnap a stranger. An underground pro should understand. She promised a proper thank you for the ferocious target, a 2-day job, meals included, starting in 2 days. He weighed her offer, seeing her problem. He wasn't against it, but his voice faded, hinting at issues. She mistakes his hesitation for bargaining, and offers 20 gold up front for breakfast plus 50 for dinner, asking if he's finally satisfied. He was busy during the day, so she moved the hunt to midnight and locked in the pay. Terms agreed, the woman left, promising to meet in 3 nights. Walking away, her face twisted into a malicious grin, vowing she'd finally settle the score. Just wait. She left, the skull-masked man watched, hand on chin amidst tavern noise. Attention shifted across the room. He called out, "You're doing well, Alicia." He greeted 2 girls, including Alicia. Shocked to meet in Matiska, she apologized for vanishing years ago without a word. He's impressed she recognized him masked, realizing her tavern job made her a pro at reading people. He marched through town, his white skull mask silencing the crowd. Whispers erupted as they mistook him for the infamous Golden Skull, wondering why he'd appeared. Elsewhere, a spiky, light-haired youth stretched, having slept great despite 10 days in a prison carriage, oddly at home in his confinement. Rena shattered the peace, calling Takumi lively despite her strained look. Seeing her pale face, he asked what happened. She admitted she's in a pickle. He stared, surprised, repeating her words. His mind raced, guessing her trouble, a tough match. Rena revealed the training was a setup for a fight. He sighed, remembering Hazel's warning about a guy with a dark past. He pictured Akari's smug grin, but couldn't recall the guy's full name. Rena snapped him back with shocking news. He was Count Ethel's secret child, using his status to do whatever he pleased, leaving the young man stunned. It clicked. They were forced into a match because someone wanted to witness the true strength of Norid's sword demon, Rena explained. Rena snapped at the title, demanding to know who dubbed her the sword demon of Norid. Seeing her embarrassment, the boy sheepishly apologized for taking the joke too far. She laughs, dismissing her seriousness as a joke. Smiling, she explains Takumi makes her worries fade, calling it payback. From his cage, he only stares confused. She flexes, knowing her opponent is a beast, but she's been training hard. Doubt hits as she admits her weakness, but she'll borrow strength to win this fight. His eyes glow with respect, stunned by how she's blossomed in days like a kid on her first adventure. Grinning from his cage, he'll cheer her on fiercely. She thanks him with a smile, clenching her fist and vowing to push her limits to the max. He declares with explosive energy he'll give his heart and soul to support her. His intensity leaves her speechless. Suddenly, she senses something strange, touching her ear, hearing a distant voice. She wonders if it's imagination, making Kamai ask what's wrong. Energy sparks as she clenches her fist. Shocked, she realizes his support actually made her stronger, while he watches the strange power from his cage. Confidence back, she turns to leave. She admits she was down, but their talk fixed her resolve. Waving goodbye, she heads out. He watches her go, a quiet, knowing smile as she faces her challenge. Beaming, he shouts after her, cupping hands to amplify. "Go for it," he tells her, knowing she has what it takes. His words reach Rena mid-run. She glances back, surprised by the power surging again, wondering how. Takumi watches her leave, beaming with pride at her rapid growth. He feels like a proud grandfather, unaware his support just fully awakened the sword demon of Norid. A smirking man with swept-up hair readies his sword, challenging Norid's legendary sword demon to dazzle him. Rena stares her opponent down, resolve hardening as the crowd watches the showdown begin. She recalls Sarian Hill officer's words, "He's a master." His stance is relaxed but unyielding. He smirks, even a dull replica packs a punch, so he stays sharp. With a sharp cry, he lunges, sword slashing down in a powerful arc. Arcana's eyes widen in shock at the sudden attack. The blow is intercepted. His sword flies from his hand, clattering on cobblestones. The crowd, even the director, stares stunned. The challenger stares at his empty hand, his smug confidence shattered by the instant defeat. The crowd erupts as Lord Rena claims victory, but behind the curtain, the Errant Division director glares in silent rage. Watching through binoculars, the classmate beams with pride, celebrating Renault's KO. He steps back, revealing he's in a cell. He marvels at her strength, left in awe, wondering what the tension was for. Another match kicks off. Rena isn't satisfied, so she demands a rematch. The opponent grits his teeth, curses for dropping his guard last time. This time's different, he warns Rena to prepare for consequences. Rena stays silent, expression hidden. Shouting, he charges, sword raised for a massive overhead strike. On the sidelines, students watch in shock as one shouts in pure awe. They're stunned as Rena takes the attack head-on. Blows fly, swords clang, echoing through the arena. The enemy smirks, sure of his attack, but Rena stays calm with a razor-sharp gaze. He dodges a wide swing, blade narrowly misses. Seizing the opening, Renault lands a decisive counter, sending his opponent flying to the ground. The director shouts the result. Rena wins, students erupt in cheers, praising Nora's sword demon. Watching through binoculars, he realizes Rena's insane speed and power have turned him into a true sword demon. Confined in a wheeled wooden cage, he peers through bars as a veiled woman approaches, amused. She asks if he remembers her. He looks up, surprised, recognizing Alicia. She notes his eager look, wondering what caught. Her tone hardens. She'd planned to surprise him, expecting carelessness after his Metasco attack, but he remains unfazed. She questions his purpose in the cage as the scene widens to her under a small umbrella, addressing him in the prisoner car. Locked up for treason, he realizes he can't explain the situation or keep tomorrow's promise. He smiles, telling her not to worry. He'll be out soon, already planning a trap to capture her. The trap mentioned shocks Alicia. She can't believe he wants her alive, not dead, and he confirms that's the plan. Alicia's realization hits hard. He's underestimating her. She fears he set a trap in Mediska she fell right into. She taps her foot, scoffing at his nerve and muttering about his ego. Her confidence flashes back, a predatory grin spreading as she vows to give the fight her all, swearing she'll take him down this time. He dismisses her vow, finger raised. Too dangerous, back off. Alicia speechless, stunned anger flares. His insults rang in Alicia's head as she clenched her gloved fist, fuming at his audacity. Her composure snapped. She had enough. Snarling, she prepared to settle the score right now. Challenge unheard. Elsewhere, a cheerful voice called Takumi. She faced her classmate's cell, smiling brightly. Renaud congratulated him on his spectacular performance. He smirked at her perfect timing for an intro. She downplayed the performance but thanked him anyway. Renaud looked around the empty space, asking, "Where's Takumi-san?" Bewildered, classmates stared at Alicia's empty spot. Suspicion rose as he wondered how Alicia bypassed security. Renaud agreed. An intruder meant their defenses had failed. Outside the prison, the intruder escaped past a wooden shed. Alicia stood in the quiet yard. Cool air did little to quell his recent frustration. Walking away, she reflected on the close call. The fool's carefree attitude rattled her, almost making S-class adventurer's shadow snap and strike. Her veiled expression serious, she watched Takumi. His mystery deepened. Did he possess a hidden skill she didn't know? She knew he was not to be underestimated. Inside the shack, Renault faces a caged cart while Takumi stares back blankly. Raises a finger. Seriously, she questions him. No one else was there, right? He grins, confirming what she saw and insisting nobody could have walked in. His gaze narrows, then he casually changes subject, complimenting her spectacular fighting skill. He leans back, whistling nonchalantly. She demands he stop teasing, no need to force the whistling. He continues, saying this officially celebrates the birth of Nora's sword demon. She asks if her performance means her level rose. Renee admits surprise at her match performance, explaining she feels light, finally performing moves she only envisioned. Takumi explains this world's rule. Leveling up boosts physical abilities. She admits he's right. It feels like a sudden level up, but her status was normal last night. To be sure, she raises her hand and triggers the system. Status open. A status screen pops up. Confused, she points, her stats haven't changed. What could this mean? He asks Takumi to look. Staring at the screen, he wonders if he can see someone's status by touch. He doubted his new stats, but Rena pointed him straight to her skills section. She meant the very bottom, not the main list. Takumi leaned in, surprised by the options: swordsmanship, self-defense, investigation, cooking. Shock hit him reading his screen, which showed 4 blessings and 4 protections. Yet his attack, defense, intelligence, and agility stats all read 0. Confused by his weird status, he asks Rena if this is normal, but she's never seen anything like it. She explained blessing and protection are exclusive high-rank skills, and she's positive they weren't there yesterday. Then it hit her, could these cleric skills, blessing, protection, link to Takumi? She shot him a look, excited yet disbelieving. He just stared, perplexed, mumbling, no way, right. Information flooded his mind. Blessing, a God-granted skill, boosts physicals by 20%. Divine favor, a miracle adding 50 points to all physical stats. Knowledge flooded his brain. He gasped, eyes wide, as voices echoed in his head. Seeing his reaction, Renate explained what happened. That's the investigation skill, a basic ID skill. She smiled, adding that as you rise in rank, you uncover more mysteries. She figured their blessing and protection skills won the match, but she had no clue how it actually happened. Locked in a cage, Takumi reflects on his luck. He claims the divine miracle as his own, but simple words make it all sound way too easy. He remembers Ixari's warning. They must be extremely cautious now. Inside a grand estate, someone else is watching. Celestin, the butler, stands alone, grimly contemplating his next action. He remembers Alicia. Even her unshakable composure faltered hearing a prisoner moved. The veiled woman's reckless moves were totally out of character. Even using his shadowing presence skill while tailing her last night, he detected nothing. Memories of meeting Crank resurface. Celestin suspected our ties, but the real danger was what happened next. He recalls the report. She went to the guild, met suspiciously with a skull figure. Eavesdropping and lip-reading, Celestin learned they plotted an abduction. The truth hits him. The veiled woman isn't just a mistress. She pulls strings from the shadows. Watching from above, Celestin connects the dots. The woman came from Mediska, home to a bloodthirsty bounty head. The next day, she raided Town Hall to see Takumi. As he smiles from his cage, Celestin. Back to Master Shereston, he planned his next move. The veiled woman's plans wouldn't fell Count Crossand, so he needed to turn the situation to his advantage. A servant cautiously approached with a tray, delivering a letter from the Marquis. He grabbed the letter, questioning the express delivery. The servant claimed it was urgent, but Celestin thought the speed was overkill for a debt reminder. The servant recalled his master's outburst. The Count fumed he'd ignore any Marquis letter, calling disobedience a butler's betrayal. Celestin took a sharp breath and declared he'd handle it himself. He held the crisp, sealed envelope, mind racing, guessing its secrets. Outside the guild, he read the letter. A satisfied smile spread as he chuckled. Fortune finally smiled. The guild hall buzzed with laughter, but a lone skeleton sat nursing a drink. Back at the guild, he finally relaxed. After a lonely carriage mission, the rowdy crowd felt great for a quick tea break. A gloved hand slammed his table, interrupting his quiet. A calm voice asked, "Mind if I sit?" The guild hall adventurers froze as a flamboyant, masked man made a grand, sudden entrance. Skeletal adventurer found the man's attire bizarre, while the newcomer wondered if flashy outfits were the norm here. Their table drew every eye in the hall as patrons whispered about the golden skull and mysterious butterfly maskmen. The masked man slides a letter and pouch across the table, acting as a messenger. He mentions the boar hunt as proof, confusing the skeleton who expected him tomorrow night. Their contact was a no-show, so he delivered the message himself. He thanked Laland and left the skeleton to ponder the note. Pushed for answers, the man pleaded ignorance, just a messenger who'd only understand after reading the letter. His vague reply left Laland wondering. He opens the note. Authorities are escorting a prisoner named Takumi to Count Ethel's estate in 2 nights. Message understood. Masked man tipped his hat in thanks. Leaving the guild hall, he knew nothing more to say. He'd written the letter himself. His true colors surfaced. The drop-off had to go perfectly. Smirking, he knew everyone would dance to his tune. Celestin's sinister plan was now in motion. Masked and wearing a feathered hat, a man enters the dark room, smirking as someone groans below him. Crank on the floor glares up, frustrated, cursing the newcomer a bastard. Celestin looks down, feigning mild concern with an old deer. Despite the costume, he recognizes him as his father's butler. Celestin confirms, saying Crank had rough training. Crank mutters a pig's lineage should roll on the ground. Fuming, Crane snaps at the boss's lecture, swearing the brat is getting way too cocky. Celestin declares belittling Count Ethel's noble house is unacceptable. Wordstoke snaps, screaming for them to rot in hell. Celestin coolly fixes his glasses, agreeing these fools deserve divine retribution. Now confident, Celestin drops some intel. The Saran Hill prisoners are planning a daring escape. Frank's shocked. Celestin warns an escape would cause a huge crisis for officials. Stunned, Celestin drops the final bomb. The director faces demotion or a transfer. Task complete, disguised Celestin adjusts his glasses, offering final advice. Warn the office to tread carefully. He smirks confidently, grasps the intel's value and thanks the man. Celestin walks away, planning his next move. He knows Alicia is plotting a jailbreak after meeting Skull Mask, and he's going to exploit her scheme. Elsewhere, a horned figure bows to his master, vowing to break his curse and begging for more time. Takumi gets an official letter about a prisoner escort the day after tomorrow evening at Count Ethel's estate. He remembers Rana's words. Ethel Count's mansion belongs to Saran Hill's lord. He thinks of Alicia, who mentioned her family home or a board, wondering if it's the Count's mansion, recalling noble Alicia worked in a tavern, speculating family circumstances forced her there. He eyes her 20 gold coins. He'd taken them instantly, seeing the money as a simple gift. That's a massive 200,000 yen. Remembering Alicia's promise of food, he wonders if the boar was her plan from the start. He figures the money covers cooking gear and ingredients. He calmly tells flustered Renault to shop early. It's their promised day. Ignoring him, she blurts out he has a visitor. He turns, shocked by her panic, and asks what's wrong. His questions answered by an elegant woman in a veiled hat. He wonders if the meeting's for him, then figures it's Alicia, knowing no one else. Before he can ponder, he's relieved seeing Renaa, recognizing the visitor. He asks Renaa if the woman is a noble lady. In this world's strict class system, meeting a noblewoman is naturally terrifying. Relieved, she admits she thought he'd angered the nobles again. He listens with a strained face. She's surprised he knows nobles, noting his wide network. She asks if nobles differ from commoners. She confirms that to commoners like her, nobles are gods. He asks if she's an earl's daughter. She confirms it, leaving him baffled how she met such high-ranking people. His question stuns Renastant. He quickly realizes his error, admitting he was convinced she was Alicia and mistook her identity. He froze, realizing his mistake, while a panicked Renault suspected a new scheme. The door crashed open and Renaa burst in, demanding to know what he was doing behind her back. From an open doorway, a cheerful voice yelled, "Big Brother Takumi." A young woman spoke, her face lit by a massive, unrestrained smile. She rushed forward, hugging him tight, exclaiming she missed him. A veiled woman's voice cut through, asking, "Is that Angie?" He grinned back, recognizing Angie, thrilled she was lively as ever. She beamed, confirming her long trip was just for him. She clings to his arm, leaving Takumi confused. The veiled woman tells a stunned Renault she's Lady Angelina Olquan, daughter of a marquis and Takumi's close friend. He smiled at Angelina, amazed at how fast she'd grown into a wonderful lady. His compliment caught her off guard. She blushed, stammering the surprise attack was cowardly. Takumi's face hardened, asking Angelina directly why she'd come all this way. Angelina's shoulders twitch as she stands before Takumi. A man laughs, calling Takumi big bro and mocking his shock. Takumi and Renal stare, completely lost. Her escort explains Angelina hasn't eaten since Takumi was branded a traitor with a bounty. 3 days ago, a letter arrived saying he was heading to Saran Hill, so she immediately rushed to find him. He flashes a sealed letter, arguing the Marquis' daughter shouldn't roam freely, and reveals they secured Count Ethel's official approval. The situation's weight crushes Takumi. He knows his circumstances caused them big trouble. He shrugs off the trouble, used to her wild whims, and introduces himself as Danfield, her bodyguard, offering a hand. Takumi smiles, introduces himself, and reaches for the handshake. Hands lock as Danfield's smile vanishes. Glaring, he apologizes for the rush and takes charge. Before Takumi reacts, Danfield yanks him into a headlock, a cold dagger at his throat. This sudden violence leaves the reason a terrifying mystery. Angelina and Alicia scream as Danfield holds a dagger to Takumi's throat, scoffing at the ridiculous scene. He presses the attack, but a hexagonal light barrier erupts around Takumi's neck, halting the blade inches away. Unexpected defense makes Danfield recoil. He realizes his opponent's defensive skill explained why he didn't dodge. A predatory grin spreads, the challenge excites him. He wonders how to handle it, then switches tactics to a powerful thrusting skill, pierce. He blurs forward, aiming a piercing strike at Takumi's chest. The attack's raw speed and force made Danfield, Angelina, and Alicia wince, bracing for impact. The blow misses. Takumi stands still, completely untouched. He stares at his chest, sweat on his brow, utterly confused. He didn't consciously defend, a strange power just surged through him. Tension snaps as Danfield laughs, sheepishly apologizing for his outburst and leaving Angelina and Alicia stunned. Smiling, he explains Angelina's constant bragging about her brother made him curious to test the young man's skills, admitting it's an old adventuring habit as the other Takumi laughs. He walks off, sword on his back. Takumi asks if he was an adventurer. He confirms his past 10 years ago. Retired, he sought Angelina's grandfather to repay a favor, now her bodyguard. Takumi protests her rudeness, but Angelina reveals that the dull old Danfield was once a legendary E-rank adventurer. Asked about Takumi, Danfield smirks, admitting he's blown away. He calls Takumi a bigger monster than the rumors. Shocked, the kid shrugged off a direct perforation hit like a mosquito bite. He praises, noting a normal person would be shocked by the wound. Yet, Takumi's body seems mithril tough, even in handcuffs. He looks weary. He accepts the monster title, but wishes such dangerous skills weren't for a simple test. His ecstatic sister grabs Danfield, gushing about her amazing brother. Danfield sighs, conceding, no wonder she raves about Takumi daily. Takumi laughs, loving his sister's praise. Danfield pats Angelina's head, joking he's jealous since he's known her since birth, leaving her bright red. He turns serious, realizing Danfield has marked him. It's only natural for Angelina's protector. Angelina's outburst shatters the silence. demanding to know how they can stay so calm after that chaos. Danfield smiles, stating the office commotion was troublesome. He refers to it as an unfortunate slip by young officials. He called his actions a friendly greeting, but Rena watched tensely, warned to stay on guard. She chided Takumi, frustrated he stressed over the incident, then instantly forgot it. Takumi just laughed, then apologized, admitting it wasn't the time. Angelina's face hardened as she cut in, begging Rena to calm down. "You always act like this." Annoyed, she demanded the newcomer's name. Danfield introduced her as Reuniting, a Nord official known as the Sword Demon. Takumi smiled, realizing Rena came from Nur to escort him, but Angelina muzzled him before he could complicate things. But the words were out. Angelina and Rena, shocked, shouted in unison, demanding what he meant by escort. Angelina's protective instincts flared. She pointed an accusing finger at Rena, warning. Takumi wasn't bad, and if Rena saw him as an enemy, she was wrong. Takumi stepped in, telling Angelina to cut the rude talk. He diffused the situation, explaining Rena was just doing her job. He swore Rena was an ally, reminding her they were heading to the capital to clear his name. He told her to relax, but Angelina stayed worried. Renat playfully tapped Angelina's head and let it slide. As she beamed, Danfield watched, hating their friendly vibe. Angelina shuts her eyes and sticks her tongue out, insisting she still hates Rana despite the truce. Her outburst continues. She's Takumi's fiancée. Takumi explains to a sweating Rena they met traveling, grew close after Atalasta, and looks forward to working with her. Rena spirals in shock. How is Takumi, a lowly prisoner, engaged to a marquis's daughter? Oblivious, Takumi tells her to snap out of it since he's still just a prisoner. Danfield, worried by Takumi's prisoner status, gets serious, warning him overturning charges won't be easy. The Okwan family's stuck with a criminal fiancé. What's Takumi's plan? He presses, but shackled Takumi only offers a sheepish smile, admitting he just feels it'll work. Danfield, skeptical, asks if it's just a hunch. Danfield grins and respects Takumi's choice, calling intuition a vital tool he once used. Angelina cheers, declaring her full faith in Kamai. Danfield says it's time to leave. Angelina pouts, but Takumi promises to visit her tomorrow. Turning to leave, he asks one last question, where they'll stay. Angelina answers they'll be at the local lord's mansion, but mistakenly calls him Count Croissant Milk. Danfield quickly cuts her off, exasperated. Their host is Count Croissant Ethel, lord of the neighboring. He watches them go. Angelina waves. The name sparks a memory for Takumi. Count Ethel's mansion hosts a boar hunt tonight. She watches a bandaged Rena sigh in relief. She was terrified for a moment, but glad it's over. Seeing her state, he heals her. His hand glows as she thanks him for the help. She smiles warmly, admitting life's never dull with him. He chuckles, saying her struggles prove her kind nature. With time before the boar hunt, he suggests a nap to recharge. Angelina wakes up refreshed to find Takumi ready. He's moving before sunset to prep and asks if she's ready to go. He stops dead, something's amiss. A nearby cage lock hangs open. He stares, the cage is unlocked. Bernard joins him, just as confused. She explains the key belongs in government storage, so why remove the lock? He listens, deep in thought. He agrees an open cage is too dangerous while he's away, so he reveals a newly forged key. For the ruse, he reveals rolled sheets inside are a decoy. He clicks the cage shut with his new key. Elsewhere, a figure's hands glow faintly. He routinely says it's time to proceed as always. Glow fades, revealing skull mask. Hands still forward, he turns to companions, asking if they're ready to leave. Work ends and the girl in the apron waves goodbye. Realizing she's late, she bolts home. Stepping outside, a sudden, piercing scream shatters her thoughts. The skeletal adventurer sighs, frustrated that his prey escaped again. Alone on the dark street, he ponders the incident. He admits jumping when someone calls out on a lonely road is natural, but her reaction was over the top, making him wonder if a madman lurks near. He remembers his errands. He'd snagged boar ropes and pots, but got lost wandering the shops. He recalls Rena's map. Rena sternly warns him not to get lost, while Alicia worries it's getting late, keeping Alicia waiting. The skeleton muses how convenient a home center or discount store would be in this world. Now his problem's clear. He's lost. Darkness hides all landmarks, and late at night the streets are utterly deserted, so asking for help is impossible. Addling wheels shatter the silence as a horse-drawn carriage rolls down the empty street. 14 words, let's compare, original, suddenly the distinct. He hesitates to flag them down, but he's desperate. He sprints toward the vehicle. He knocks on the carriage door. His skeletal face with glowing eye sockets looms in the dim light, apologizing for the late visit and asking for directions. is knocked, sending the carriage driver into a panic, screaming about a skeleton and ghost as his horse bolted in terror. He stumbles back as the carriage lurches, its sudden departure catching him off guard. Inside, a stern man demands to know who he works for, asking if the Marquis alchemist's carriage caused this mess. The skeleton apologizes for the late visit and calls him Dunfield, but Dunfield snaps that he doesn't know any twisted golden skeletons. The mask clicks open, revealing Takumi's smiling face. "It's me." Angie rushes to embrace him, chiding her big bro for his ridiculous mask. He apologizes, explaining he must wear it to hide his identity. Dunfield warns that walking free as a traitor is a crime, while Angie tells him to ditch the creepy disguise. She warns they're in deep trouble. The young lady's the Marquis's notorious criminal mastermind. Angie puffs her cheeks, dismissing his concerns, confident Takumi will make everything fine. Dan understands her, limiting her blind faith. She tells Takumi they've been wandering town all day, calling it pure luck her carriage passed by right then. Through the night, she's returning to the Count's summer residence, asking if he's headed there too. Dunfield asks about the hunt, and Takumi confirms Alicia hired him to stop boars destroying the estate's fields. You ask, was this the Alicia charged with treason? Takumi confirmed. They'd met, and she understood his unique situation well. Dunfield thought hunting boars at this ungodly hour was strange. Takumi explained he requested this time, admitting he stands out during the day. Dunfield agreed that was true. A thought hardened his expression. Calling her a boar felt significant. What did it mean? The carriage rumbles through the dark as Takumi watches the night sky. Stopping, Angelina leaned forward to ask if it was Miss Alicia, noting their host must be tired of waiting at the Earl's estate. The carriage pulls up to the Count's massive, glowing gates. Inside, Takumi thanked Dunfield, calling him a lifesaver. Dunfield brushed it off, but Angelina teased his peacock strut, saying he'd do anything for big brother Takumi. He smiled, thanked Angelina, called her a gem, and stepped out of the carriage. He stepped into the night, his skeleton reappearing. He admired the grand gate, but Angelina, a child, didn't grasp its complex beauty. At the massive gate, they paused. Forcing entry seemed risky, but another way in had to exist. Dunfield stepped forward, telling Angelina and the skeleton that if they're expected, a side gate will be open. It was late, but Angelina's hype meant skipping the small talk. He still had to meet Count Croissant, and she was already all in for the ride. Dunfield neared a side door. It creaked open. The skeleton adventurer realized his companion was right, then raised a finger, proposing a group adventure. Inside, a butler met the group, greeted Skullman, and announced the treason prisoner's arrival. Count Ethel laughed at a wanted poster, plotting to free a prisoner and recapture him for the 300 gold reward. Everything was going exactly as planned. Salston watched his master with disdain, heavy-hearted. He resolved to thwart the Count's ruinous plan himself, upholding their noble name and honor. Glasses glinting, he locked in. This was how they'd finally break the shackles of Croissant. Alone in the woods, he recalled the intel. The Count was tricked into thinking the prisoner was a spy from the nation investigating him. Burst in on the Count, reporting intel, the individual plans to sneak into the mansion tonight. Startled, the Count yelled, "Fortify defenses, gather skilled bodyguards now." He smirked as his plan unfolded perfectly. With killers waiting inside and the Marquis hidden, no one would witness the fight. At the estate entrance, a young woman sized up her companion, smiling he looked nothing like the wanted poster, as Dunfield remarked on his imposing figure. Their arrival shocked butler Celestin. He stared, instantly recognizing Lady Angelina. Dunfield apologized for the late hour, explaining he was escorting a guest with estate business, leaving the butler completely baffled. Celestin stammered and waved them in. Dunfield asked for the Count to pay his respects. His composure shattered. He stared, mind racing. Why was the Marquise's group here? Why was the Skull Man with them? He should be their prisoner. Celeste's confusion exploded when Angelina cheerfully urged Skull Man, her brother, to come along. The Marquis' daughter addressing such a suspicious figure so informally was incomprehensible to Celeste. Butler's world spun. Nothing made sense. What's happening? He clung to one last hope. They'd see his side and defy the lady. Skull Man understood, but his ally cut him off. Celestin's plan failed, forcing him to lead Quinn's daughter to the Count. Celestin led the group, sweat dripping down his face. He'd cleared the servants out, and as long as he dodged his own hired thugs, he was safe. His confidence shattered by a booming halt. Celestin froze as a door creaked open, revealing a defiant silhouette in the entryway. Count Crossen Eiffel stepped into the light with his guards. Grinning wildly, he pointed at the newcomers, calling them the nation's hounds, then intruders. He grandly declared that he, the magnificent Kraken, would deliver. Stunned silence met his words. Danfield, Angelina, Skullman stared back, utterly confused. Danfield wondered aloud what their plan would become as the group gasped in disbelief. Earl Ethel watches from shadows as guards storm the staircase. He chuckles, mocking the national spies, confident they can't snoop unnoticed. He flashes a malicious grin, vowing to wipe out every last trespasser. From a high balcony, the Earl addresses the adventurers as Danfield, Angelina, and Takumi watch the hunt for boars without prey. His butler, Celestin, grunts, face tight with stress. The crowd, bounty hunters from the Adventurers Guild, dismissed as flashy bodyguards. He smirks, knowing they're experts at swarming and annihilating small groups with perfect moves. The receptionist hails the rising stars to the crowd, then turns cold, mocking Celestin for his troublesome recruit while an enraged Danfield demands answers. From his perch, the Earl spots his butler, shouts, demanding Salson's purpose and ordering him aside. He proclaims this is Count Cross's grand stage and F. Celestin glares, cursing Errol. He was supposed to wait for the plan, but he snapped and started a wild rampage. He explains Dyer's situation to Danfield and Angelina, caring little for the Count's ruined reputation, but fearing his own as butler will be dragged down. He warns risking guards is one thing, but if Marquis daughter Angelina is. Inside the chaotic mansion, Takumi draws his blade and orders Lulant to hold the line. The skeleton obeys. He regrets how a simple boar hunt became this mess. They missed crucial Alicia and got ambushed by armed men at the Earl's entrance. Gaze approaches a portly man barking orders. Lulant jolts. The babbling man is Earl Ethel, the mansion's master. Takumi takes command, roaring for the guards to aim and fire. Danfield stands alone, surrounded by the Earl's men with every weapon aimed right at him. Takumi glares at the standoff, teeth gritted. Danfield snaps, his weapon a blur as he parries every spear at once. Melee rages, a new threat appears. An arrow slices air, targets vulnerable Angelina. Takumi and Lulant watch in horror. Instantly, the butler's Celestine jumps in front, taking the arrow in his shoulder to shield her. The impact slams him to his knees, but he's focused on one mission, protecting the Marquis daughter at all costs. The skull-masked butler stood firm as Danfield shouted while a shocked Angelina watched. Despite Danfield's warnings, Takumi insisted they leave. The masked butler calmly told him to close his eyes. He raised his palm, leaving Danfield and Angelina completely baffled. His hand erupted with blinding holy light, forcing companions to shield their eyes. The power surge was impossible to miss. Earl Ethel screamed as the floor warped into a slope. Too late, they slid fast down the magic ramp, a masked butler guiding Angelina and Danfield. The manor guards tumbled down the stairs as the fugitives slid past into the corridor. They stopped at the corridor's end. Angelina leaned against her protector, dazed but unharmed, while Danfield felt queasy. The masked butler silently brushed dust off Danfield's shoulder, his composure unshaken. Crank watched, surprised. He never expected them to escape that maneuver. His companion agreed. Yellow Skull Mask, the legend, certainly lived up to his reputation. He told the dark-haired adventurer he was a lifelong fan, but the hero shut him down. They'd never met. Fighting straight to the point, he invited the man to join their side. Armed warriors surrounded the group. Crank promised safety, but the skeleton saw their high ranks and knew they were doomed. Angelina mistook questions for actions. She placed a cooking pot on her head, insisting it was a sturdy helmet. She asked Danfield to lead, to his disbelief. Danfield shouted her name, warning that these enemies were too strong to fight alone. She sharply silenced them, insisting Big Bro Takumi handle it as promised. Angelina thanked Skull Mask, leaving Danfield watching with a strained expression. Crank watched the exchange, confronting the skeleton, disappointed. He'd thought him smarter. Was he rejecting a generous offer? His eyes glowed as the skeleton slammed Crank for shooting near a child and rejected his offer. Frank smirked, retorting they'd soon regret the adventure. His dark-haired companion grimly added, "Survival comes first." A massive, bald soldier confronts the trapped heroes, boasting he'll spare their lives and just tie them up. He clearly thinks they're no threat. His black iron-crossed subordinates are stunned by his underestimation. Does their leader even know his foes? He scoffs, not bothering to remember them. A rushing sound fills the air. For their arrogance, a massive dark shape plummets from the sky, crashing with explosive force beside the skeleton and dark-haired adventurer. The dark metal golem slams down, its massive frame shadowing the battlefield. The earth-shaking arrival leaves the adventurer and Crank stunned. Angelina watches, wide-eyed, utterly captivated by the spectacle. Banfield stares in shock, jaw dropped at the massive construct appearing before them. The iron golem stands, body creaking, steam blasting from joints. Glowing white eyes scan the scene. Inside the golem, a hooded pilot stares at their handheld controls. Hands grip control levers. The pilot declares readiness, satisfied. The pilot's fury explodes as he glares at the skeleton, roaring that it's time for punishment. Leyland announces his Iron Titan, declaring punishment as its metal fist clenches with a crunch. The massive machine towers over the guards, shattering the ground beneath its weight. One strike sends the guards flying, shattering the earth and scattering them like toys. Distantly, Danfield and Angelina stare in disbelief at the sudden chaos. Crank and the dark-haired adventurer stand stunned. Panicked, Crank screams, scatter. Guards stare in terror as the Iron Titan points a massive finger, their screams lost in the chaos. Defiantly, a guard strikes the golem's leg. His sword clangs metallically but has no effect. Lalant shouts, pushing his creation forward, "Go, Iron Man!" The golem relentlessly assaults, effortlessly swatting guards aside. Armor clatters uselessly as one's caught in its immense grip. Slammed down, the guard stares at his broken blade, cursing his weakness against the metal giant. They're swatted aside with ease as the iron golem unleashes full power. Guards fire their crossbows, but the bolts bounce off the golem's metal hide, shocking them. Its defense is absolute. The golem grabs the men, its immense hands crush their armor like paper. Ethel screams for his mansion as a golem leg smashes near Takumi. He demands answers, but Crank has no clue. The trio recoils, faces frozen in shock at this overwhelming power. Elsewhere, Angelina gleefully cheers, shouting encouragement and praising her bro's power. Danfield, beside her, is speechless. He struggles to process the scene, recalling the lady's warning about this skill. But reality is far crazier than he imagined. Leyland commands his steel titan to advance and bind the guards in chains. The titan instantly responds, its metallic head grinding and screeching as it turns to obey its master. It smashes through the manor roof, shattering tiles and timber to start its mission. 3 days later, Takumi sighs wearily. Renault snaps at him through the wagon bars for sighing, then admits she's also down. He's been trapped for 3 days and the boredom is killing him. Explains it's unavoidable. Sarand Hill's office is in uproar. Lord Ethel ambushed Marquis, daughter Arsuan, and she sees outsiders as mere distractions. Renat reveals Ethel is a wanted man who used his power to hide his crimes for years. Takumi asks if it's true, and she confirms it. With the Archeons involved, the police will finally expose. He recalls his brief encounter with the fat nobleman that night. Looks like he's ruffled some feathers. Takumi realizes the Earl orchestrated the rockfall that sent them to Sarand Hill, then asks Renat if Kara's also tied to the Earl. Not struggles, then Crank confirms. They mean Klein, the Earl's illegitimate son. He adds Klein's on probation for allegedly sneaking a storage room key on incident day, piquing Kamai's interest. Takumi asks why, so Renault reveals the police suspect someone else was involved. Frank smirks. The Earl and son don't look alike, but their attitudes reveal they're like father, like son. Renat freezes as the truth hits. Gripping the bars, she demands how Takumi knows the Count's face, asking if he was actually there that day. In their cell, Danfield advises Takumi and Lawlet. As a prisoner, Takumi must pretend he wasn't at the scene, just like Danfield stayed quiet. That advice echoes as Renat stands stunned by his confession, while Takumi wonders if he just witnessed something impossible. She calms, deciding against more questions to avoid a rabbit hole. His words are enough. A boot steps into view, she commends his mindset. Danfield struts in with a grin, but Renat snaps, demanding he follow visitor rules. Danfield shrugs it off, pointing to the empty reception desk. Irritated, he explains his presence as Lady Angelina calls out. He gripes about shuttling territories, forced to explain to Takumi's husband, muttering she's still rough with people. Rana allows the meeting but insists on supervising. Danfield smirks, asking if she should have just played dumb, leaving her flustered. He chuckles, calling her principled. He tells her to do as she likes, declaring he's out. From behind bars, Takumi and Renat listen. Danfield keeps laughing while Takumi begs him to stop teasing Rana, fearing he'll be the one she scolds later. He gets serious, telling Takumi he doesn't share info with outsiders, but he's making an exception for a young lady. He starts with the young lady, then gestures, adding he's in good shape. Takumi listens, understanding. Angelina scolds him for trashing the furniture and grounds him to the mansion. Danfield mentions his iron giant obsession, forcing an embarrassed apology. He asked about Sileston, the butler who fell protecting Angelina. Danfield explained the family took him in, honoring his bravery. Danfield hardened, revealing his true thoughts. His gut knew Salston orchestrated the incident, despite the official story. Despite the surprises, Alcuin was dead set on crushing Ethel, so he kept Salston close for his inside intel. Danfield reported Count Ethel was too distraught for details, confirming he wouldn't attack Lady Angelina. Takumi felt the same, realizing he'd mistaken the Count for someone else. Danfield identified the other as a baffling government agent. He knew this massive scandal ended the Count's reign. He issued a final warning. Takumi wasn't at the scene. The culprit was a faceless weirdo in a skull mask. If Takumi's caught with that bounty, things get messy. His message delivered. Danfield left, noticing the worried monk outside. He hoped Takumi's trees and charges cleared soon, as Lady Angelina's reputation was at stake. Takumi understood, though he couldn't. Danfield and Renat leave. Takumi flashes a confident thumbs up, promising everything's fine as Danfield waves goodbye. The talk finally ends, and Renat admits the weight by the carriage kept her on edge. He sheepishly apologizes for getting carried away, but secretly hides the details, knowing the topic's too intense for Renat and remembering his oath of secrecy. Journey resumes. After Saran Hill, they head back to the royal capital for their escort, the carriage rumbling on. Takumi's surprised no orders have arrived from the capital. Renat agrees, noting 3 days is plenty of time for a swift horse. She's relieved they can resume their mission, explaining even Director Heisel agreed their situation fit a rule letting the leader make urgent calls. Takumi's still uneasy, crushed he couldn't meet Alicia in the end. He thinks about the butterfly user, realizing their misunderstandings, and admits he spoke vaguely. He hardens his resolve. If he sees Alicia again, he'll fulfill his duty without fail. Determined, the carriage rumbles toward the distant mountains. Inside a rattling carriage, Renaud says they're close as Takumi repeats the name, Zaston Fortress. She points to the map. Forts protect the capital from all directions. Zafston is the southern one. Their carriage winds through a rocky pass, as Renat explains the fortress hasn't seen war in ages and is now a training camp. They arrive to a shut main gate, backing up travelers. Renault wonders what's happening, gates only close in emergencies. A passenger notes everyone's troubled by the delay. Takumi expects their government prisoner transport to clear any checkpoint, but the capital's only road is blocked. Stuck, she heads to question a guard. She returns looking serious. Takumi demands answers. Renat reports the guards blocked the gate. Renaud confirms his suspicion. The guards are clueless and the mystery only deepens. Lost in thought, a hooded figure appears at their carriage bars. A familiar voice calls Kamai. "We meet again, Seiki." He and Renat turn, surprised. She drops her hood, revealing Sword St. Isret. She jokes about their constant run-ins while a shocked Takumi shouts her name. Isret just smiles at their quick reunion. Izorut introduces the prisoner, Saki, as her hometown friend, then Renat as an aspiring civil servant. Takumi's shocked. Renat greets Saki, noting he looks younger than Takumi. She doesn't know why Saki is trapped in a card, but she knows he's a handful. Renat agrees, venting that he's stubborn and never listens. Iser laughs off her comment. In the cart, Seki feels suddenly ridiculed. She turns serious, blaming Seki for the bounty after he promised to be an adventurer, leaving him speechless. Sensing her words' weight, Takumi asks what's wrong, explaining he and Rana were just passing the fortress on escort. Isarut's face confirms his gut feeling. Renat questions the tension, so Izurut reveals her mission. An urgent guild summons to Fort Zafstid. The guild name sparks Kamai's memory. He recalls Renaz's stories of the Sword Saint and realizes he's talking to the legendary Isaryudo. Isarit apologizes for the late introduction. He recoils, shocked, shouting, "She's the true saint." Renaz, awestruck by the living legend, Isarit confirms it. A shockwave shout shatters the cart's wooden bars, splinters flying. In the rubble, Isarut sighs and declares an emergency, ordering Seiki to follow because they need his strength. Seiki cheerfully apologized, leaving Renat. She spotted his wanted poster. He told Isroth her nagging was getting annoying, then flashed a perfect disguise. He dramatically unveiled a grim skull mask. She smacked his head and called him a fool, refusing to wear that ugly outfit while he winced, wishing she'd warned him first. He proposed a new idea, realizing she didn't know heroes from his time. An old TV masked hero was the perfect model. He posed dramatically as the immortal man reborn, wearing a new white and gold helmet. Unimpressed, she asked if this mask was just a rehash. Flustered, he swore the lore and design were far more advanced. She admitted the white and gold blend felt divine, mystical. He pressed her to explain. A guard waved them through, telling them to keep moving and not worry. The Sword Saint's reputation was massive. Her name alone opened every door for him. She clicked open the door, announcing their arrival to the room they sought. They peer into an office, a woman slumped over her desk, asleep. A soft sound escapes her lips as Isaret opens the door. Isaret calls out, but she's out cold and won't wake up. Impatient, she slams her hand on the desk with a crack, shouting again to wake the slumbering figure. The noise jolts her awake. She looks up, recognizing the sword S saying. Isrut calls the sound impressive, confirming she answered the call. She's Sarorish, Kalidicenia's adventurer guildmaster, telling Seiki she's the kingdom's most powerful guild leader. It realizes she's a big shot, but Sarorish explains she only steps in to fix every disaster. He notices the scales on her skin. Isrut explains Sarorish isn't demi-human, but a true dragon kid. Sarorish eyes his strange outfit and asks his origin, but he dodges, claiming he's from a distant land she's never heard of. Isaac interrupts. Sech is no ordinary person, but a divine messenger from gods here to aid them. The massive announcement leaves Sarorish and Shaky stunned. Frozen and sweating, he stared at Isrod, demanding to know why she called him an apostle of God. Remained unfazed by his panic. She cheerfully said not to worry, remarking he was always an oddball, which offered him no reassurance. Sarorish seriously processed his words. She mused, God or apostle, they discussed a transcendent being. She wondered if he was the apostle sent to aid their crisis. Isrut gravely confirmed the situation was dire. Confused, Seiki asked Isrut what happened. Isrut's crisis was unfolding. An armored commander roared in rage, demanding the truth. The Demon King's army had seized the capital. Grave news broke as an emergency report. The word struck Seiki, leaving him in stunned disbelief. The shocked commander clenches his fist and demands the truth. Did the capital really fall to the Demon Lord? Grimly, before a small group with soldiers behind him, the truth hits. The royal capital has fallen. The helmeted figure whirls on Saint Isserut, demanding answers. Eyes closed, Isserut calmly confirms she meant every word. The figure panics, yelling they can't calm down. They insist this is the first they've heard, completely new information. Isserut tells them to breathe. His mind races. They suspected trouble at Zafton Fortress, but the capital's fall was a total shock. Crank would smirk, dismissing the portly king's fate, only caring about Mr. Ramarudo from the trading company, ignoring the sage Kenjan. The commander snaps at Sarorish, demanding answers. She stares back and drops one name, General Relantsworth. Sarorish explains as the crescent-helmeted figure eyes a window. The capital hasn't fallen. They hold ground on a precipice, sustained only by the sage's power. The figure wonders how strong this Kenjian is. From the window, they reveal a telescope made by duplication, as Sarorish watches it materialize. Through the lens, fear strikes. A massive dark sphere hangs ominously over the city walls. He points at the shimmering dome, asking if it's a rainbow membrane. Sarorish confirms it's the sage's unique skill, absolute barrier. This spells an absolute isolation technique. It shifts a designated area to another dimension around the caster. Separating time and space, not even the Demon Lord's army can breach it, no matter their fierce assault. The commander asks if those inside are safe. Sarorish confirms it, but there's a catch. They're now powerless to help the outside world. She last saw things this way 3 days ago. Sternly, she confronts the Sword Saint, demanding what happened. The Sword Saint begins her story. Capital life was normal, but stray monsters were pestering the guards. That afternoon, reports only mentioned a handful. Soon, new monsters swarmed the capital, overwhelming defenses. Kalidicenia's guild got the call, but it was too late. The Demon Lord's army quickly surrounded the capital, crushing all defenses. Commander knows city's survival depends on Sage's magic. The Sword Saint grimly adds they barely got townsfolk inside walls before the barrier rose. Her helmet raises a massive question. How did the king react? He notices she skipped his name, so the Sword Saint reveals that when she reached the castle, the king and Lord Adnista had already vanished. He acknowledges Kenjin secured the capital's people. Elsewhere, Augusta and Crank sneer. The king escaped, and they find it amusing. The commander worries the sage will hit their limit. Sarorish confirms the barrier takes massive magic to start but less to maintain. If focus slips for a second, the shield vanishes. Guild official Kalidicenia interjects a bizarre comparison, warning them not to underestimate the 5-day gaming marathon. This leaves the commander, Sword Saint, and Crescent Helmet figure utterly bewildered. The commander asks what she means, so Sarorish compares the ordeal to farming a rare boss drop. 7 days is nothing for the sage. The analogy confuses the Sword Saint and Crescent Warrior, but the commander gets it. Their racing time, safety lasts only days, yet the sage needs a week. Timeline set, Sarurish starts preparing. The guild alerted every branch, and General Karen Swell is deploying 10,000 National Army soldiers. She adds legends like Sword Saint answer the call, gathering in droves. Suddenly, the meeting room door clicks open. The crescent-helmeted figure turns, apologizing for the delay. Holy Maiden Nene enters with her clerics, striding confidently into the tense war council. She informs the leaders she received updates from messengers, then pledges the church's full strength to their cause. Relieved, Sarurish thanks Nene-san and kicks off the strategy meeting with the alliance secured. Urgent voices fill the room as the realm's leaders, guild, army, church, huddle, desperately planning to rescue the capital. The strategy meeting explodes into a fight. The church rep only obeys God, the guild follows instinct, and the commander roars that the army must lead everyone. Their bickering fills the chamber as a silent figure in a crescent helmet stands amidst the chaos. Uniting these stubborn factions will be a total nightmare. A crash erupts as Saint slams her fist, shattering the stone table. What a racket! She snaps, patience gone. She glares at the stunned leaders, mocking their childish pride. Since they can't lead, she's taking command. Commander Karen Swell rages, questioning authority. The Sword Saint smirks, mocking his rise, reminding him of shrieking like a rookie 30 years ago, leaving him speechless. Dominating the room, she shouts, "Listen up! Do you recognize who this is?" She points to the crescent-helmeted figure, reverently proclaiming him a divine apostle. Smirking with a thumbs up, she turns to the new leader and cheers. "Yay, it's you, Isari Cohen." Apostle freezes, mind spins. He realizes with horror she just dumped this whole crisis on him without warning. He freezes, stammering he's just a humble servant, while the high priest and his men watch with doubt. A sudden appointment enrages the white-bearded noble, who screams at the Sword Saint. "This farce won't be tolerated." The high priest agrees, declaring invoking the divine name this way is an utter disgrace. The tension snaps as a calm voice rings out. A figure steps forward, praying for the Almighty's blessing. Holy Maiden Nene reveals herself, hand over heart. She endorses in the saint's name. High priest shouts her name, shocked. A crescent helmet figure stares, bewildered. The words hit home. The high priest's rage turns to awe as he bows to the apostles, and the others follow, prostrating themselves. Skepticism turns to fervent belief. A priest marvels. Saint Ine's blessing instantly banished all doubt. He pleads the radiant apostle to guide them with divine light. Just as the clergy agrees, a voice commands them to stop. Commander Karen Swell steps forward, interrupting the ceremony as the Sword Saint smiles knowingly. Booming, he points at the new apostle, demanding proof if they claim to be a divine messenger. The commander says warriors aren't philosophers or priests, they only trust their eyes. The test begins now. His words turn to action. He raises a gleaming battle axe, ready to administer this test himself. The Sword Saint gifts him a mithril halberd from her elite collection. Knowing it's his signature weapon, the commander grins, ready to test its power. From the castle walls, the divine apostle realizes trust is vital for their plans, so they must face this challenge to avoid grudges. Determined, he watches the commander stance up below. Roaring, the armored man grips his mithril weapon and starts the test. He explodes with a furious flurry, his ultimate 5-point mountain shatter. Commander boasts no one withstood this 5-directional assault, shouting, "Apostle, prepare for a direct hit." Apostle's helmet tilts, his posture suggests surprise at the sudden, complex attack. The weapon hits and he screams, taking the full force. The halberd fails to cut him. He catches the mithril blade with 2 fingers, and the Sword Saint glares as she spots a slice marring her weapon. Commander speechless, his ultimate technique easily stopped. Apostle sheepishly apologizes for damage, but Sword Saint fumes over her nicked collection piece. Inside a packed room, tension peaks as Sword Saint Rena, Guardian Malan, Holy Maiden Nene, and Commander Karen wait grimly for the next move. The crescent-helmeted figure ignores the crowd, alone by a window, lost in thought. Nearby, Seiki watches them, concerned. They take a quick breather before diving back into the meeting, but a drop of sweat betrays the pressure. Drifts over the others, noting that even on break, everyone bustles, still focused on their tasks. Forced to lead, reality hits, no more daydreaming. With only basic stats and their creation skill, they must master sacred magic. Their options are limited. Creation weapons hit too many allies in chaotic melees, and Seiki's single-target attacks are too slow against the capital's massive army. A new plan forms. Holy magic is the key. As a divine being, they can unleash this power forever. This realization creates a dilemma. They admit to Nene they know no divine magic. They praise Nene's skills, but Seiki admits his limits, showing his only spells, holy light and healing with a faint glow. All eyes turn to the sword saint, Rena. Dressed in her official robes, she looks perfect and smiles with confidence. Nene, her faith clear, called the commander the apostle of the divine. The commander pondered how strange it was to ask the holy maiden for sacred magic lessons. Revealing their true identity flickered, but they decided against it, knowing it would shock Nene. They avoided chaos before the mission to retake the capital, but their next move weighed heavy. Nene noticed her long silence. Leaning closer, she kindly asked if the apostle was troubled, her directness startling the commander. The commander asked why the holy maiden approached. Nene said she saw them staring and figured they needed help. Waved a hand dismissively, assuring her it wasn't true, but internally chided themselves for staring, lost in thought. Awkward silence hung between them as Nene stood by the window, smiling patiently. The commander suddenly realized, perfect time to ask about holy magic. Reading their minds, Nene offered to explain holy magic. The commander panicked and shook his head, knowing one wrong word meant disaster. Nene's eyes widened. She pointed out they'd just spoken their thoughts aloud. The commander froze, shocked, exclaiming at their blunder. He cursed, realizing he'd blurted it out. He quickly joked that getting older makes you talk to yourself, but Nene just gave him a knowing smile. Spotting his opening, the commander brought up the subject. Nene watched, waiting. Fists clenched, the apostle admitted even their divine magic was weak. Resolved, the commander called this knowledge crucial for the capital mission, asking the saint to impart her divine magic. Nene brightened, agreeing to share everything they needed. The commander thanked her, but Nene revealed she was a saint from another world with zero magic knowledge. She noted few offensive holy spells, but Saint Nova sprang to mind. Nene calls this top-tier magic evil extermination. It traps targets in an unbreakable sphere and blasts them with holy lightning, lethal to monsters. The commander is hooked. She warned it drains tons of MP, a huge downside. The commander wasn't worried. His status showed 999,999 MP, making depletion impossible. Faralina the elf guardian cut in with urgent news, asking if the commander and his small, helmeted ally were ready. Faralina introduced spiky-haired Sir Galliot, an E-rank Inferno brigade adventurer. Galliot smiled, then revealed he held important information. Telepathy allows long-distance mental talk, but it's one way unless the target has the skill. Luckily, Director Hazel is safe in the royal castle and has the power too. Their two-way communication stuns the elf guardian and helmeted figure. Galliot then shouts, activating his telepathy skill. Galliot of the Infernal Gang calls Director Hazel with the guild master's message. Watching him, the helmeted figure thinks he acts like a nervous rookie salesman. The capital reports the sage's barrier is holding the monsters at the walls. Everyone inside is safe, but the battle is at a total standstill. The commander and the elf guardian gasp, realizing Director Hazel somehow heard the sage's words. The alliate relays the sage's bizarre message: potato gameplay, awful lag, and a debuff. The commander listens, bewildered by the strange terms. The commander and elf guardian try to decipher it. He suspects a code, she guesses a spell, but neither recognize it. Nene cuts off their speculation, clarifying she just vented frustrations, words only echoing elsewhere. She's hitting her limits, getting drowsy. The elf guardian's stunned, admitting she understood nothing. Sarurish warns they're out of time, and orders Galliot to coordinate with Director Hazel. Nene grabs the helmeted figure's attention, calling them apostle. She tells them one last sacred spell the apostle must remember. The apostle looks at her, asking what kind. He confirms he can use healing, so Nene asks if he knows the advanced area heal. The apostle learned the difference. Healing targets individuals, area heal rejuvenates an area, but it fails on magical creatures, their physical structure differs. He was amazed by the tool, but Nene explained its range is short, and it only targets allies during battle. Immediate decision, try it now. They scanned the area, and Nene agreed it was safe to use healing magic. Shouting area heal, he unleashed a wave of light from the tower, blanketing the entire city. Citywide citizens froze instantly, stunned. A man's chronic shoulder pain vanished, a guard's body felt suddenly light. Awestruck, Nene reported the spell covered the Zastan fortress, reaching even outside the gates, praising the apostle's vast power. Elsewhere, tension peaked as a panicked Galliot burst in, shouting for the guildmaster with an urgent message from Director Hazel. He clutched his head, telepathy still hitting him. Guildmaster Sarurish watched concerned as Galliot struggled, calling the situation unusual. He chokes on the words, sweat dripping down his face as he tries to process the insane news. He reports to Guild Master Sarorish, explaining a baffling phenomenon. Castle residents are suddenly healing. Sarorish, Nene, and the others listen, utterly confused. Alone, the apostle stares out the window, knowing the cost. His area heal reached far beyond the battlefield, covering everything. This power is a game changer.